The snow was heavy, and everything around was a blanket of white. People hurried along, bundled up in thick jackets to protect against the cold, while some shivered in thin clothes. I stood in a small courtyard, practicing boxing with nothing but thin clothing. Each punch I threw into the frosty air felt powerful, and steam rose from my body in a strange way. After finishing my practice, a line of words appeared before my eyes, something only I could see. I'm Gu Qingfeng, 22 years old, or maybe 80, if you count the memories of my past life that awakened when I turned 16. Before then, I was an ordinary person, but after realizing this world was full of chaos and war, I knew strength was the only way to survive. I spent everything I had to join a martial arts school and learn the collapsing mountain fist technique, but my talent was mediocre. I struggled for years and eventually had to leave the school because I couldn't pay the tuition. It took me years, but I finally mastered the basics of collapsing mountain fist. A year ago, my mysterious golden finger, a kind of system, appeared, though it seemed useless at first, just an attribute panel without any special functions. Until today, something changed. A message appeared, rewarding me for having a descendant, and I gained improvement points and chi and blood pills. Curious, I used one of those points, and suddenly, I felt a surge of energy. My boxing technique advanced instantly, and my strength grew to the middle level of skin refining. In Lin County, that made me someone to be reckoned with. Then I realized, I had a son to find. There was only one time I'd been with a woman in this world, and though she wasn't from Lin County, I knew where to start. I packed up and set out. 10 days later, I returned with a baby boy. His mother had passed away during childbirth, and her elderly parents, unable to care for him, were ready to abandon him. I took my son, Gu Yang, and gave them most of my money in gratitude. But now, I faced a new problem. How to raise a child with barely any silver left. I had no experience raising children, and the thought of it was overwhelming. Desperate, I made a decision. I brought Gu Yang to a martial arts school, hoping to work as a teacher. When they questioned my skills, I showed my confidence. I knew I had become strong enough to qualify. Life in Lin County changed when I became a teacher at Jinyo Martial Arts School. The school was one of the strongest in the area, and its owner, Su Jun, was a powerful martial artist. Even though I wasn't incredibly strong, being at the middle level of skin refining was enough to earn me a position. Su Jun hired me, and I agreed to teach for 20 days each month, earning 5 taels of silver. It was more money than most families could make in a year, and it meant I could support my son, Gu Yang, properly. I even found a wet nurse to take care of him, using some of my silver. Over the next few years, life became more stable. I kept practicing martial arts and raised Gu Yang. Eventually, I mastered collapsing mountain fist, broke through to the late stage of skin refining, and got promoted to a senior teacher, doubling my pay. Yet, money came and went quickly, and I used most of it to buy resources for cultivation and secure a home by purchasing the courtyard I had rented. Gu Yang grew into a healthy and bright child. When he turned 7, I decided it was time to teach him martial arts. To my surprise, he showed incredible talent and persistence. Where it took me years to learn collapsing mountain fist, Gu Yang mastered it in just 3 months, advancing to the initial stage of skin refining. Then something amazing happened. My system rewarded me again. This time, I received boost points, more chi and blood pills, and even a new martial art, iron body skill. I realized the system activated whenever my descendant progressed. Seeing Gu Yang's potential, I became hopeful for even greater rewards in the future. I stared at my attribute panel in my room, noticing that iron body art had appeared. It came as a thin secret book stored in the system's inventory, a handy place for rewards. But I had other priorities, using my improvement point to perfect collapsing mountain fist. With a single thought, decades of training memories filled my mind. My hands became tougher, my skin nearly invincible to ordinary weapons. I'd reached the perfection level of skin refining, a feat that would have taken a lifetime without the system's help. But to move forward, I needed better martial arts, and that was hard to come by. Even the top martial arts in Jinyo Martial Arts School might not be enough. The next day, on my way to the school, I saw a crowd around a scene of tragedy. People whispered about a family that had died horribly, and a chill went down my spine. The constables carried out a body with a gaping chest wound, and I felt an eerie, unclean presence. The sight unsettled me, but I had to focus on my duties. At the school, I overheard apprentices gossiping about strange, unexplainable deaths in nearby Tianxian City. One boy, Lin Yo, mentioned people being disemboweled, their organs gone, and the government failing to solve the case. The rumors spoke of something inhuman, and my instincts warned me that Lin County was in danger. Hearing all this made me realize things were getting serious, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that trouble was coming. Things in Lin County had gotten strange and dangerous, but I didn't notice at first. I kept hearing about bizarre, gruesome deaths from Lin Yo and other students at Jinyo Martial Arts School. The stories were unsettling. People were dying more frequently, and fear spread throughout the town. The government tried to calm everyone down, blaming it on a fugitive killer, but I knew there was more to it. At home, Gu Yang was practicing collapsing mountain fist. When I asked why he wasn't at school, he said classes were canceled because of the unrest. Hearing this, I decided it was time to make him stronger. I gave him a qi and blood pill to help with his training, but made sure he knew the danger of taking too much. While Gu Yang trained, I practiced iron body art. It took me a month to get started, and after 3 more months, I reached minor success. My skin was tougher, and weapons couldn't hurt me. I felt more powerful. One day, new rewards appeared in my system. Gu Yang had advanced to the middle level of skin refining. The system gave me more qi and blood pills, blood refining pills, and improvement points. I realized I needed 5 points to advance collapsing mountain fist to a new level, but I only had 4. So, I decided to improve iron body art first, determined to get stronger no matter what. I recently used my improvement points on iron body art, perfecting the martial skill. My skin toughened, shedding a layer of dead skin to reveal a bronze-like surface. When I tested my defense, even a weapon couldn't scratch me. It just broke when I used the skill at full strength. This gave me confidence. I was now one of the strongest in the skin refining realm. Next, I tried a blood refining pill. The effect was intense, making my blood boil and my skin turn red, but it helped me feel closer to breaking through to the blood refining realm. Still, I could only take 1 pill per day to avoid harming myself. The following day, I went to Jinyo Martial Arts School, where the atmosphere felt tense. I was called to the main hall, where I saw Su Jun, the owner. He rarely appeared, but this time he greeted me warmly. He'd noticed my recent breakthrough, and his acknowledgement made others respect me even more. Then, Su Jun dropped a bomb's heck. A strange blood mist had appeared near Lin County, killing anyone who entered and leaving their bodies mutilated. He revealed that these deaths were the work of evil spirits, creatures so terrifying they could destroy entire cities or counties. In the past, the court had covered up such disasters as plagues, but now it seemed Lin County was in grave danger. Everyone in the hall was shocked, and fear spread like wildfire. Over the next 3 days, I stayed home, refining blood refining pills to push through to the blood refining realm. Despite the pills being powerful, the breakthrough wasn't easy, and I could feel that I was right at the edge, needing just one more push. But time was running out. Today was the day we had planned to leave Lin County. I packed up, took Gu Yang, and headed to Jinyo Martial Arts School. The sky above Lin County was covered with a blood-red mist, and people looked anxious. When we arrived, something felt off. Su Jun and the others were acting strange, and I soon found out why. The Evil Suppression Department, a mysterious court organization meant to deal with evil spirits, had arrived and ordered everyone to stay in Lin County. Su Jun seemed relieved, believing we'd be safe now. But I had my doubts. The timing felt too perfect. Lin County is small and remote, yet the Evil Suppression Department showed up right after the blood mist appeared. It seemed suspicious. Still, I kept my thoughts to myself. There was no point in sharing my worries, especially since talking about them could make things worse. Back home, I told Gu Yang to keep practicing and returned to my room to refine more blood refining pills. I realized I couldn't rely on anyone else, not even the martial arts school. If I wanted to leave safely, I had to get stronger and fast. Everything depended on me breaking through to the blood refining realm. Night falls. The government office was brightly lit. Several people were sitting there discussing something. If there were other people here, they would have discovered that one of them was about middle-aged, with an elegant and easy-going look, but with a hint of majesty of a superior between his brows. This person was none other than the county magistrate Zhao Jiang. Two more people. A tall and thin man named Shangguan Jiang. One of them was a burly man named Yi Yuan. In front of these two people, Zhao Jiang looked humble and flattering. My lords, Lin County has been completely sealed off. What should we do next? The blood spirit formation is almost complete. The people in the government office must guard all entrances and exits. What happened before must not happen again. Otherwise, if you delay important matters, your position as county magistrate will be over. Yi Yuan's eyes were cold and his voice was chilling. His words. Zhao Jiang nodded in agreement again. Looking at Zhao Jiang, Shangguan Jiang said gently, "Don't worry, Lord Zhao. If you can handle this matter properly, we will recommend you to take up a post elsewhere. After all, a small place like Linxian doesn't have much prospects. With Lord Zhao's talent, he can definitely go to a better place to show his talents. If he makes some achievements, he may be able to step into that temple one day." "Thank you, sir." Zhao Jiang's face lit up with joy. Right at this moment, Shangguan Jiang's eyes suddenly became strange, and a cold and strange power seemed to emanate from his body, and even his shadow under the candlelight seemed to undergo some subtle changes. "I am a little hungry." Seeing him like this, Zhao Jiang's heart skipped a beat and he said hurriedly, "Please wait a moment, sir. I will arrange it right away." Finished? Zhao Jiang retreated in a hurry, fearing that something bad would happen if he stayed a little longer. In the courtyard, Gu Qingfeng was practicing the collapsing mountain fist move by move. He had already mastered this style of boxing, and his moves were smooth and flawless, as if they were created naturally. The so-called perfection. It is the realm of the person who created this boxing style. Using enhancement points to improve martial arts is equivalent to Gu Qingfeng really immersing himself in the collapsing mountain fist for decades, relying on his own hard work to practice this boxing style to perfection. As he performed his boxing skills, he seemed to have some different insights. This feeling was very subtle, and Gu Qingfeng sometimes wanted to hold on to it desperately, but he had no other way. He understands. If he could grasp this insight, he would be able to break the limit of the collapsing mountain fist and push this style of boxing to a higher level. At that time, even without external force, one can break through the blood-refining realm on his own. However, it is not easy to grasp that moment of insight. It is difficult to create your own martial arts. Breaking the shackles of existing martial arts is even more difficult. Several punches came down. Gu Qingfeng completely digested the power of the blood-refining pill in his body. This is how boxing is done. His purpose was to speed up the digestion of the blood-refining pill, so as to accelerate the pace of breaking through the blood-refining realm. This is the third day since he learned the news about the evil suppression division, and also the 6th day since Gu Qingfeng took the blood-refining pill. 6 days down, Gu Qingfeng felt that his energy and blood had already condensed to a critical point, and he only needed an opportunity to make a complete breakthrough. Feeling the surge of his own energy and blood, Gu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he directly swallowed another blood-refining pill. The moment the pill fell into his stomach, the terrifying medicinal power exploded, causing his blood and energy to boil instantly. His skin turned red, and his veins and flesh swelled and ached, as if he could not withstand the energy of the pill and was about to explode at any time. However, Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, as if the mysterious opportunity was about to come. Breakthrough blood refining. Today, immediately, Gu Qingfeng used the collapsing mountain fist once again. Each of his moves contained extremely terrifying power. Streaks of wind from his fists roared out, causing the air to suddenly explode. Boom, boom. The punch was like thunder, waking up Gu Yang, who was sleeping. When he arrived here, he happened to see Gu Qingfeng practicing the collapsing mountain fist. Each move of his was filled with unparalleled power, as if it could really collapse mountains and split rocks. This naturally left Gu Yang stunned, but Gu Qingfeng did not pay so much attention to it. Now, he had already entered a mysterious realm. The powerful medicinal power of the blood-refining pill and the full force of the mountain-collapsing fist, the fusion of the two, seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. As Gu Qingfeng threw another punch, blood suddenly rose up like wolf smoke and turned into a huge fist that broke through the air. A rockery that was 2 people tall was shattered by this punch. The rocks collapsed, shocking all around. When this punch was thrown, Gu Qingfeng's muscles and bones crackled, and the blood and energy in his body, which was like wolf smoke, gradually disappeared and subsided. He let out a long breath and then looked at his own attribute interface. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 29/100. Realm, blood refining elementary stage martial arts. Collapsing mountain fist, level 1 indestructible. Iron body skill, perfect. Boost points, 0. The blood refining realm has been completed. Gu Qingfeng looked somewhat delighted, as if he had expected everything. However, the changes in the collapsing mountain fist made Gu Qingfeng feel a little surprised, and then he seemed to understand it. Indestructible. This is the change that occurs when martial arts break through boundaries. This realm, Gu Qingfeng named it breaking the limit. To break the limit of perfection is to break the limit. And, after breaking the limit, the collapsing mountain fist has already broken the scope of low-grade martial arts and been promoted to a mid-grade martial art. The so-called indestructible, at the moment when the collapsing mountain fist broke through, Gu Qingfeng felt that his fist became much harder and the joints of his 5 fingers contained extremely powerful strength. If Gu Qingfeng's body was as hard as iron when he mastered the iron body technique, then the breakthrough in the collapsing mountain fist would allow his fists to take a step further on this basis, breaking mountains and splitting rocks with bare hands. It is beyond doubt. Of course, the biggest change is naturally the change brought about by the breakthrough in cultivation. Before breaking through the blood-refining realm, Gu Qingfeng never understood how this realm was different from the skin-refining realm. But now after the breakthrough, only then did he truly realize the power of the blood-refining realm. If it was his previous self who had broken through, Gu Qingfeng would now be confident that he could kill the enemy with just 3 punches. It is the difference between the initial stage of blood refining and the complete stage of skin refining. 1-step breakthrough. It's like heaven and earth apart. In the current martial arts world of Lin County, Gu Qingfeng, who has broken through the blood refining realm, is already considered the best master in the entire Lin County. Even if Su Jun was in front of him, he was confident that he could easily suppress him. Next, it's time to leave Lin County. After breaking through to the blood refining realm, Gu Qingfeng's 5 senses became much more acute. The entire Lin County gave him a strong feeling of discomfort, and the blood mist in the sky was filled with weirdness and ominousness. In his eyes, Lin County is now a dead place. Stay here. It must be a dead end. Remember the domain name of this site, Taiwan Novel Network? However, before leaving Lin County, Gu Qingfeng consolidated his cultivation level and took all the remaining 3 blood refining pills to refine them. After his cultivation breakthrough, the restrictions on his use of the blood refining pill were much less. 3 blood refining pills. Gu Qingfeng completed the refining in just 1 day. However, the blood refining pill is worthy of being a pill taken by warriors in the blood refining realm. As the 3 blood refining pills were refined, he felt that his own qi and blood had become much stronger. If he really had a large number of blood refining pills, then breaking through to the middle level of blood refining should not be a problem. Warrior training. One is to rely on martial arts, and the other is to rely on resources such as elixirs. There is no need to explain much about the former. Martial arts like collapsing mountain fist and iron body technique actually use specific methods to allow warriors to polish their bodies and thus break through to a higher level. If you don't have the corresponding martial arts, then you can only rely on yourself to explore a little bit. And then, it's the elixir. It doesn't matter if you don't have the corresponding martial arts to refine your body, as long as you have enough pills. With enough pills, a breakthrough would be easy. The day after breaking through the blood refining realm, Gu Qingfeng finally decided to leave Linxian. Immediately, he took Gu Yang with him and walked towards the city gate. Not long, the 2 men arrived at the city gate. There were already constables and yamen runners guarding the gate of Lin County. This made Gu Qingfeng frown, but he still did not stop. At the same time, the constable who was guarding there also discovered his whereabouts. The county magistrate has ordered that no one is allowed to leave Lin County without permission, the middle-aged constable in the lead said in a cold voice. Gu Qingfeng did not reply, but looked at the other constables and runners. He saw that each of them unconsciously grasped the hilt of the knife with their right hand and stared at him with cold expressions, as if they were ready to start a fight if they disagreed with him. Listen to what I say. When the middle-aged constable was about to scold, he saw Gu Qingfeng suddenly loosen his hand that was holding Gu Yang, took a step forward, and slammed his shoulder into the other's chest. Boom! Gu Qingfeng's body was as hard as iron. The extremely powerful force hit the constable's chest, causing it to cave in. He flew out like a chopped grass and died before he even hit the ground. Bold! Kill him! The remaining constables and runners were all horrified and drew their swords, wanting to kill Gu Qingfeng right here. However, just as they were preparing to attack, Gu Qingfeng had already made a move. His right fist swung out like a yellow dragon, and in front of a constable's horrified gaze, he hit him in the face. Bang! A punch that was powerful enough to split stones and crack bricks made the opponent's head explode like a watermelon. At this time, attacks from other constables and yamen runners also came. The shining long sword came down with a strong wind, and several constables and yamen runners all had frightened looks on their faces, as if they had seen the scene of Gu Qingfeng being chopped into meat paste by them and others. However, when the long sword fell, the expected blood did not splash out. The blade was like it was hitting a hard rock. The powerful recoil force even caused several gaps on the blade. What? Several constables and yamen runners were greatly shocked. Gu Qingfeng also turned around at this time, grabbed a blade with the 5 fingers of his right hand, and then squeezed it hard. The long sword made of fine iron broke into pieces immediately. A large number of blade fragments were thrown out by him casually, and in an instant they pierced the bodies of several constables and yamen runners. Ah! The severe pain made these people scream. But when they saw Gu Qingfeng, they were no longer as arrogant as before and begged for mercy in panic. Spare my life. Let me go. Gu Qingfeng had a stern look on his face. He punched the constables and runners one by one, killing them all on the spot while they were begging for mercy. This battle started suddenly and ended quickly. In just a few breaths, all the constables and runners were killed. Gu Yang, who was standing by, stood there in a daze, looking at the scene of blood and corpses all over the ground in front of him, his face blank, not knowing whether he was afraid or something else. When Gu Qingfeng came in front of him, the smell of blood hit his face, which made Gu Yang wake up. Father! Now the blood mist is everywhere. They deliberately blocked the city gates to let us die here. This is how the world is. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. In a chaotic world, kindness will only hurt yourself. Today, Dad will teach you the first lesson. If you don't take action, it's okay. But once you take action, you must root out the problem and prevent future troubles. Gu Qingfeng looked serious, and the bloody murderous intent in his body after killing someone was even more intense. Gu Yang was stunned for a moment, then looked at the body on the ground, and finally nodded vigorously. Son, I understand. That would be best. Gu Qingfeng was also observing Gu Yang's reaction, and was satisfied to see that he was not afraid of the death. His biggest worry. Gu Yang is afraid of killing and is kind by nature. If it were a peaceful and prosperous era, there would be no problem with such a character. But in today's chaotic world, such a character will only harm oneself. Having been in this world for more than 20 years, Gu Qingfeng has witnessed too many killings. Although he has never actually killed anyone before, he has already had some understanding of this chaotic world. Now, when the time came to actually kill someone, Gu Qingfeng didn't feel too much of a stir. He even felt a little inexplicably excited in his heart. That's right. It's excitement. Gu Qingfeng was not too averse to such a change in himself. He glanced at the corpses of the constables and yamen runners on the ground. There was quite a commotion here, and he estimated that it would not be long before the government officials would arrive. Thinking of this, he had no intention of delaying any longer. He simply took Gu Yang's hand and walked towards the blood mist outside the city. Not long after Gu Qingfeng and the other two left, the other people who had been hiding gradually emerged. Where did this ruthless person come from? He even dared to kill people from the government. That person looks familiar. He seems to be a teacher from the Golden Bull martial arts school. He didn't want to live anymore. Not only did he kill someone, but he also dared to walk out of the city. Many people were shocked by the scene just now. Because Gu Qingfeng had been in Lin County for many years, some people also recognized his identity. When hearing the words, Taurus Martial Arts School, some people looked relieved. Then they looked at the corpses and broken arms on the ground with obvious fear in their eyes. But when they looked at the blood mist outside the city gate, their eyes flickered again, and it was unknown what they were thinking. Step into the blood mist. Gu Qingfeng found that his vision had become much blurrier. At the same time, a strange and cold breath permeated the air, giving people a chilling feeling. Father! Gu Yang looked a little panicked and followed Gu Qingfeng closely, fearing that something strange would appear in the blood mist. Don't be afraid, Dad is here. Gu Qingfeng looked serious. The blood mist in front of him could block his vision. If an ordinary person entered it, he would easily get lost. But after breaking through the blood-refining realm, his five senses became much stronger, and the blood mist could not really block his visual senses. Just as Gu Qingfeng was leading Gu Yang forward, they suddenly saw blurry shadows swaying in the blood mist. When the two walked in to take a look, they discovered that the so-called shadows were actually several corpses hanging from the trees. Each corpse had been disemboweled and hung by the neck with ropes on trees. Their hideous faces had already decayed a lot, and their eyes were empty, as if they were ghosts from the abyss looking up at the living. Such a sudden change. Gu Qingfeng was shocked, and Gu Yang beside him was so frightened that his face turned pale. Bloody mist. Dead tree carcasses. Anyone who suddenly sees this scene will be shocked. However, after the shock, Gu Qingfeng looked at the corpses on the tree. He felt a sense of familiarity in the rotten faces. Lu Hong. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. Lu Hong, a senior instructor at the Jinyo Martial Arts School. The opponent has joined the Golden Bull Martial Arts School for many years and is considered a veteran late-stage skin refining expert. He did not expect that the opponent would die here. It's obvious. This person guessed that something was wrong, so he left quietly, but he didn't expect to die here. Although the corpse is now somewhat decayed, Gu Qingfeng can still see a lot of things from the surface. There are no signs of struggle. The opponent will be killed with one strike. Being able to kill a warrior at the late stage of skin refining in seconds shows that the thing in the blood mist is definitely not simple. Right at this moment, a warning suddenly arose in Gu Qingfeng's heart. He pulled Gu Yang away from him and then instantly activated the iron body technique. His right fist suddenly blasted out like a cannonball and collided with a black shadow. Bang! The two forces collided, and the black shadow flew out instantly. Gu Qingfeng himself was also hit by a huge force, and his body couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Hee, a warrior in the blood-refining realm. I didn't expect that the small Lin County would be so surprising. A low voice was heard, and the black shadow that had flown across came again. This time, Gu Qingfeng finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. He was a tall and thin middle-aged man, his face covered in blood, but his eyes were as fierce as a poisonous snake, and his movements were as fast as thunder. Gu Qingfeng was slightly frightened, but he did not dare to be careless, and directly exerted all his strength to fight with him. Gu Qingfeng was seen mobilizing the power of his body and blood. Blood and energy rose from his head like wolf smoke. His collapsed fists were powerful, and each punch seemed to be able to collapse mountains and split rocks, causing the air to explode violently. Blood and blood wolf smoke. You are not an ordinary blood-refining realm. When Shengguan Jiang saw the blood wolf smoke appear, he was slightly surprised. In a small place like Lin County, the appearance of a blood-refining realm warrior was already unexpected enough. Unexpected. The opponent is still a person who has cultivated the blood-refining realm. Immediately, Shengguan Jiang's eyes became increasingly gloomy. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth with his tongue, and an extremely weird look appeared on his face. The internal organs of a warrior with a lot of blood and qi must be much more delicious than those of ordinary people. Give up the struggle and accept death. Maybe I can save you some pain. Talking room. Shang Wanjiang had already launched a fierce attack, and Gu Qingfeng responded calmly. However, every time his fists and feet collided with the opponent, he felt an extremely strange aura invading himself, as if it was going to corrode and freeze him. Fortunately, Gu Qingfeng had a strong and vigorous energy, like a surging river. The extremely strong and masculine energy and blood forcefully dispersed the cold and gloomy aura. A warrior with blood and wolf smoke is indeed not simple. Seeing that Gu Qingfeng had been fighting with him for a long time and was still moving as he wished, Shang Wanjiang's face became gloomy. Let me make you understand that warriors are not worthy of being in a refined place. Shang Wanjiang's face was grim and his eyes were extremely cold. The flesh and blood on his right hand suddenly withered and turned into a blue-black ghost hand, which was wrapped in that strange power and attacked him. Boom! Another punch was thrown, and Gu Qingfeng only felt a sharp pain in his fist. He saw several more hideous wounds on the back of his right hand, and the flesh was rotten, which was extremely hideous. What kind of method is this? Gu Qingfeng was also shocked. The change in Shang Wanjiang caught him off guard. Even with the indestructible properties of the iron body technique and the collapsing mountain fist, he was unable to defend against the opponent's attack. Shang Wanjiang looked mad. His eyes were full of cruelty and murderous intent, and the strange aura coming from his body became increasingly strong. Kill! Gu Qingfeng understood that he had no chance to turn around. In this battle, he would either kill the man in front of him, or both he and his son would die here. This moment, he no longer cares so much. Either give birth, either die. The blood and energy surged like a wolf's smoke. Gu Qingfeng's fists shook the mountains, and he fought Shang Wanjiang to the death. Boom! Boom! In the blood mist, the sound of gunfire was incessant as the two figures kept fighting. The iron body's defense could not stop the attack of the ghost hand, but Shang Wanjiang himself was not indestructible. When he was under Gu Qingfeng's attack, he also suffered many injuries. But both of them seemed to feel no pain at all, and they wanted to kill each other. Bang! Shang Wanjiang grabbed Gu Qingfeng's shoulder with his ghost hand, and his 5 fingers easily broke through the skin defense and penetrated deep into the flesh. The severe pain in his shoulder made Gu Qingfeng's face horrified. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and took advantage of the situation to punch Gu Qingfeng in the chest. The powerful attack caused Shang Wanjiang's chest to cave in immediately, and his body flew away like a fallen grass. If it were an ordinary person, such injuries are enough to kill him instantly. However, Shang Wanjiang is still alive. Without waiting for the opponent to struggle to get up from the ground, Gu Qingfeng took 2 steps forward, and his fists rained down on him like dense raindrops. This moment, an emotion called fear finally appeared on Shang Wanjiang's face. You can't kill me. I'm from the Evil Suppression Department. Shang Wanjiang wanted to speak and shock Gu Qingfeng with his identity as the evil suppressing officer, but Gu Qingfeng ignored him. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to beat him to death here. When Gu Qingfeng threw his last punch, Shang Wanjiang's head suddenly exploded. The headless body twitched slightly, and then there was no movement at all. Kill Shang Wanjiang. Gu Qingfeng searched the other party's body again, and finally found an identity token and a thin secret book on the body. The magic of spiritualism, the heart-eating demon. Looking at the words on the cover, it was as if a bloody breath was blowing towards him. Gu Qingfeng frowned and immediately put away his psychic magic. When he looked at the token again, he saw the other party's name written on the front and the 3 big characters, Jinxiesi, on the back. He really is from the Evil Suppression Department. When Shang Wanjiang revealed his identity before his death, Gu Qingfeng already knew it, but now that he has received this token, it is completely confirmed. According to Su Jun, the Evil Suppression Department is a mysterious organization of the Taishan dynasty, specifically responsible for dealing with evil spirits. But now it seems, these people in the Evil Suppression Department are not simple. At this moment, Shang Wanjiang's long dead body trembled slightly, as if something was about to awaken from it. Gu Qingfeng's face changed slightly, and he did not dare to stay where he was, and took Gu Yang away directly. Without Shang Wanjiang's obstruction, Gu Qingfeng broke through the blood mist easily. The moment he escaped from the blood mist, the strange and cold aura that had been lingering in his heart disappeared without a trace. Looking again, all I saw was a lingering blood mist, and there was no trace of the huge Lin County. As his tense mind relaxed a little, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain. Gu Qingfeng looked down and found that many of the wounds on his body were severely rotten and emitted a foul smell. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died from such injuries. But Gu Qingfeng had broken through the blood-refining stage, and his vitality was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Even such a serious injury did not really threaten his life. However, if this matter continues to be delayed, it will only become more and more troublesome. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Gu Qingfeng took Gu Yang away. Not long after he left, Shang Wanjiang's body in the blood mist suddenly trembled violently, and a strange black shadow seemed to emerge from the body. The dark blue face was hideous and terrifying. The arms were slender like those of an ordinary person, and the 5 fingers had sharp claws, as if they could easily cut through a person's skin and dig out the flesh and internal organs. The first thing this strange creature did after it revived was to look at Shang Wanjiang's corpse with a greedy look in its eyes, and then it lay on the ground and started to eat. In less than a moment, the flesh and blood of the corpse had been devoured, leaving only a pile of bones scattered on the ground. The eerie black shadow let out a roar, and a terrifying and cold aura burst out from the blood mist, shocking the entire Lin County. When Yi Yuan, who was in the yamen, felt this aura, his expression changed drastically. An evil aura. No, this is the Heart Eater. In a flash, Yi Yuan rushed out of the yamen. When he rushed into the blood mist, he saw the scattered bones and tattered clothes on the ground, and recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Shang Wanjiang is dead. Yi Yuan's face suddenly turned green. It doesn't matter if Shang Wanjiang died. What's more important is what caused Shang Wanjiang to die here. You have to know that Shang Wanjiang is a sorcerer. Even the weakest sorcerer is not comparable to ordinary warriors. What's more, Lin County is so big that the strongest one is just a warrior at the skin-refining realm. Such warriors. How is it possible to kill the sorcerer? And Shang Wanjiang died. Then it seems that the things inside the other person's body have already come out. When Yi Yuan had this thought, a strange and cold aura suddenly attacked him, which made him feel a strong warning. Without thinking, he took a step aside. The next moment, he saw sharp claws breaking through the air, and a strange black shadow appeared in his sight. Heart Devourer. Yi Yuan's heart sank. The worst outcome is already here. Shang Wanjiang fell. The heart-eating demon in the opponent's body also fully awakened. Seeing the heart-devouring demon coming towards him, Yi Yuan's eyes were fierce. Darn it! Don't let me know who killed Shang Wanjiang. Otherwise this matter will never end. Master. In a courtyard, a middle-aged warrior in formal attire was standing respectfully in front of someone. This person is not someone else. It was Gu Qingfeng who left Lin County. Still no news? Master Qi, we have tried our best to secretly find out the situation in Lin County, but it seems that Lin County has disappeared into thin air. There is no news at all, the man answered truthfully. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng nodded, then waved his hand and said, "In that case, you can go ahead." Yes, the man left respectfully. Gu Qingfeng stroked his beard slightly, and a cold light occasionally appeared in his deep eyes. Linxian County was not found. This shows that something must have happened in Lin County. Otherwise, how could such a big county have no trace at all? It has been almost half a year since I left Linxian. After leaving Lin County, Gu Qingfeng took Gu Yang to Baishe Road in Guangyang Prefecture. Taishan Dynasty. 36 counties in Kyushu. 1 county and 12 prefectures. Guangyang Prefecture is a prefecture city belonging to Taishan County. Xinjiang Prefecture, where the plague wiped out the population, also belonged to Taishan County. As for Lin County, it belonged to Guangyang Prefecture. When he first stepped into Baishidao, Gu Qingfeng also acted in a low profile, gradually figuring out the strength of Baishidao. The survey found Bai Shidao's martial arts foundation is much stronger than Lin Qian's. For example, in Lin County, the Jinyo Martial Arts School is considered a well-known martial arts force in the county. The strongest person in the school is only at the stage of perfect skin refining. But in Bai Shidao, although there are not many warriors with perfect skin refining, they are definitely not rare. Above the skin, the same is true for warriors in the blood refining realm. One is called the Qin family, which has 5 blood refining realm warriors in charge, and the other is called the Ironbone gang, which has 4 blood refining realm warriors in charge. These are the 2 most powerful forces in Bai Shidao. Under the 2 major forces, there are also many large and small forces intertwined. But no matter what, as long as one can step into the blood refining realm, he can be called a strong man in the Bai Shidao. After finding out the situation in Bai Shidao, Gu Qingfeng settled down there. A force called the Gu family emerged quietly. For the power of Bai Shidao, the appearance of an unfamiliar family will naturally attract a lot of attention. Some people even focus on Gu's family. But when Gu Qingfeng displayed his strength in the blood refining realm, many voices fell silent. In the final analysis, in the martial arts world, strength is still respected. Although the Gu family's foundation is weak, having a blood refining realm warrior in charge is enough to solve most of the problems. It seems that even though they have a force at the blood refining realm, they don't want to fight with warriors at the same level for no reason. But since they don't have a force at the blood refining realm, they don't dare to take action against the Gu family. In this way, after more than half a year, the Gu family founded by Gu Qingfeng has finally established a firm foothold on Pak Shek Road. Established a Gujia, recruit guards. To expand a family, it is impossible to rely on 2 people. When Gu Qingfeng showed the strength of a blood refining realm warrior, many martial artists were willing to join the Gu family and become their bodyguards. After all, having the Gu family as his back is equivalent to having a blood refining realm warrior supporting him, which is certainly a good thing. What's more, the Gu family has a blood refining realm warrior in charge, which means that the other party must have a corresponding martial arts inheritance. If I can gain the attention of the head of the Gu family, I may be able to inherit this heritage. For martial artists, the higher the level of martial arts inheritance, the harder it is to obtain. The martial arts of Bai Shidao flourished, and warriors were as numerous as carps crossing the river, but there were never many warriors at the blood refining realm because of the lack of inheritance. Even if the major forces hold the martial arts heritage of the blood refining realm in their hands, they cannot pass it on at will. Therefore, for ordinary people in the martial arts world, the martial arts of the blood refining realm are naturally desired. All the aristocratic families, sects, and gangs with blood refining realm masters are the targets for these wandering people to join. For no other reason. They just want to find an opportunity to break through to a higher level. Don't underestimate the shallow foundation of the Gu family founded by Gu Qingfeng, but there are as many as 50 or 60 warriors willing to join the Gu family. Among these 50 or 60 people, the lowest level of cultivation is at the middle level of skin refining, while the highest level of cultivation is around the perfect level of skin refining. As for warriors at the blood refining realm, there was not a single one. After all, a strong man of this level can carve out his own power, so why would he be inferior to others? Since founding Gu family, Gu Qingfeng has been developing his business in a low-key manner, independently developing some industries, but without any drastic actions. Still the same sentence. The water in Bai Shidao is very deep. Gu Qingfeng thought that he was quite strong, but he had no intention of really going against the various forces on Bai Shidao. At least, when he was not strong enough to suppress the entire Bai Shidao, he chose to keep a low profile. However, this also has a prerequisite. It means that no one else can cause trouble for me. Otherwise, Gu Qingfeng would not be polite. Since establishing the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng has secretly asked people to investigate the affairs of Lin County, but to his disappointment, Lin County seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and no matter how he investigated, there was no news. This can be seen. There must have been other changes in Lin County. However, Gu Qingfeng had no intention of returning to Lin County to investigate the situation personally. After all, Lin County was strange and it involved the Evil Suppression Division, so Gu Qingfeng naturally didn't want to get into trouble. The other side. During the time he was at Bai Shidao, Gu Qingfeng also tried to find out about the evil spirits from various sources. But just like in Lin County, ordinary people know nothing about evil spirits, but the major forces seem to have some understanding of evil spirits. It was impossible for Gu Qingfeng to ask these things in person, from above. Gu Qingfeng was also sure of one thing. That is, the Taishan dynasty has strict control over the problem of evil spirits, and no information about evil spirits will be leaked easily. Just think of this. Gu Qingfeng took out the book on spiritualism again. This is the secret book obtained from Shangguanzhang's corpse. Psychic magic. What is recorded in it is how to become a sorcerer. Nice. It's the warlock. From the magic of psychic communication, Gu Qingfeng finally understood why Shangguanzhang was in such a state. By carrying the evil within yourself, you can master the power of the evil and become a true sorcerer. Once the warlock dies, the evil sealed within his body will awaken. In addition, after becoming a warlock, there are also various limitations and defects. First of all, the warlock will be affected by the evil spirit, becoming bloodthirsty and crazy. At the same time, the more he uses the power of the evil spirit, the more he will be corroded by the evil spirit, and then he will die and become a real evil spirit. But the same, warlocks also have methods to suppress evil spirits, allowing them to better control their power and advance to higher levels. There is not much recorded in the magic of spiritualism, only how to contain an evil method called the heart-eating demon, as well as the subsequent practice method. The method to contain the heart-eating demon is to first use gold as a vessel to suppress and seal an evil spirit, then pour the blood of 100 people onto the golden vessel, then bathe in human blood for 100 days, and then use the 5 internal organs and other things as medicine, so that the evil spirit can be finally contained. Of course, this method is not 100% successful. If you fail, you will be devoured by the evil. If successful, you can master evil powers and become a true sorcerer. After becoming a sorcerer, one must also take animal blood and 5 internal organs to help one's own cultivation. The best effect will be achieved if one can take human blood and 5 internal organs. These things, they are all recorded in the spiritual art. Sorcerers. Evil spirits. If we simply look at the methods and the magic of spiritual treasures, what is the difference between those so-called sorcerers and evil spirits? If I am not mistaken, the tragic cases that happened in Lin County should all be caused by Shangguanzhang. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. Judging from Shangguanzhang's performance, a sorcerer is undoubtedly much stronger than a warrior. According to the records in the art of spiritual communication, the other party should be the weakest sorcerer. But even so, he has the strength comparable to that of the blood-refining realm. If it is a stronger warlock, the blood-refining realm is probably no different from an ant in front of the opponent. In comparison, in the martial arts world, any warrior who can cultivate to the blood-refining realm is considered strong. On the 1.5 acres of land in Baishidao, they can be called strong. From here we can see the difference between a warrior and a sorcerer. But the same, it is also extremely difficult to become a warlock. Gu Qingfeng knew that if he threw away the spiritual magic book in his hand, it would probably cause a huge uproar, and countless people would be unable to resist and want to snatch it. After all, it is human nature to yearn for greater power. However, Gu Qingfeng just thought about this idea. The magic of spiritual communication is related to the Evil Suppression Bureau. As for this institution founded by the Taishan dynasty, he is not naive enough to think that he can compete with it with his mere blood-refining realm. If it were me back then, I might have taken the risk to practice the art of spiritual communication. After all, in this chaotic world, human life is worthless. Only by mastering powerful forces can you truly survive, and only by being alive can you be qualified to talk about other things. However, for me now, the magic of spiritual communication is of no use. As long as I get enough improvement points, it will be easy for me to break through to the next level. Gu Qingfeng knew clearly where his advantage lay, which was to train Gu Yang and enable him to break through to a higher level. In addition, regarding the golden finger, Gu Qingfeng still has many things he doesn't understand. Now that I have established a foundation in Baishidao, I have enough time to slowly study the other functions of the golden finger. Fingertips. That's 2 years. 2 years. Gu Qingfeng has been quietly managing the Gu family, and at the same time mobilizing the Gu family's power to collect other martial arts. After all, the breakthroughs in collapsing mountain fist and iron body skill made Gu Qingfeng understand that even if he didn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, as long as he practiced enough martial arts, he could passively improve his strength. Every martial art has the function of tempering different parts of the body. Like the collapsing mountain fist, this martial art actually strengthens the fists. The skin and body are just a side effect. As for the iron body technique, it is a comprehensive defensive martial art that can temper the epidermis and make it as hard as iron. So, the more martial arts you collect, the greater the benefits. If you are an ordinary person, with limited qualifications and cultivation, it would be impossible for you to practice multiple martial arts. However, Gu Qingfeng is different. He has improvement points. As long as there are enough upgrade points, it won't be a problem to practice all martial arts to perfection. However, although both are lower-grade martial arts, there are also differences in strength. Gu Qingfeng naturally looked down upon weak and inferior martial arts. So, 2 years. Gu Qingfeng found a total of 3 relatively powerful lower-grade martial arts. The Big Stonebreaker, Iron Leg Kung Fu, Iron Fingers. Although Gu Qingfeng's martial arts qualifications were not high, because he was a warrior in the blood-refining realm, he was able to practice lower-grade martial arts much faster than ordinary people. In 2 years, Gu Qingfeng had mastered the 3 martial arts to a minor level. From the outside, one can't tell what's special about him, but only Gu Qingfeng himself knows that his strength has improved significantly compared to 2 years ago. At this moment, the information screen had not been updated for a long time, but suddenly new information was refreshed. Your offspring Gu Yang has broken through to the late stage of the refining skin realm. Reward upgrade points 5. Reward, blood refining pill 30. Seeing the information on the message board refreshed, Gu Qingfeng's face suddenly brightened with joy. Great, I didn't expect young heir to break through the later stages of skin refining so quickly. Gu Yang started practicing martial arts at the age of 7. Now, in only 3 years, he has already entered the late stage of skin refining. Such talent is already extremely astonishing. At least in Baishidao, Gu Qingfeng had never heard of anyone who could enter the later stage of skin refining at this age. Of course, Gu Yang was able to break through because Gu Qingfeng often gave him qi and blood pills. But anyway, Gu Yang's talent in martial arts is already quite outstanding. Now Gu Yang has made a breakthrough. 5 points of improvement. The first thing Gu Qingfeng wanted to do was to continue improving his collapsing mountain fist. After all, among all martial arts, the mountain collapse fist is of the highest grade. However, when Gu Qingfeng's eyes fell on the collapsing mountain fist, he discovered that the improvement of this martial art required a full 10 points. Such changes. This made Gu Qingfeng frown. Last time, it only took 5 points to upgrade the collapsing mountain fist, but now it requires 10 points. It seems that after breaking the limit, the points required to upgrade martial arts are much more than before. 10 points of improvement. Gu Qingfeng certainly doesn't have that. In the past 2 years, he has only accumulated these 5 improvement points. Think of this. Gu Qingfeng gave up on improving the collapsing mountain fist and instead focused on improving the iron body skill. After all, iron body skills are quite important. If he had not practiced the iron body technique to perfection, making his own defense much stronger than that of ordinary warriors, he might have died at the hands of Shang Wanjiang. Since he couldn't improve his collapsing mountain fist at the moment, Gu Qingfeng naturally had to improve his iron body skill. As for the other lower-grade martial arts, Gu Qingfeng didn't want to waste improvement points for the time being. It's a simple truth. It is not a problem to improve low-grade martial arts to perfection as long as time is spent on training, but it is not so easy to break through the limits of martial arts. When the collapsing mountain fist was able to break through the limit, Gu Qingfeng knew that he did so with the help of the blood-refining pill and coincidence. Otherwise, it is basically impossible for the collapsing mountain fist to break the limit. This point, it can be directly seen that there are many warriors who have reached the stage of refining skin in Baishidao, but the number of warriors who have reached the stage of refining blood is drastically decreasing. Martial arts break the limit. Not everyone can do this. Even with the blood-refining pill now, Gu Qingfeng was not sure that he could break the limit of the iron body art, so he simply used 5 points to improve it and break the limit of the iron body art. A thought came to my mind. The 5 points of improvement disappeared. Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt a surge of memories. In his memory, he had been practicing the iron body art for decades, training day after day in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer. He relied on martial artists to beat his body and used waterfalls to temper his physique. Only after such a long period of accumulation was he able to successfully break through the limit of the iron body art. And when the iron body technique broke the limit, Gu Qingfeng's skin turned into the color of bronze, and his muscles seemed to contain explosive power. The air is filled with vigorous blood. It turned into blood and energy wolf smoke that rose into the sky. After a long time, after his boiling blood calmed down, Gu Qingfeng took another look at his own attribute interface. Name: Gu Qingfeng. Age: 32 out of 100. Realm: Blood Refining Elementary Stage Martial Arts. Collapsing Mountain Fist, Level 1 Indestructible. Iron Body Skill, Level 1 Body as strong as iron. Big Stone Smashing Hand, minor success. Iron Leg Skill, minor success. Refining Iron Fingers, minor success. Boost points, 0. As strong as iron. Gu Qingfeng looked at the characteristics of the iron body technique, exerted force with the 5 fingers of his right hand, and grabbed towards his left arm. The power that could easily break stones and split gold was unable to break through the skin defense, and only left a few white marks on it. See this scene. Gu Qingfeng's face lit up with joy. After breaking through the iron body technique, his defensive ability was transformed to a terrifying level. Since he broke through the limit of the collapsing mountain fist and subsequently practiced the Great Monument, Smashing Hand, and the Iron Fingers, Gu Qingfeng's fingers are comparable to ordinary magic weapons, but even so, they cannot break his own defense. This can be seen. With his current physical defense strength, it is estimated that it is impossible for ordinary blood refining warriors to break through it. Only a mid-level blood refining warrior can pose some threat to himself. As for comprehensive combat power, Gu Qingfeng has no idea what level he has reached. After all, things like combat power still require actual combat. At this time, Gu Yang had already walked in from outside. The child has seen his father. Compared to 2 years ago, Gu Yang's posture is now more upright, no different from a teenager. Due to years of martial arts training, he also has a masculine and vigorous energy. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly. Younger is here. Dad, I just broke through to the later stage of skin refining. Gu Yang's face was filled with joy. After his breakthrough, he couldn't wait to come forward to report the good news. Gu Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You have broken through to the later stage of skin refining at such a young age. Your achievements in the future will surely surpass your father. The Gu family will still need your support in the future, he was praised. Gu Yang's face became more and more delighted. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the other party and said, Since you have entered the advanced stage of skin refining, today I will teach you the complete collapsing mountain fist. The complete collapse of mountains? Gu Yang was stunned. He has been practicing collapsing mountain fist for several years, so he knows that this martial art is not a high, level 1, but just a low, level 1. For martial arts of this level, being able to reach the stage of perfect skin refining is already the limit. As a warrior, Gu Yang knew that the collapsing mountain fist he practiced was flawless. That's why I was a little stunned when I heard Gu Qingfeng's words. Gu Qingfeng said, The collapsing mountain fist is not as simple as you think. Your father entered the blood refining realm with this martial art. With your talent, it is inevitable that you will break through the blood refining realm one day. It just so happens that you have a breakthrough today, so I will just teach you the complete collapsing mountain fist. I hope you will practice it well. Finished? Gu Qingfeng didn't waste any more words and started to demonstrate his new mountain collapse fist in front of Gu Yang. After breaking the limit of the collapsing mountain fist, this martial art has become different. All aspects of breathing regulation and methods of mobilizing qi and blood have been adjusted accordingly. Often, a slight change is like the finishing touch, making Gu Yang's eyes gradually brighter. And when the last punch was thrown, Gu Qingfeng's blood turned into wolf smoke, and the powerful fist seemed to be able to collapse mountains and shatter peaks. Bang! Throw a punch. Thunder roared. A strong wind blew up. The rockery several feet ahead suddenly shattered at this moment, turning into countless flying debris. This scene, Gu Yong was completely stunned. In the face of this punch, he felt how insignificant he was. The joy and pride he had just felt after breaking through to the later stages of skin refining disappeared without a trace at this moment. Without seeing a blood-refining realm warrior take action, you will never be able to experience the power of a warrior at this level. After finishing a set of boxing techniques, Gu Qingfeng calmed his turbulent blood and energy, looked at Gu Yong who was standing there in a daze, with a faint smile on his face. This is the complete collapsing mountain fist. This fist technique was originally a low-grade martial art, but later my father gained enlightenment and was able to break through its limits, making it comparable to mid-grade martial arts. As long as you cultivate to perfection, you can directly enter the blood-refining realm. At this time, Gu Yong finally came to his senses from his daze. He couldn't help but say, "So, the collapsing mountain fist can be considered as something that Dad created. I can't say it's original, it's just that there are some innovations and breakthroughs based on the work of my predecessors." Gu Qingfeng spoke in a low profile, but Gu Yong knew very well how difficult it was to break the limits of a martial art. So, when he looked at Gu Qingfeng again, his eyes were filled with admiration. This martial art is Dad's own innovation that broke through limitations. If it continues to be called the collapsing mountain fist, I think it would be a little inappropriate. In my opinion, it should be called Gu Family Fist, Gu Family Boxing. Hearing the name, Gu Qingfeng was slightly stunned, and then nodded in agreement. So this is called Gu Family Fist, just right? The Gu family also needs a martial art to save face. Although the collapsing mountain fist is not a common boxing technique, it is still practiced by many martial artists. It is far from enough to use this martial art to show off one's family. The current Bengshan fist that has broken the limit is more sophisticated than the original Bengshan fist. It can be considered a different kind of boxing. It can also be said to be the Gu family boxing. When Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, he saw the attribute interface suddenly appear, and the original words, Bengshan fist, were directly changed to Gu family fist. See this? Gu Qingfeng understood again. The names of martial arts are not fixed. If you want to change them, it is just a matter of thought. Just saying. A name is just a name after all. Changing it will not make your martial art stronger. The next time, Gu Qingfeng practiced silently, taking blood-refining pills to improve his cultivation. He also occasionally gave some pointers to Gu Yong and some of the Gu family's guarding practices. After all, these warriors were willing to join the Gu family, not only because they were attracted by the resources provided by the Gu family, but also because they wanted to learn some advanced martial arts from the Gu family. So, Gu Qingfeng was of course not stingy. Of course. For example, the part about breaking limit martial arts, which involves the blood-refining realm, Gu Qingfeng would not spread it out rashly. The martial arts related to breaking through the blood-refining realm must be passed on, but not now. Only when his own strength is further improved, Gu Qingfeng will consider passing on these martial arts. So, even if there are any problems, they can be suppressed directly by one's own strength. The blood-refining pill is indeed a pill taken by warriors at the blood-refining realm. One pill can save me several months of hard work. Gu Qingfeng refined another blood-refining pill, and feeling the surging power of his own qi and blood, the smile on his face became more and more obvious. There is a blood-refining pill. It would be much easier for him to break through to the middle stage of blood refining. It's a pity that it's impossible to obtain this kind of elixir by ordinary means. Over the years, Gu Qingfeng also bought some pills for blood-refining realm warriors from outside, but unfortunately, the effects of those pills were not even 1% of those of the blood-refining pills. What's more, those kinds of pills carry their own poison, and taking too much will affect one's own foundation. So, after taking the pills once, Gu Qingfeng never took them again. It was not until Gu Yang's breakthrough and the reward of the blood-refining pill that Gu Qingfeng began to use pills to assist his cultivation. Fingertips. A month passed. Gu Qingfeng took all the blood-refining pills, and his cultivation naturally broke through to the middle level of blood refining. Realm breakthrough. His strength has reached a new level. The only pity is that there is no increase in lifespan after breaking through the middle stage of blood refining. From this, we can see that only when a warrior breaks through a great realm will his lifespan increase accordingly. This day, a home guard has arrived. Your subordinate greets the master. You're here, but what happened? Gu Qingfeng looked at the person in front of him and said lightly. The person who came was a guard commander of the Gu family, named Ming Peng. He was a skilled warrior. Before joining the Gu family, he was also a well-known independent person in the Baishidao world. Later, Gu Jia was established and this person joined Gu Jia. Because of his considerable strength, Gu Qingfeng promoted him to the position of guard commander to oversee the other guards. Ming Peng said respectfully, I have received news that Yun Pavilion will hold an auction in 3 days. I heard that there might be mid-level martial arts there. Middle-grade martial arts. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. He had always asked the Gu family guards to inquire about the whereabouts of the mid-grade martial arts, but he never expected that there would be a result. Do you know the origin of this martial art? Yun Pavilion has done a good job of keeping these things secret. They also deliberately spread the information about the middle-grade martial arts. The extra information is not known for the time being. Ming Peng answered truthfully. Gu Qingfeng fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Yunj. This is a mysterious force in Baishidao. Taiwan Fiction Network, the other party never participates in the underworld struggle, but only does business. On the surface, Yun Ji's strength does not seem to be strong, but in Gu Qingfeng's opinion, Yun Ji's strength is definitely not simple. Otherwise, the other party does not have the qualifications to gain a stable foothold in Pak Shek Road. According to Gu Qingfeng's understanding, Yun Gu not only established its foundation in Baishidao, but also had a presence in other places of the Taishan dynasty. However, these things have nothing to do with Gu Qingfeng, at least for now. There is little relationship between them. Now that a mid-level martial art has appeared, I estimate that all the major forces are determined to obtain it. So, prepare some more silver and see if we can obtain this martial art. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and made a decision. Get the order. Ming Peng immediately bowed and retreated. The location of Yunj is in Baishir City. The so-called Baishir Road is a general term for the rivers and lakes within a radius of 500 miles with Baishir City as the center. However, it is not easy to gain a foothold in Baishir City. Just like the Gu family, it was because Gu Qingfeng showed enough strength that they were able to establish a foundation of 1 mu and 3 fun of land in Baishir City. In the Cloud Pavilion, it is located in the most prosperous area of Baishir City and is decorated magnificently. When Gu Qingfeng came with Gu Yang, Ming Peng, and others, the attendants of Yunj hurriedly bowed to greet them. Master Gu is here. Well, I heard that Yunj was having an auction this time, so I came to take a look. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly and spoke with a neutral expression. Hearing this, the attendant became more respectful. Master Gu's presence here will surely bring glory to Yun Pavilion. Please follow me inside and take a seat. Thank you for your help. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly, and then, led by the servant, walked into the Yun Pavilion. The others who were queuing at the entrance of Yun Pavilion looked at the servants leading the way inside, and most of them had envy and awe on their faces. However, some people were dissatisfied. Why don't they have to queue? That's right. Can the rules of Yunj be broken at will? Hearing what these people said, the others looked at them as if they were fools, and then another Yunj attendant spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. The one who just entered is the head of the Gu family. He has entered the blood refining realm. If you're also a blood refining realm warrior, you can enter in advance. As soon as these words came out, those who were originally dissatisfied were completely silent. A warrior in the blood refining realm. This is the top master in Baishidao. Because the Gu family had only been in Baishidao for a few years, and Gu Qingfeng had always kept a low profile, not everyone had heard of the Gu family's name. Of course, the appearance of an unfamiliar blood refining realm warrior and force would naturally attract the attention of many people. Many people still know about the existence of the Gu family. The other side. In a restaurant outside of Yunj, several people were watching what was happening at the door of Yunj. That person is the patriarch of the Gu family. Judging from his strong blood and energy, he is probably not very old. One of them spoke slowly, his eyes full of solemnity. A righteous and strong young warrior in the blood-refining realm should not be underestimated. Another person also nodded. It is said that the head of the Gu family is less than 40 years old, but he has already reached the blood-refining realm. With his talent, he may be able to make further progress in the blood-refining realm in the future. In addition, the young man next to him is said to be the eldest son of the Gu family. He has entered the middle level of skin refining at a young age. But from what I can see now, this eldest son of the Gu family is not a simple person either. The outside world has it that he is only at the middle stage of skin refining, but from my observation of his energy and demeanor, I am afraid that he has already entered the late stage of skin refining. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people were slightly surprised. At this age, it is the late stage of skinning. Even in their Tianyun sect, there is no such monster. At this time, everyone looked at the person in the main seat, who was the leader of Tianyun sect, Yun Tianqing. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yun Tianqing said calmly, "After this auction is over, the Gu family can try to pull some strings. What if the Gu family disagrees?" "Disagree?" Yun Tianqing smiled slightly, and a different kind of cold aura appeared on his elegant and easy-going face. "If they disagree, there is no need for them to exist in Baishideo. Master Gu, please wait for a moment. The auction will officially begin in about half an hour." The servant said this respectfully, then turned around and gave some more instructions. Then 3 maids in palace dress came in from outside and served on both sides of the group. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the 3 maids, and then looked towards the window of the box, from where he could just see the auction table below. Moreover, the position of the box window is particularly clever. From here, you can only see the scene of the auction table, but you cannot observe the scene of other boxes. "Mr. Gu, this is the details of this auction. Please take a look." At this time, a charming maid came forward, holding a book with a gold-stamped cover in her hand, and her voice was soft and gentle. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the other person and smiled calmly. "What's your name?" "Heko, master." "My name is Qiu Shui." The smile on the woman's face became more charming and attractive. When she handed the gold-stamped post to Gu Qingfeng, her slender jade fingers touched the other's palm lightly. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. "Qiu Shui, this name is good. How long have you been working in Yunj?" "I have been in Yunj for about a year." Gu Qingfeng hummed lightly and said nothing more. Seeing this, Qiu Shui, who was standing beside him, did not say anything either. He just stood beside Gu Qingfeng and poured tea and water for him. As for the other 2 maids, they served Gu Yang and Ming Peng. The former was a young man, blushing at the maid's enthusiastic service, while the latter was an old hand. But he did not dare to act presumptuously because Gu Qingfeng was sitting here. At this time, Gu Qingfeng opened the post and saw a lot of text on it. It was the details of all the items being auctioned. On the last page, he saw the mid-grade martial arts being auctioned. Fiery Sun Palm. Middle-grade martial arts. This is a top martial art created by Master Lai Yang in the past. It combines training and techniques. If one can train to the pinnacle, one can enter the realm of perfect blood refining. Fiery Sun Palm. Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. There are 3 types of martial arts in the world. The first type focuses on cultivation, the second type focuses on techniques, and the third type is a combination of both. For example, the collapsing mountain fist belongs to the third category. It has both moves and methods to cultivate the physique, which can help warriors improve their overall strength. As for the iron body technique, it tends to be the first one. The fiery sun palm in front of him, like the collapsing mountain fist, both belong to the third type. The first 2 types have their own flaws. The former's tactics are auxiliary. Even if one has achieved success in cultivation, his cultivation is in vain without sufficient means to deal with the enemy. The latter has sufficient means to deal with the enemy, but lacks in cultivation. So, among the 3 martial arts, only the third one is the most expensive. The cultivation techniques are integrated, and the 2 complement each other. You only need to master one to have a complete inheritance. Very quickly, others also arrived one after another. Gu Qingfeng looked at the auction table quietly, waiting for the auction to begin. Not long. A middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes appeared in Gu Qingfeng's sight. He also knew this man. He was a manager of Yun Pavilion, named Ji Ping. At the same time, this person is also a master who has entered the half-step blood refining stage. The so-called half-step blood refining. This is a realm that Gu Qingfeng understood only after he came to Baishidao. Strictly speaking, this realm also belongs to the category of perfect skin refining. It is only half a step forward on the basis of perfect skin refining and has not truly entered the category of blood refining. That is why it is called half-step blood refining. The biggest difference between the blood refining stage and the skin refining stage is whether the qi and blood have transformed or not. The qi and blood of a warrior in the skin refining realm are not much different from those of ordinary people. However, when they enter the blood refining realm, their qi and blood will transform into an extremely strong and masculine force, and the warrior's strength will also greatly increase. Even in the Baishir Dao, warriors who can step into the half-step blood refining realm have a high status. Nowadays, a manager of Yungu and Baishidao has the cultivation level of half-step blood refining realm, so one can imagine the strength of the entire Yungu. At this time, the auction is already underway. A maid brought a brocade box. Ji Ping opened it and saw a long sword on it. The hilt was engraved with dragon patterns. The blade was all white and emitted a cold and shining light. It was truly extraordinary. The top, grade divine weapon, the Frost Moon Sword, is made of refined iron and blood copper and is extremely sharp. The starting price is 1,000 taels of silver, and each bid must not be less than 50 taels. As soon as Ji Ping finished speaking, someone quickly made a bid. The top, notch lower, grade divine weapons can play some role for ordinary blood refining realm warriors. Therefore, within a short period of time, the value of the Hanyu sword soared to 1,500 taels of silver. However, Gu Qingfeng just watched and had no intention of competing for the bid. Not to mention that he doesn't practice swordsmanship. Even if he gets the Frost Moon Sword, it won't be of much use. And then there is Gu Qingfeng's physical defense is now comparable to that of a warrior in the blood refining realm, and his hands are comparable to divine weapons due to the indestructible nature of the Gu family fist. The so-called Frost Moon Sword, to put it bluntly, is not as useful as his own hands. Such a treasure. Gu Qingfeng naturally looked down upon it. At this time, Xiao Shui, who was standing by, said softly, "I heard that the Hanyu sword came from the famous sword villa. Master Gu, do you have any thoughts about this treasure? If it was a mid-grade divine weapon, it would be good, but it's a pity that it's a low-grade divine weapon. After all, it's a little bit inferior." Gu Qingfeng shook his head. Hearing this, the maid's eyes were obviously a little dim. For them, the more customers trade here, the more commission they can get. So Qiu Shui naturally hopes that Gu Qingfeng can get the Hanyu sword. However, for the head of such a noble family, once a decision is made, it is not something that can be easily influenced by others, let alone a little maid like herself. Too much talk leads to mistakes. That's the reason. Qiu Shui naturally understood. So, when Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, Qiu Shui stopped talking and just served him, pouring tea and water for him. At this moment, the competition for the Hanyu sword auction was still going on. In less than a moment, the price of this magical weapon soared to 2,000 taels. With the price at this point, few people are competing for it anymore. Finally, the Hanyu sword fell into the hands of a warrior for the price of 2,200 taels of silver. The auction of the Frost Moon Sword ended, livening up the atmosphere of the entire auction venue, and other items were auctioned one after another. These things, either it is a magical weapon or elixir. Some things are even helpful to warriors in the blood refining realm. For example, in the auction house, there is a kind of medicine called blood nourishing pill. Blood refining realm warriors can take it to nourish their qi and blood and improve their own cultivation strength. As soon as this elixir came out, many warriors in the blood refining realm fought for it. But Gu Qingfeng completely scoffed at this. After all, he had taken the blood nourishing pill before, and this kind of pill was completely different from the blood refining pill. However, Gu Qingfeng did not completely fail to take action. He bought some of the elixirs and spiritual medicines needed for the skin refining realm cultivation. Gu Qingfeng couldn't use these things himself. He prepared them for Gu Yang. Time passes. The lots were sold one by one, and then the auction came to an end. Ji Ping took out a gilded brocade box. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the box, and the fiery look in their eyes was not concealed at all. I believe that most of you came here today for this item, so I won't say any more nonsense. Fiery Sun Palm. A top, level mid-grade martial art. If you cultivate it to perfection, you can enter the realm of the peak of blood refining. The starting price for this martial art is 10,000 taels of silver, and each bid must not be less than 100 taels of silver. I'll give you 20,000 taels, 30,000 Rio, 40,000 Rio. The moment Ji Ping finished speaking, the price of the Fiery Sun Palm skyrocketed and directly broke through 50,000 taels of silver. Everyone understands how useful a top-notch mid-grade martial art is. For example, the top forces in Baishideo today are nothing more than those who master this kind of martial arts. If he could get it, then his family would have the potential to dominate Baishideo. It's not worth it anymore. There is no problem in further improving one's own cultivation. To be frank, among the warriors currently coming to Yun Pavilion, 90% are here for mid-level martial arts. Hearing the price rising continuously, it had exceeded 100,000 taels in the blink of an eye. Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly, looked at Ming Peng beside him, and asked, "How much silver did we bring this time?" "I only brought 120,000 taels in total. The owner just spent 10,000 taels on the auction, so now I only have about 110,000 taels left," Ming Peng replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng looked towards the auction table again. With 110,000 taels of silver, it seemed impossible for him to win the Fiery Sun Palm. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, the Gu family's foundation is a little weak. With 2 or 3 years of development, being able to come up with hundreds of thousands of taels of silver is already the limit. However, even so, Gu Qingfeng still called out a price. But the price of 110,000 taels was surpassed by others in less than a moment. See this? Gu Qingfeng gave up the idea of competing for the Fiery Sun God Palm, then signaled Ming Peng with his eyes to come forward and whispered a few words to him, who then understood and left the room. Then, Gu Qingfeng just watched the auction calmly. Wait until the end. The price of the Fiery Sun Palm was set at 200,000 taels of silver. Gu Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief. The price of mid-level martial arts was much more expensive than he had imagined. At this time, the people at the auction house also delivered all the items that Gu Qingfeng had won, and Gu Qingfeng immediately paid the corresponding amount of silver. Let's go back. Walking out of Yun Pavilion, Gu Qingfeng looked at the other martial artists who were in a hurry. A mysterious smile appeared on his face, and then he said something to Gu Yang. Return to Gu's house. Gu Qingfeng handed over all the resources obtained from the auction to Gu Yang. With these resources, it should be much easier for you to break through the skin refining stage. I will definitely live up to your high expectations, Gu Yang said seriously. With a resource of 12,000 silver coins, it would be shameful if he still couldn't break through to the skin refining stage. Half an hour later, Ming Peng is back. How's the investigation going? Master Qi, we have already found out the news. The person who got the Fiery Sun Palm this time is Yun Tianqing, the leader of the Tianyun sect, Ming Peng said in a low voice. Tianyun sect. When hearing the name of this sect, Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. The Tianyun sect also has several warriors at the blood refining realm, and it is rumored that its strength is second only to the Qin family and the Tiegu gang. In fact, the force that was able to win the Fiery Sun Palm this time was destined to have a very strong foundation. Otherwise, who could come up with 200,000 taels in one breath? So, after hearing what Ming Peng said, Gu Qingfeng was not surprised. Where are the people from Tianyun sect now? Since the auction ended, the people from the Tianyun sect left immediately. They must have left Baishir City by now. However, according to my observations, many people are secretly watching the Tianyun sect. I'm afraid their journey won't be smooth sailing, Ming Peng said in a deep voice. Gu Qingfeng said calmly, "It is a top-notch mid-grade martial art that can directly lead to the realm of perfect blood refining. It is normal for all the major forces to be attracted to it. What's more, the Qin family and the Tiegu gang may not be willing to see another powerful person who has completed the blood refining in Baishideo. Does the patriarch have any thoughts on the Fiery Sun Palm?" Who wouldn't have ideas about a top-notch mid-grade martial art? If the Tianyun sect can obtain the fiery sun palm, why can't my Gu family? Let's go. They may have already fought outside the city. If we go too late, I'm afraid someone else will get it. Gu Qingfeng left with his hands behind his back, and Ming Peng followed him in a hurry. Outside Baishir City, killing broke out. Just as Gu Qingfeng said, the people of Tianyun sect had just left Baishir City not long ago when they were ambushed by various forces. The purpose of these forces was simple, to obtain the fiery sun palm. However, it's not that there are no powerful people coming from the Tianyun sect this time. Sect leader Yun Tianqing and 2 elders followed, a total of 3 strong men in the blood-refining realm. Many people who ambushed them and wanted to compete for the fiery sun god palm were killed on the spot. When Gu Qingfeng and Ming Peng arrived outside the city, they saw corpses everywhere and more than a dozen figures fighting fiercely for the fiery sun god palm. As expected, the people from the 2 major forces have arrived. Ming Peng looked at the fierce battle on the field with a look of shock on his face. The 2 major forces he referred to were naturally the Qin family and the Bone Refining Gang. Gu Qingfeng also looked at the fight on the field. Although everyone was masked, he could determine their identities just by looking at their martial arts skills. There were many blood-refining realm warriors who came to kill Tianyun sect this time. Even though Tianyun sect was powerful, it was completely unable to resist. In less than a moment, there were 2 middle-level blood-refining elders from the Tianyun sect who disappeared. They were killed on the spot under the siege of many powerful warriors. See this scene. Yun Tianqing's eyes were about to burst out, and murderous intent surged in his chest, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that he was having a hard time getting out, he threw out the box containing the fiery sun palm and shouted, "The fiery sun palm is right here. You guys have to show your ability to get it." Before he finished speaking, Yun Tianqing had already pulled away and retreated. All the people who were originally fighting paused and rushed towards the treasure box without thinking. Yun Tianqing took advantage of this opportunity to leave the battlefield directly. After all, he was already seriously injured under the siege of so many powerful men. If he didn't leave, death would be waiting for him. Fiery sun palm, this is mine. There was a masked old man with a hoarse voice, his blood and energy were vibrating, and a long sword was shining with a cold light. The terrifying and cold sword light had already forced everyone back. Just when the opponent was about to get the treasure box, a strong man broke the sword light with his hands, and his fist collided with the sword, and the sound of metal clashing was heard. "If you want to get the fiery sun palm, ask me if I agree to grant it to you." Snort the scene was in chaos. The blood-refining realm warriors from all sides were killing each other. Gu Qingfeng and Ming Peng hid in the dark, just watching the situation change quietly. Not long. Even if there were other blood-refining realm warriors who perished, some were also seriously injured and left the stage. The only remaining strong men from the 2 forces are still fighting for the fiery sun god palm. It's almost time. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. The remaining 2 forces had a total of 6 blood-refining realm warriors, but they had all suffered heavy casualties. Now, the longer the time was delayed, the more unexpected things would happen. So, Gu Qingfeng decided to take action. He casually tore off a piece of cloth to cover his face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. He told Ming Peng beside him to hide and not show his face, and then he attacked directly. Bang! Gu Qingfeng jumped out from the darkness like a big bird, reaching for the treasure box on the ground. Seeing someone fighting for it, the 2 major forces that were fighting each other joined forces tacitly and attacked him directly. "Humph, if you want to benefit from this, you should ask us first." A blood-refining realm warrior who was suspected to be from the Qin family sneered and swung his long sword through the air. He seemed to have seen the scene of Gu Qingfeng being pierced through by him. However, without waiting for the long sword to reach him, Gu Qingfeng suddenly punched out. The fist, which was as powerful as a divine weapon, collided with the tip of the sword. The latter could not withstand such a strong pressure and shattered suddenly. Immediately following, Gu Qingfeng raised his arms to shake the sky, using his extremely powerful strength to block all incoming attacks. The attacks of the six blood refining realm warriors were powerful enough to collapse mountains and split rocks. Even though Gu Qingfeng had pushed the iron body technique to its extreme, his blood was still boiling. However, compared to Gu Qingfeng, the other six were even more shocked. No one expected it. Even when he and others worked together, they were unable to kill the opponent on the spot, and they couldn't even injure him seriously. The terrifying power of the person who came suddenly made them feel extremely threatened. However, without waiting for everyone to be shocked, Gu Qingfeng's vigorous energy burst out, like a rolling smoke rising into the sky, and his fists blasted out with a force that shook the sky, and in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he directly blasted a blood-refining realm warrior away. The blood-refining realm warrior's chest collapsed, as if he had suffered an unimaginable heavy blow. And when the whole person flew out, he died before he actually landed on the ground. Blood and blood wolf smoke. Shiraishi, when did a strong man like you appear? The remaining 5 blood-refining realm warriors were all horrified. Blood and chi wolf smoke. This is a performance that can only be achieved by a warrior in the blood-refining realm after he is cultivated to a certain level. The appearance of the chi and blood wolf smoke has nothing to do with the level of the blood-refining realm warrior. Such a strange phenomenon will only occur when the chi and blood are tempered to a higher level. So, chi and blood wolf smoke represents potential and is also the invincible combat power in the same realm. If a warrior at the initial stage of blood refining cultivates the chi and blood wolf smoke, then even a warrior at the intermediate stage of blood refining may not be his match. Chi and blood wolf smoke are difficult to cultivate. Looking at the entire Baishideo, no one can reach this level. The appearance of a powerful man with blood and chi naturally shocked them. However, Gu Qingfeng did not give them a chance to breathe. After killing a blood-refining realm warrior first, he went to kill another one. The man reacted hastily and also mobilized his own strength, trying to block Gu Qingfeng's attack with his arm. What a pity. The gap in strength between the two is too big. With just one punch, Gu Qingfeng shattered the opponent's arm into several sections. The broken arm bones pierced through the flesh and were exposed to the air. The severe pain made the opponent scream miserably. However, the scream stopped abruptly as soon as it came out, because Gu Qingfeng had already blown his head off with a punch. The headless corpse twitched twice, and then there was no sound. Until this moment, the remaining warriors finally reacted. This beast is ferocious. Let's work together to subdue and kill it first. One of the blood-refining realm warriors spoke in a cold voice, but the rest of the people did not raise any objections and instead tried their best to kill the other party. They were terrified by the strength that Gu Qingfeng revealed, as he killed 2 blood-refining realm warriors in an instant with the force of thunder. Seeing the 4 blood-refining realm warriors coming to kill him, Gu Qingfeng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and the blood in his body began to boil, especially the bloody smell in the air, which made him feel a little excited. Kill. No extra words. Gu Qingfeng used all his strength, and his blood turned into a bloody mist. Each of his punches was powerful and his hands were like magical weapons, which terrified the 4 blood-refining realm warriors. A moment's effort, Gu Qingfeng crushed the long sword with his bare hands, and in front of the horrified gaze of the blood-refining realm warrior, he pierced his throat with one finger. The latter staggered to the ground, holding his throat, and died after struggling for less than a moment. Then, Gu Qingfeng slapped out with his palm again like a palm leaf fan, and hit another blood-refining realm warrior hard with a blow like splitting a stone, causing his body to be torn into pieces instantly, with flesh and blood scattered all over the ground. This moment, the remaining 2 blood-refining warriors could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts and left without looking back. It's too late to leave now, Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly. The murderous intent in his heart made his eyes seem to turn red. The vast blood energy gathered between his legs, and he flew into the air. He kicked one of the blood-refining realm warriors in the back, causing him to spit out blood, and the mask on his face fell off. Those who had been watching the fight, secretly hoping to reap the benefits, all changed color when they saw the other party's true face. See Yuan Hao. The opponent is the leader of the Iron Bone Gang's Divine Power Hall, a top warrior who has entered the later stages of blood refining. But now, the opponent's spine was broken and he fell to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. He was vomiting mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, and it was obvious that he was already very weak. After killing Si Yuan Hao, Gu Qingfeng kicked several pieces of rubble away, hitting another warrior's legs, making him scream and fall directly to the ground. The next moment, Gu Qingfeng took 2 steps forward and raised his fist to strike. Seeing this, the man said with fear in his eyes, "Don't kill me. I am from the Qin family." The words were not finished. Gu Qingfeng's fist had already landed, hitting the opponent's throat, causing his voice to stop abruptly, and he died on the spot in an instant. After doing all this, Gu Qingfeng returned to the original place and picked up the golden box stained with blood. Opened the treasure box. Inside was a martial art called Fiery Sun Palm. Gu Qingfeng put it in his arms and left. Only after he left for a while did the others dare to come out of the darkness. Looking at the tragic scene on the ground and the numerous dead blood refining realm warriors, many people had looks of shock and uncertainty on their faces. Blood and Blood Wolf Smoke. He single-handedly killed 6 blood refining realm warriors, one of whom was the leader of the Iron Bone Gang's Divine Power Hall. Where did this ruthless person come from? Everyone was shocked. He killed 6 people in the blood refining realm, and one of them was a strong man in the late stage of the blood refining realm. The opponent's strength must have reached the pinnacle of the blood refining realm. Otherwise, how can it be done to this extent? Then, someone else took off the veils of the remaining dead, which immediately caused an uproar. The elder of the Qin family, leader of the Iron Bone Gang. Among the 6 blood refining realm warriors, the weakest ones are at the middle stage of blood refining, and there are 2 who have entered the late stage of blood refining, namely Qin Wei, the great elder of the Qin family, and Si Yuan Hao, the head of the Iron Bone Gang's Divine Art Hall. Such a record. He was even more certain that the other party was a strong man at the top of the blood refining realm, and, in such a short period of time, he killed so many powerful blood refining realm warriors. The opponent must be one of the most powerful ones among those at the top of the blood refining realm. I'm afraid the sky of Shiraishi Road is about to change. Someone looked at the body on the ground and muttered to himself. Any warrior in the blood refining realm has a high status in Baishidao, and now there are no less than 10 warriors in the blood refining realm who have died here. The Qin family and the Iron Bone Gang each lost 3 people in the blood refining realm. Even with the foundation of the 2 major forces, it would only cause serious damage. Everyone could have imagined how the Baishidao would be shaken next. Soon, the battle outside Baishir City spread throughout the Baishir Dao world like a hurricane. Many warriors were secretly guessing which force the mysterious blood refining expert who acted in secret came from. However, some people also speculate the other party may not be from Shiraishi Road. After all, those strong people who can enter this realm are all well known and no one's strength can match them. But no matter what, the moment this news came out, the Qin family and the Iron Bone Gang were furious, and at the same time, the news of the mysterious strong man's bounty was greatly spread, causing the huge white stone road to shake again. Patriarch. In the inner courtyard of the Gu family, Meng Peng was extremely respectful, and the look he gave Gu Qingfeng was filled with awe for the strong man. He could be said to have witnessed the battle outside Baishir City with his own eyes. Qin Wei, the elder of the Qin family, and Si Yuan Hao, the head of the Divine Power Hall of the Iron Bone Gang, 2 powerful men who were well known in Baishidao, were directly suppressed and killed by the other side on the spot. With his own strength, he killed 6 blood refining realm warriors, and the weakest of them were only at the middle level of blood refining realm. Such strength is the best in the entire Baishidao. Always, Meng Peng thought that Gu Qingfeng was just an ordinary blood refining realm. His purpose of joining the Gu family was to see if there was a chance to learn the Gu family's mid-level martial arts, nothing more. But now, Meng Peng put away all his little thoughts, and the little bit of resentment he had disappeared without a trace. In his opinion, with Gu Qingfeng's terrifying strength, it is not impossible for the Gu family to strive for the position of overlord of Baishidao in the future. In today's chaotic world, the imperial court had weak control over local forces, The aristocratic clans established by powerful warriors are completely free from the control of the imperial court. Now that the Gu family has just started, if Meng Peng follows closely behind Gu Qingfeng and works for him wholeheartedly, he will definitely benefit from the future rise of the Gu family. Same. Meng Peng believed that if he betrayed the Gu family, he would have no place to stay in the entire Baishidao. This can be seen from the fact that Gu Qingfeng killed 6 blood-refining realm cultivators with thunder, like means without even blinking an eye. What's going on? Gu Qingfeng asked calmly. He saw the awe in the other person's eyes. And this is also the effect that Gu Qingfeng wants to see. After all, the Gu family doesn't have many useful people in Baishidao, and Meng Peng has been good in all aspects of his work in recent years, so he would take Meng Peng to snatch the fiery sun god palm. The purpose of doing this is to demonstrate sufficient strength to inspire awe in the other party. Loyalty. Often it takes strength to shock. Meng Peng said respectfully. Now the Qin family and the Tiegu gang are both furious and are searching for the mysterious strong man. But no one knows for the time being that the mysterious strong man is the head of the family. In addition, the fact that 2 major forces ambushed Yun Tianqing and Tianyun sect has also been exposed. It is estimated that Tianyun sect will not let it go. Gu Qingfeng heard this and nodded. After all, the Tianyun sect is a major force in the Baishidao. Although it is not as powerful as the Qin family and the Tiegu gang, it is no exception. If the 2 families had not really revealed their identities, some things could have been turned a blind eye, and the Tianyun sect could only swallow this stupid loss. But now, the identities of the Qin family and the Tiegu gang have been exposed, so the Tianyun sect will certainly not stop. So, Whitehead Road was destined to become chaotic. In Gu Qingfeng's eyes, these things only bring benefits to the Gu family and no harm. After all, the more chaotic Baisher Road is, the more room for development his Gu family will have. In addition, after this battle, Gu Qingfeng also has a comprehensive understanding of his own strength. Although he is only at the middle level of blood refining now, if he uses his full strength, he can be on par with the strongest people at the top of blood refining. Look at the entire Baisher Road. There are only a few strong people at the top of blood refining. The only pity is, after all, the Gu family's foundation is still a little shallow. In the huge Gu family, among the warriors who have entered the blood refining realm, there is only Gu Qingfeng. Even if his strength is comparable to that of the top master of blood refining, it is still difficult for him to dominate the entire Baishidao. In the final analysis, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. In the eyes of the powerful in Baishidao, the Gu family is just an outsider. It would be fine if they had kept a low profile in the past, but if they really revealed that there was a strong man from the top of the blood refining realm, then they would definitely be targeted by other forces. Even though Gu Qingfeng was extremely confident in his own strength, he was not sure he could fight against the entire Baishidao, unless able to break through the limits of the blood refining realm and reach a higher level. But it is not easy to make a breakthrough to this point. It took Gu Qingfeng almost 10 years to go from the initial stage of skin refining to the intermediate stage of blood refining. It will definitely take longer to go from the middle level of blood refining to the next level. A warrior who refines blood has a lifespan of 100 years. Gu Qingfeng had walked almost 1/3 of the way. His current goal is very simple, just to be able to break through to the next level before the age of 50. In that case, your lifespan can also be extended. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at Meng Peng and said in a deep voice, "You did a good job this time. I also know why you joined the Gu family. As long as you serve the Gu family with peace of mind, I will give you the opportunity to break through the blood refining realm." Speaking of which, Gu Qingfeng took out a secret book from his arms and handed it to Meng Peng. This is only half of the Gu family fist. If you can practice it to perfection, I will teach you the other half. Then you will be able to make a breakthrough. It's just that Gu family fist is of great importance and cannot be passed on without permission. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. I will die for the master. Meng Peng held the Gu family fist in both hands, his expression excited. Even though what was in front of him was only a half-step Gu family boxing and did not involve blood refining, in Meng Peng's view, it was also a great opportunity. Both are martial arts at the skin refining realm. Compared with ordinary low-grade martial arts and half of mid-grade martial arts, The latter is of course much more advanced. Although Meng Peng himself is a skilled warrior, what he practices is just ordinary martial arts, which is certainly not as sophisticated as Gu Family Fist. Okay, you go down first. I'm leaving now. Meng Peng left. Gu Qingfeng looked at the other person's departing back with his eyes slightly narrowed. Then, he took out a gold-plated box from his arms and opened it. What came into view was a thin secret door with a few large characters written on the cover. Fiery Sun Palm. Gu Qingfeng was quite excited as he got the top mid-grade martial arts for the first time. He immediately opened the Fiery Sun Palm and began to study it carefully. When observing the Fiery Sun Palm in depth, Gu Qingfeng was able to understand the profoundness of this martial art. It was completely incomparable to the original Gu Family Fist and Iron Body skills and other martial arts. Half an hour later, Gu Qingfeng put down the Fiery Sun Divine Palm, his eyes filled with emotion. The Fiery Sun Palm is indeed a top-level mid-grade martial art. The depth of this unique martial art cannot be matched even by the Gu Family Fist and Iron Body skills after they have broken through their limits. Generally, martial arts are divided into only 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. But the Fiery Sun Palm is different. The Fiery Sun Palm is divided into 9 levels, and each level is divided into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. The first 4 levels are comparable to the 4 levels of skin refining. The last 4 levels are the same as the 4 levels of blood refining, and the 9th level is already at the level of half-step bone refining. Half-step bone refining. This was somewhat beyond Gu Qingfeng's expectations. I originally thought that the Fiery Sun Palm was just the level of blood refining, but I didn't expect that I could go one step further and step into the level of half-step bone refining. But on second thought, what Yungu said is quite right. Half-step bone refining is actually just the peak of blood refining. But anyway, the mystery of the Fiery Sun Palm made Gu Qingfeng feel extremely surprised. Powerful martial arts. If it can be cultivated to perfection, its power will be much stronger. However, the unfathomable depth of the Fiery Sun Palm meant that the difficulty of practicing this martial art would be greatly increased. Then, Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute interface. Name: Gu Qingfeng. Age: 32 out of 100. Realm: Blood Refining Intermediate Martial Arts. Gu Family Fist, Level 1 Indestructible. Iron Body Skill, Level 1 Body as strong as iron. Big Stone Smashing Hand, Minor Success. Iron Leg Skill, Minor Success. Refined Iron Fingers, Minor Success. Fiery Sun Palm, not yet mastered. Boost points, 0, as expected. The Fiery Sun Palm is in an unlearned state. Gu Qingfeng discovered another advantage of his golden finger. That is, all martial arts in the world can be included by reading them carefully once, and he can directly improve them later when he has improvement points. The next time, Gu Qingfeng was silently practicing the Fiery Sun God Palm. In the face of this kind of martial arts, like other martial arts, Gu Qingfeng just ignored it for the time being. After all, with the top-level mid-level martial arts in front of you, wasting time practicing other low-level martial arts would be putting the cart before the horse. In the past, Gu Qingfeng had to practice many low-grade martial arts only because he did not have mid-grade martial arts in hand. So he hoped to bring about qualitative changes through quantitative changes. While Gu Qingfeng was in seclusion for cultivation, there was also a turbulent situation on Baishidao. A mysterious and powerful person appears. In addition, the major forces killed many blood-refining realm warriors, which caused quite a stir in the originally peaceful martial arts world. In particular, some forces that were previously suppressed by the 2 major forces are now ready to make some moves. Tianyun's sect. Yun Tianqing was standing respectfully in front of a courtyard, his face slightly pale, and it was obvious that he had not recovered much from the injuries he had suffered previously. After a moment, the tightly closed courtyard gate opened, and an old man in brocade clothes walked out. The other person looked old, but his eyes were bright and his temples were bulging, and it was obvious that his cultivation had reached perfection. When the other party just walked out, Yun Tianqing felt a surge of blood energy rushing towards his face, causing a look of shock to appear on his face, which soon turned into surprise. The Grand Elder has made a breakthrough? Well, I had a lucky breakthrough a few days ago. Yun Changkong nodded slightly, but there was a proud look on his face. The inheritance of Tianyun's sect can only be cultivated to the later stage of blood refining. He was able to break through to the perfection of blood refining because he successfully broke the limit on the basis of Tianyun's sect's inheritance, and thus was able to step into this realm. Throughout the history of the Tianyun sect, no one has ever been able to break the limit. So, Yun Changkong also has the qualifications to be proud. Then, he looked at Yun Tianqing in front of him, frowning again. Are you injured? Nice. Yun Tianqing smiled bitterly and could only tell everyone what had happened. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, murderous intent suddenly burst out from Yun Changkong. What a Qin family, what a iron bone gang. They really think that our Tianyun sect is made of clay. These two families must give our Tianyun sect an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, this matter will never end. The strength of the Tianyun sect itself is not weak, but it is not as strong as the Qin family and the Tiegu gang because it does not have a top expert to control the situation. But now Yun Changkong himself has completed a breakthrough in blood refining, and his strength is enough to be comparable to the top powers of the two major forces. So he has the confidence to call the two major forces to account. After all, the Tianyun sect suffered heavy losses in this incident. Not only did they lose two mid-level blood refining elders, but they also lost a top-notch mid-grade martial art. No matter what, both families must give an explanation. At that time, Yun Changkong was in seclusion trying to reach the state of perfection in blood refining. So he asked Yun Tianqing to lead the powerful men from other sects to Baishur City in order to obtain the fiery sun palm. Unexpected. After all, an accident happened. Then, Yun Changkong's murderous intent faded, and he asked in a deep voice, You said that Qin Wei died at the hands of a mysterious strong man. What is this person's background? Does the sect know? That mysterious strong man acted very secretly. The martial arts he used were similar to the collapsing mountain fist, but they were much more sophisticated than the collapsing mountain fist. I suspect that this person may have practiced the collapsing mountain fist to the point of breaking the limit. Yun Tianqing told everyone the information he had obtained without any concealment. Yun Changkong frowned slightly when he heard this. The collapsing mountain fist is only a low-grade martial art. Even if it can break the limit, its strength is about the same as that of an ordinary blood refining realm. According to what you said, this person has already cultivated the Qi and blood wolf smoke, and was able to kill many people in the blood refining realm with the limit-breaking mountain fist. It can be seen that his strength is definitely not simple. Strong enemy. This is what Yun Changkong thought. If it were him, he might not be able to do the same thing as the other person. However, there are only a limited number of strong people in Baishidao. If someone really possesses such power, it is impossible for him to act in a low profile and not show off. So, in Yun Changkong's opinion, the opponent was most likely not a martial artist from Baishidao. The reason why he appeared was probably because he was aiming for mid-grade martial arts. Now that the mysterious strong man has succeeded, I'm afraid he has already left Baishidao. Therefore, Yun Changkong did not think about this matter for the time being. Let's talk about it later. The mysterious strong man killed 6 blood, refining realm warriors from the two forces. In Yun Changkong's view, he could be considered an ally of the Tianyun sect. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The two families each lost 3 people in the blood refining realm, and 2 of them were in the middle stage of blood refining, and 1 was in the late stage of blood refining. In comparison, although the Tianyun sect also suffered heavy losses, it at least made Yun Changkong feel a little more secure. Immediately, Yun Changkong left Tianyun sect and headed for Baishur City. This matter, both companies must give an explanation. This day, in front of the Qin family mansion, an old man in brocade clothes walked up. The Qin family guard who was guarding the door was about to speak when he was blown away by a powerful force, which directly smashed the Qin family's door. Such a huge commotion instantly changed the expressions of the people around, and also alarmed the people inside the Qin family. Who dares to come to the Qin family and act so presumptuously? A cold voice was heard, and then a warrior from the Qin family appeared. Right at this moment, the blood and energy in Yun Changkong's body exploded, and the terrifying blood energy turned into billowing wolf smoke that rose up. The terrifying pressure spread out, making the Qin family warrior who had just appeared turn pale, and it became difficult for him to breathe. I am Yun Changkong from the Tianyun sect. I came here today to demand an explanation from the Qin family. Yun Changkong's angry voice spread all over the place. Gu's backyard. Meng Peng walked in from outside, bowed respectfully, and then said, Master, an hour ago, the Tianyun sect's Grand Elder Yun Chang flew to Baisher City and went to the Qin family to question them personally. Hear the news. Gu Qingfeng looked a little surprised. Yun Changkong. I remember that he seemed to be in seclusion all the time, right? Yun Changkong, the supreme elder of Tianyun sect, is a master of the later stage of blood refining. The other party is the pillar of Tianyun sect, who has been in seclusion for many years to strive for the perfection of blood refining. This news is not a secret. Gu Qingfeng is naturally not unfamiliar with this person. Even though he had never met Yun Changkong, he had heard of his name and deeds. This person came out of retreat and came to Shiraishi Castle. Could it be that he has successfully made a breakthrough? Gu Qingfeng seemed to have thought of something. Meng Peng nodded, his expression serious. What the sect leader said is true. Yun Changkong has indeed broken through to the blood-refining perfection. This time the opponent's force is so strong that it even alarmed the ancestor of the Qin family. The two parties negotiated at the Qin family, and the subordinates could not hear the specific details. But soon after Yun Changkong entered the Qin family, a fierce fight broke out, and then Yun Changkong left angrily, indicating that the conversation between the two parties ended unpleasantly. Gu Qingfeng heard this and nodded. Needless to say, the purpose of Yun Changkong's visit to the Qin family this time can be guessed. It must be related to the fiery sun palm. The Qin family ambushed the Tianyun sect outside Baisher City. If Yun Changkong didn't make a breakthrough, it would be fine. Facing the powerful Qin family, the other side could only accept it. But now that Yun Changkong has successfully broken through, it's different. They have both completed the process of blood refining. So who is stronger than the other? Yun Changkong came with great force, but it was obvious that the Qin family did not give the other party a satisfactory answer. Now that the Tianyun sect's supreme elder has left, it is likely that there will be a grudge between them. After leaving the Qin family, Yun Changkong probably didn't go back to the Tianyun sect directly, right? Gu Qingfeng asked again. Meng Peng nodded. The head of the family is right. After Yun Changkong left the Qin family, he went directly to the Tiegu gang. However, there was no conflict between the two sides this time. Instead, the Tiegu gang politely invited Yun Changkong in. Interesting. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly, then said to Meng Peng, You continue to pay attention to the actions of the Tiegu gang and the Qin family, and don't pay too much attention to other things. If Bai Shidao wants to cause chaos, that is Bai Shidao's business. With me here, the Gu family won't be in chaos. The master of the family has reached a state of perfection in his cultivation. With you here to take care of the family, there will be no problem, Meng Peng said with a face full of admiration and awe. He can now vividly remember Gu Qingfeng's strength and amazing achievements. In Meng Peng's eyes, Gu Qingfeng's strength can at least rank among the top 3 in Bai Shidao. Even if he is on par with the Qin family's ancestor and the leader of the Iron Bone gang, he is not necessarily weaker than them. With such a strong man guarding the Gu family, there will be no problem even if Bai Shidao is turned upside down. After sending Meng Peng away, Gu Qingfeng continued to practice the fiery sun palm. For him, nothing is more important than a breakthrough in one's own cultivation. The next day, there is more news coming from Meng Peng. It is said that Yun Changkong had a very pleasant conversation with the Tiegu gang, and the leader of the Tiegu gang, Luo Yu, personally sent them out of Baisher City. Regarding this, Gu Qingfeng was not surprised either. From the moment the Tiegu gang treated Yun Changkong politely, he had already guessed what the Tiegu gang was thinking. In the past, Bai Shidao was stable because there were only 2 powerful men who had completed the blood refining stage in Bai Shidao. One person is in the Iron Bone gang. One person is at the Qin family. The 2 great blood refining masters were in control of the situation, causing the entire Bai Shidao to fall into a delicate balance. Although this balance could not make Bai Shidao peaceful, it would not cause too much trouble either. But now that the 3rd powerful person who has reached the perfect level of blood refining realm has appeared, it is natural that the original balance of Bai Shidao has undergone subtle changes again. this change. It is possible that the entire Baishideo will be plunged into bloodshed. However, Gu Qingfeng didn't pay much attention to all this. He asked Ming Pong to keep an eye on Yun Changkong and the Tiegu gang's movements just to have some grasp of the situation, but it did not mean that he had the intention of intervening. For Gu Qingfeng, even if Baishideo was turned upside down, as long as it did not affect him, he would not care. 1 month later, Gu Qingfeng successfully mastered the first level of the Fiery Sun Palm. The difficulty of practicing this unique skill is even higher than he imagined. Even with Gu Qingfeng's cultivation level at the blood refining stage, it took him a full month to master the first level of the Fiery Sun Divine Palm. If it were me at the beginning, I would not be able to master the first level of the Fiery Sun Palm in 10 or 8 years. Gu Qingfeng shook his head secretly. His talent in martial arts can only be described as mediocre. The more advanced the martial arts, the more difficult it is to practice. Not to mention, the practice of the Fiery Sun Palm requires a corresponding medicinal bath, and each bath costs 100 taels of silver. This means that Gu Qingfeng, with his current wealth and power, can afford such expenditure. If it were an ordinary person, even if they obtained the Fiery Sun Palm, it would be difficult to successfully cultivate it. However, after mastering the first level of the Fiery Sun Palm, Gu Qingfeng felt that his blood and energy seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, as if they were filled with a slightly burning aura. Although the burning breath was very faint, so faint that it was almost unnoticeable, but such changes are real. Regarding this, Gu Qingfeng was also shocked by the mystery of the top-level martial arts. The effect brought by just the first level of entry is comparable to the effect of minor or even major success in other lower-grade martial arts. After realizing the benefits of the Fiery Sun Palm, Gu Qingfeng became more and more crazy in his practice. 3 months, Gu Qingfeng perfected the first level of the Fiery Sun Palm. He then set about cultivating the second level of the Fiery Sun Divine Palm. While Gu Qingfeng's strength was steadily improving, Baishideo had also undergone tremendous changes in the past few months. First, it was the Tiegu gang that took the lead in launching the attack, breaking the long-standing peace of Baishideo and attacking the other dominant force, the Qin family. Over the past few months, the two sides have had no less than dozens of conflicts, and each conflict has brought about serious consequences. Both the Iron Bone gang and the Qin family have suffered certain casualties. As the two major forces tore apart their ties, other forces that depended on the two major forces were also passively dragged into this war. So, the entire Baisha Road was in chaos. The only ones who can truly remain neutral are the Gu family, a handful of forces with blood-refining realm warriors at their helm. Time flies. Spring and autumn change. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Please remember Taiwan Novel Network a-bloodtype website to watch the fastest chapter updates, 3 years. The situation on Pak Shek Road became increasingly chaotic and worse. Even the Gu family, where Gu Qingfeng worked, had many businesses affected. All the forces at the blood refining realm are trying to use this opportunity to swallow up the Gu family. But a year and a half ago, Gu Qingfeng personally took action and killed a famous blood-refining realm warrior with an absolute crushing momentum in front of everyone, which immediately shocked Bai Shidao. Until now, the others reacted suddenly. The head of the Gu family, who has always been low-key and has always behaved in a very low profile, is actually a strong man in the blood-refining realm. Judging from the fact that he was able to subdue and kill strong men of the same realm, he was at least at the middle stage of blood refining, or even had the potential to have entered the late stage of blood refining. So, the Gu family instantly became a well-known and powerful family in Baishideo. For this, many forces came to visit, hoping to establish a relationship with the customer. After all, the situation in Baishideo is chaotic now, and there is war and chaos outside Baishideo. Being able to establish a relationship with a powerful family is not necessarily a bad thing. However, Gu Qingfeng had no intention of interfering in the affairs of the underworld, and he politely declined many attempts by forces to curry favor with him. But even so, the Gu family's reputation on Baisha Road is still very loud. Bang! In the backyard of the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng was practicing the Fiery Sun Palm. As he moved his palm techniques, Tremendous blood and energy came like a raging flame. A terrifying and hot aura erupted, and every move contained astonishing power. When a set of palm techniques was halfway performed, Gu Qingfeng's body shook, and the originally hot energy and blood power surged again, causing the temperature in the backyard to rise a lot. Boom! A palm fell. The rocks turned into powder. Then, Gu Qingfeng stopped his move and stood still. His boiling blood gradually calmed down, and then he took a look at his attribute page. Name: Gu Qingfeng. Age: 35 out of 100. Realm: Blood Refining Intermediate Martial Arts. Gu Family Fist, Level 1 Indestructible. Iron Body Skill, Level 1 Body as Strong as Iron. Big Stone Smashing Hand, Minor Success. Iron Leg Skill, Minor Success. Refined Iron Fingers, Minor Success. Fiery Sun Palm, 4th Entry Level. Boost Points, 0. I have finally entered the 4th level. Gu Qingfeng looked satisfied. After 3 years of hard training, he successfully cultivated the first 3 levels of the Fiery Sun Palm to perfection. Just now, he had an epiphany in his mind, allowing the Fiery Sun Palm to break through the limit of the 3rd level and enter the entry stage of the 4th level. Although there is only one step between the 3rd level of perfection and the 4th level of entry. But with the breakthrough of the Fiery Sun Palm, Gu Qingfeng could also clearly feel his own strength becoming even stronger. At this moment, a pretty woman in a green dress with skin as white as cream walked over. She looked at the sweat on Gu Qingfeng's forehead and the rocks that had turned into powder, and there was a smile in her eyes. Congratulations to my husband for making another breakthrough in his cultivation. My lady is here. Looking at the woman who was coming, Gu Qingfeng smiled indifferently, but when he saw her slightly bulging belly, a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. The woman's name is Su Yulan, and she is the eldest daughter of the Su family of Baishidao. A year ago, the Su family suffered a disaster, and she was the only one who fled to the Gu family. In the end, Gu Qingfeng rescued her. Since then, Su Yulan then lived in Gu's house. In less than 2 months, Gu Qingfeng married Su Yulan. The reason why Gu Qingfeng married Su Yulan was that he felt they were compatible, and partly because he wanted to have a few more children. Nice. It means giving birth to a child. Since awakening the Golden Finger, Gu Qingfeng has only one offspring, Gu Yang. Whenever the other party breaks through, he can get corresponding benefits. But the further a warrior advances, the more difficult it becomes to break through. Like now, Gu Yang has not been able to achieve a complete breakthrough in the 3 years since he broke through to the later stage of skin refining. This is the case even at the skin refining realm. When you enter the blood refining realm later, it will take even longer. Even though the lifespan of a warrior in the blood refining realm is slightly higher than that of an ordinary person, it is still limited. Gu Qingfeng might die of old age due to exhaustion of his lifespan one day. So, he must change his mindset. Marry Su Yulan. This is Gu Qingfeng's way of verifying his golden finger. He wanted to see, after Su Yulan's child was born, whether he could teach her martial arts and see if her breakthrough could also give him some improvement points. If it is really possible, then Gu Qingfeng's next idea is to make some changes. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Qingfeng's mind. He said to Su Yulan, "It's windy today. If Madam doesn't take a good rest, it will be bad if she catches a cold and affects the child. I take medicine every day, so the baby in my belly is healthy. You can rest assured, my husband." Su Yulan pursed her lips and smiled, and Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly when he heard that. In order to let the child that Su Yulan is carrying have the same talent as Gu Yang, Gu Qingfeng specially found a secret recipe, and then bought many precious medicinal herbs at a high price and gave them to Su Yulan every day. 1 year later, not to mention the baby in her belly, even Su Yulan herself benefited a lot. If it weren't for the inconvenience of practicing because of the baby in her belly, she might have been able to break through to the middle stage of skin refining. You know, Su Yulan's talent is not that strong. When she married Gu Qingfeng, she was already 20 years old, but she had only just entered the initial stage of skin refining. Now, in less than a year, the opponent is almost qualified to impact the middle level of skin refining. It can be seen how much effort Gu Qingfeng has put in this aspect. At this moment, Su Yulan frowned slightly, with a look of pain on her face. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed when he saw this. and he hurriedly supported Su Yulan. "Madam, don't worry, my husband. The baby in my belly just kicked me. It's nothing serious." Su Yulan smiled as bright as a flower, and after hearing her words, Gu Qingfeng finally felt relieved. Then, he accompanied Su Yulan back to the bedroom, let her have a good rest, and then found a doctor to take her pulse. Half a day passed. Gu Qingfeng and the doctor walked out of the bedroom. "Dr. Liu, how is my wife?" "Don't worry, Mr. Gu. Madam is in good health, and the baby is healthy. It is expected to be born in 2 months." Dr. Liu laughed. Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed when he heard this, and then he called someone over. "Let me take Dr. Liu for a ride." Finished? Gu Qingfeng took out a silver note from his pocket and handed it to Dr. Liu as a reward for his hard work. When the latter saw the amount on the note, he immediately smiled from ear to ear. After Dr. Liu left, Gu Qingfeng turned around to look in the direction of the bedroom, and then called 2 more maids. "You guys take good care of the lady and don't make any mistakes, otherwise I will hold you accountable." "Yes, sir." In the lobby of the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng sat in the main seat, and in front of him were Gu Yang and Meng Peng. Although Gu Yang is only 13 years old now, his posture has become more and more upright, and his slightly childish face is handsome, which is exactly 80% similar to Gu Qingfeng when he was young. What's more, the other party did not have the youthfulness and naivety that a teenager should have, but instead had an iron-blooded aura that was not typical for a man of this age. The reason for this situation is that in the past few years, Gu Qingfeng has rarely interfered in the affairs of the Gu family. All matters of the Gu family have been left to Gu Yang to handle. At the beginning, Gu Qingfeng will also give guidance from the side. By the following year, he had almost completely let go of his authority. Such a big family. Up and down things. Basically, it was Gu Yang who was responsible for handling the matter. Gu Qingfeng would only take action personally when there were things that Gu Yang could not solve. The purpose of doing this is to train Gu Yang as quickly as possible so that he can stand on his own. Facts prove it. Gu Qingfeng's approach was not wrong. In Gu Yang's hands, all of the Gu family's businesses are managed in an orderly manner. With Meng Peng's assistance, the reputation of this young master of the Gu family is quite great in the world. "Tell me, what happened?" Gu Qingfeng took a sip of tea, looked at the 2 people in front of him, and asked calmly. Before he finished speaking, Gu Yang was the first to speak. "Chi-Chi, father, a few days ago, several stores of my Gu family were smashed and looted by strange warriors, and more than a dozen people were killed. Later, according to the children's investigation, they found that the Chu family was behind these strange warriors." "The Chu family?" Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. "The Chu family you were talking about is the Chu family of the one who calls himself Thundersword Chu Tianxiang. Thundersword Chu Tianxiang. The opponent is the patriarch of the Chu family, a powerful man who has entered the middle stage of blood refining." Gu Yang nodded. "Father is right, it is the Chu family where Chu Tianxiang is. Although our Gu family has always kept a low profile, the Chu family shouldn't have the courage to take action against us, right?" Gu Qingfeng asked curiously. Although Gu Jia has been keeping a low profile in recent years and has not taken action very often, every time he does, he shows his strong strength. Normally speaking, even if the Chu family has some background, it is impossible for them to so rashly break off relations with the Gu family. Let's talk about it later. There is no grudge between the Gu family and the Chu family. Gu Yang said, "According to my investigation, the Chu family is backed by the Iron Bone Gang. This time, the target of our Gu family is not just the Chu family, but the Iron Bone Gang's intention." Iron Bone Gang. When Gu Qingfeng heard these 3 words, his expression changed slightly, and all the doubts in his heart became clear at this moment. At this time, Meng Peng whispered, "Master, the Tiegu gang has been cooperating with the Tianyun sect and has pushed the Qin family into a dead end over the past few years. Now it is clear that the Tiegu gang wants to dominate the Baishidao. A few days ago, the Tiegu gang sent people to us, hoping that our Gu family would join forces with them to deal with the Qin family, but we refused. At that time, I was afraid that the Tiegu gang must have been resentful of me. The Chu family's move this time is just a test. If we don't find a solution, the consequences will be serious." Iron Bone Gang. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold, and there seemed to be a murderous intent surging from his body, but it quickly subsided. He looked at Gu Yang and asked calmly, "Younger, it has been many years since you broke through to the later stage of the refined skin. Your aura is stable, and I think it won't take long for you to break through to the final stage of the refined skin, right? In 3 months at most, the child will definitely be able to make a breakthrough. 1 month. Your father wants you to break through within 1 month. No matter what the price is or how many resources you need to spend, it is not a problem. Within a month, I want to see you break through and complete the skin refining process." Gu Qingfeng spoke word by word. His words. Gu Yang was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "I understand. It's just the Chu family's business. Don't worry about the Chu family's affairs for now. Before you break through and complete the skin refining, keep a low profile. After you break through, your father will settle accounts with them." Gu Qingfeng's words made Gu Yang more confused. He didn't understand why dealing with the Chu family had anything to do with his breakthrough. However, these things, although Gu Yang had some doubts in his heart, he did not ask. In his heart, Gu Qingfeng is the real stabilizer. Now that the other party has spoken, the problem of the Chu family is no longer a problem. Then, they left. Gu Qingfeng sat alone in the lobby, his eyes slightly cold. The Chu family. The Iron Bone Gang. It's true that the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. I just want to keep a low profile and not get involved in the disputes in the martial arts world. Why do you always have to force me? Always. Gu Qingfeng doesn't want to interfere too much in the affairs of the martial arts world. After all, for him, nothing is more important than practicing silently to improve his strength. All I need to do is manage the Gu family's 1.5 acres of land well, quietly develop the family, and give Gu Yang enough time to grow. Result. Gu Qingfeng found that he was still too naive. Where there are people, there is the world. Even if the Gu family wants to keep a low profile, there must be someone who doesn't want them to keep a low profile. That being the case, then there is no need for the Gu family to continue to keep a low profile. 3 years of sedimentation. Gu Qingfeng has a certain degree of confidence in his own abilities, especially the fiery sun palm that broke through the 4th level, which brought his strength to a higher level. However, the leader of the Iron Bone Gang is nicknamed the Invincible Divine Fist. He has been practicing blood refining for many years. Although Gu Qingfeng is 50% sure that he can suppress the opponent, it is not safe after all. So, he has to wait. Wait until Gu Yang truly breaks through. As long as Gu Yang breaks through, Gu Qingfeng will be able to use the enhancement points gained to further improve his strength. At that time, this is the best time to settle accounts with the Chu family and the Tiegu gang. In a tavern's private room, the chirping sounds of young birds could be heard incessantly. Only a few people were seen having fun here. The leader was a square-faced, burly middle-aged man with bulging temples and bronze skin that seemed to contain terrifying power. At the same time, the finger bones of both hands are thick and the palms are covered with heavy ropes. This person is not someone else. It was Luo Yu, the leader of the Tiegu gang. Next to Luo Yu was an old man in gorgeous clothes. He was the head of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiang, nicknamed the Thunder Sword. Now Chu Tianxiang was seen toasting Luo Yu frequently, his old face full of awe and flattery. The Tiegu gang is now at its peak. I believe it won't be long before the Qin family will be completely wiped out. I would like to congratulate the leader of the Luo gang in advance. Master Chu, you are too polite. If the Tiegu gang can unify Bai Shideo this time, I will never forget the Chu family's contribution. Luo Yu smiled slightly. His words made Chu Tianxiang smile even more brilliantly. At this time, Luo Yu suddenly dismissed his attendants, and all the singing girls who served him stood up and left, and other irrelevant people also left. Seeing this, Chu Tianxiang's expression also became serious. According to the news, the army of King Shunwu has already occupied most of Danyang County. In another year at most, the army will occupy the entire Danyang County. At that time, King Shunwu's army will surely enter Taishan County. Now that the Taishan dynasty has run out of luck, King Shunwu has taken control of 3 counties within a few years of his uprising. In the future, there is a great possibility that he will compete for the rest of the world and sit on the supreme throne. Now we just need to take down Bai Shideo first, and when the army of King Shunwu arrives, we will cooperate with the army to take down Guangyang Prefecture. When King Shunwu ascends the throne, You and I will both be his heroes." Luo Yu's expression was stern, and what he said made Chu Tianxiong's face change slightly, and then he smiled. "It is an honor for the Chu family to be able to serve the king of Shenwu. As for what to do next, just let Luo Gang Master speak. I will certainly not hesitate. The next thing is very simple, that is, while dealing with the Qin family, gradually devour other forces in Baishidao. When the army of the godly king arrives one day, Luo will only need the help of Bai Shidao and Tiegu. Then the Tianyun sect. You don't have to worry about Tianyun sect. Yun Changkong is already working for the Shenwu king just like me." Luo Yu smiled slightly. Hearing this, Chu Tianxiong felt relieved. Then, Chu Tianxiong said again, "During this period, my Chu family has also been gradually targeting the Gu family, but the Gu family does not seem to have any reaction to this. Facing the step pressure from my Chu family, the Gu family has never made any statement. Is there something wrong here?" When the word Gu family was mentioned, there was a hint of fear in Chu Tianxiong's eyes. He was not afraid of the Gu family's resistance, but he was afraid that the Gu family would be like they are now, without any movement. Exactly what is said. A dog that bites doesn't bark. The more silent the Gu family was, the more uneasy Chu Tianxiong felt, especially the patriarch of the Gu family, whose strength is unfathomable. From Chu Tianxiong's judgment, the opponent is very likely a strong man in the middle or even late stage of blood refining. Luo Yu looked indifferent. You don't have to worry about the Gu family's problems, you just need to gradually devour the Gu family. If Gu Qingfeng doesn't take action, it's fine. If he dares to take action, this gang leader will deal with him. Anyone who dares to confront the King of God will not have a good ending for the family. Luo Yu never took it seriously. At first, he sent people to recruit the Gu family, but was rejected by the other party. In Luo Yu's mind, the fate of the Gu family was already determined. The Chu family is allowed to gradually devour the Gu family in secret because the Tiegu gang is now fully focused on dealing with the Qin family and cannot take any action for the time being. And then there is. The Tiegu gang can no longer attack the Gu family openly. After all, there are still many forces in Baishidao that remain neutral. If the Tiegu gang openly takes action against the Gu family, it will inevitably make other neutral forces feel threatened and then turn to the Qin family. This is not what Luo Yu wants to see. The reason why the Chu family is being exploited by the Gu family right now is because the Tiegu gang has also suffered heavy losses in dealing with the Qin family over the years and needs to plunder resources from other aspects to make up for its own losses. Once the Qin family's problems are truly resolved, it will be much easier for the Tiegu gang to turn around and deal with these forces. Hearing this, Chu Tianxiong also felt relieved. With a strong support behind me, the Gu family's problems will not be a problem anymore. No matter how powerful the head of the Gu family is, he can never be a match for Luo Yu. After all, the person in front of him has been practicing blood refining for many years and his strength is unfathomable. Looking at the entire Baishidao, only the one from the Qin family can compete with him. Receive orders from the Iron Bone gang. The Chu family stepped up their efforts to secretly encroach on the Gu family's industry. But, from the beginning to the end, the Chu family never really took any direct action, but only secretly instigated and trained other people to target the Gu family. So, even if the Gu family took any action, it would be impossible for them to go directly to the Chu family. Even, deep down, Chu Tianxiong wanted the Gu family to lose their temper and openly attack the Chu family. That way, the Chu family would have enough reasons to join forces with the Tiegu gang and directly wipe out the Gu family. A noble family with a powerful blood, refining master at its head must have a lot of resources in its hands. If the Gu family can be destroyed, even if the Tiegu gang takes over the majority, the Chu family can still gain a lot of benefits. But what disappointed Chu Tianxiong was, no matter how the Chu family secretly pressured them, the Gu family always ignored it and allowed their property to be lost without any hesitation. This feeling made Chu Tianxiong feel like he was punching cotton. But, if the Gu family does not respond, it is impossible for the Chu family to take direct action against the Gu family. After all, some things are different once they are put in the open than when they are kept in secret. Given the current situation on Baishidao, the Tiegu gang will not allow the Chu family to directly attack the Gu family in public. The other side, take care of the family. Every day Ming Peng came to report on the external situation and the problems that the Gu family was currently facing. Gu Qingfeng just kept it in mind and did nothing else. But in his heart, he had already made murderous intentions towards the Chu family. It's just that the time is not right, so Gu Qingfeng can't hold back. This month, Gu Qingfeng practiced the Fiery Sun Palm every day. The fourth level of the Fiery Sun Palm was more difficult to practice. Even after a month, he was still stuck at the entry level of the fourth level. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also mobilized all the resources of the Gu family to support Gu Yanghua. This day, Gu Qingfeng was practicing martial arts, and the information screen, which had been silent for a long time, was refreshed again. Your offspring Gu Yang has successfully broken through to the refining skin realm. Reward increase points 10. Reward, blood refining pill 100. Reward, the mid-level martial arts, heavenly thunder sword technique. Finally here, Gu Qingfeng looked at the words on the message page and a rare smile appeared on his face. After years of waiting, Gu Yang finally achieved his goal of skin refining. This time, Gu Yang's breakthrough brought him unprecedentedly generous rewards. 10 points of improvement, 100 blood, refining pills, and a mid-level martial art called Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. No hesitation, Gu Qingfeng directly used the upgrade points to upgrade the Fiery Sun Palm first. Consume 1 upgrade point. The Fiery Sun Palm has successfully broken through the 5th level. Consume 2 upgrade points. The Fiery Sun Palm has successfully broken through the 6th level. Breakthrough. Consume 2 upgrade points. The Fiery Sun Palm has successfully broken through the 9th level. In just a short time, Gu Qingfeng advanced the Fiery Sun Palm from the 4th level to the 9th level in one breath. When the Fiery Sun Palm reached perfection, Gu Qingfeng's body suddenly changed dramatically, as if he had studied this martial art for hundreds of years. The surging qi and blood are like a torrent, and at the same time, an extremely hot breath is flowing in the meridians. This moment, Gu Qingfeng has become a powerful person who has completed the blood refining process in one leap. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 35 out of 100. Realm, perfection of blood purification martial arts. Gu family fist, level 1 indestructible. Iron body skill, level 1 body as strong as iron. Big stone smashing hand, minor success. Iron leg skill, minor success. Refined iron fingers, minor success. Fiery Sun Palm, level 4 of the 9th level of the perfect Fiery Sun Palm. Improvement points, 1. Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute interface. Just as he thought, with the breakthrough of the Fiery Sun Palm, his realm directly broke through from the middle level of blood refining to the perfect level of blood refining. No, strictly speaking, it should be considered as half a step towards bone refining. It's just because half-step bone refining is not considered a separate realm, so it is only represented by blood refining completion in the attribute interface. But Gu Qingfeng was very clear that when his Fiery Sun Palm was completed, his cultivation had already surpassed the ordinary perfection of blood refining and stepped into the half-step bone refining realm recorded in the Fiery Sun Palm. When the Fiery Sun Palm entered the 5th stage, this intermediate martial art gained an additional characteristic called Fiery Sun Palm Power. With each subsequent upgrade, the Fiery Sun Palm Power will increase by 1 level. Now the 9 layers are complete. The Fiery Sun Palm Power has also entered the 4th level. The 4th level of Fiery Sun Palm Power turned into a blazing torrent within the body. While flowing through the meridians, it also gradually penetrated into one's bones, tempering one's bones at an extremely slow speed. Above blood refining, it is for refining bones. Bone refining. As the name suggests, it means to temper your bones. Now, the power of the Fiery Sun Palm is slowly tempering his bones. Gu Qingfeng has a hunch that even if he stops practicing and allows the Fiery Sun Palm to temper itself, he will be able to directly break through the blood refining barrier and advance to the bone refining realm. This discovery, Gu Qingfeng was also shocked. It seems that I still underestimated the power of the Fiery Sun Palm. Always. Gu Qingfeng had always thought that the Fiery Sun Palm was just a powerful mid-grade martial art, but now it seems that the perfect Fiery Sun Palm is probably already qualified to be on par with top-grade martial arts. At least, This kind of passive method that allows warriors to advance to the bone refining realm is not available in other mid-grade martial arts. This point, I'm afraid that even the people in Yunj don't know. Otherwise, Yunj would definitely not put the Fiery Sun Palm up for auction easily, nor would it sell it for such a low price. After all, refining blood and refining bones are two completely different concepts. With Bai Shidao as the leader, blood refining perfection is the top, and no warrior in the bone refining realm is seen. This can be seen. The power of a warrior in the bone refining realm. However, the Fiery Sun Palm is difficult to practice. It took Gu Qingfeng 3 years to barely master the 4th level. Given that each level is more difficult than the last, it would take at least several decades to perfect the 9th level. Even for a person with extraordinary talent, it would take a long time to perfect the Fiery Sun Palm. In addition, this upgrade, it also made Gu Qingfeng discover another thing. It takes at least 5 points to break through the limit of low-grade martial arts. Each subsequent time you break through the limit, the required points will be much more than the previous time. However, the Fiery Sun Palm involves the blood refining realm starting from the 5th level, and each upgrade is a fixed 2 points. From this, we can see that the points required to upgrade high-level martial arts are much less than those required to break through the limits of ordinary martial arts. This is a shortcut to increasing your strength. The same number of improvement points, when applied to high-level martial arts, is often much better than low-level martial arts. Then, Gu Qingfeng's mind moved again, and he tried to break the limit of the Fiery Sun Palm. As a result, he found that the improvement points needed to break the limit of the Fiery Sun Palm was about 10 points. Regarding this, he temporarily gave up the idea of breaking the limit of the Fiery Sun Palm. And then, Gu Qingfeng took out the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique. With his current level of cultivation and vision, it would be easy for him to comprehend the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique. Half an hour. Gu Qingfeng then completely comprehended the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique. There are also some more text on the properties page. Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, not beginner's guide. Different from the Fiery Sun Palm, which is a martial art that focuses on attacking moves, the Heavenly Thunder Sword art is a martial art that focuses on attacking moves. Like the Collapsing Mountain Fist, this martial art is divided into 4 levels: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. However, when Gu Qingfeng wanted to upgrade the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, he found that the energy required to upgrade this martial art was the same as that of the Fiery Sun Palm from the 5th level onwards. Visible. When it comes to the blood refining level of mid-level martial arts, the cost of upgrading is almost the same. Gu Qingfeng only had a few improvement points left, so there was no possibility for him to master the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique. Cultivation breakthrough. Gu Qingfeng didn't alarm anyone. In the next few days, he was consolidating his own realm. On the basis of taking the blood refining pill to assist his cultivation, Gu Qingfeng managed to completely stabilize the half-step bone refining realm. A breakthrough in cultivation. A cold light flashed in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. It's time to settle everything. Half-step to bone refining. Moreover, he has 2 limit-breaking martial arts and a perfect top-level middle-grade martial art. Gu Qingfeng is confident that his current strength is among the top ones among those in the half-step bone refining realm. Even the leader of the Iron Bone Gang, who claimed to have invincible fists, could not be his opponent. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng came to the lobby and called Gu Yang, Mingpeng, and others over. Father, head of the family, both of them bowed to Gu Qingfeng. Finished the ceremony. They all clearly felt that Gu Qingfeng today was obviously different from before. Just think of this. Gu Yang and Mingpeng looked at each other, and then Gu Yang asked tentatively, could it be that Dad has also made a breakthrough? Well, I've been lucky enough to have some insights these days, so I guess I've made a breakthrough. Gu Qingfeng nodded. Hearing this, Gu Yang was slightly stunned. Only then did he suddenly understand that Gu Qingfeng had to wait for a month not to allow himself to break through, but to find time for himself to break through. The other side. When Mingpeng heard about Gu Qingfeng's breakthrough, he was also shocked. Gu Yang was not clear about Gu Qingfeng's true strength, but Mingpeng knew it very well. This person's strength was already on par with that of a blood-refining master several years ago. If he makes another breakthrough now, how terrifying would his strength be? Step bone refining? Or is it the bone refining realm? Meng Peng didn't dare to think about it. But there is one thing he can understand. This time, the Gu family is stable. How many people are there to protect the family now? Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Yang answered without hesitation. There are currently 136 guards in the family, including 60 at the beginner level, 60 at the middle level, 9 at the advanced level, and 7 at the perfect level. 136 people. This number is quite a lot. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and said, Younger, you take some guards to stay and protect the Gu family. Yulan is about to die, so you need to take good care of her and make sure nothing unexpected happens. My child understands? Gu Yang nodded seriously. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at Meng Peng again. You can go to the Chu family with me. The patriarch is going to go directly to the Chu family. Meng Peng was stunned. Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Is there any problem? The people who are targeting my Gu family now are all wandering people in the martial arts world. Although the Chu family is behind them, the Chu family has not really taken any action. If we go directly to the Chu family, we will inevitably be criticized. Meng Peng expressed his concerns that everything must be done with a legitimate reason. If the Chu family really takes action against the Gu family, then there will be no problem for the Gu family to fight back. But right now the Chu family is hiding in the dark, and there is no direct evidence at all. If they act rashly, the Gu family might be put in an unfavorable situation. Meng Peng's words. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and laughed. But this smile looked so cold. Meng Peng, you are considered an old hand. Why do you still say such naive words? The so-called legitimate reason and just cause are only things that the weak need. In the martial arts world, the strong are respected, and what matters is who has the bigger fist. The weak need to be reasoned with. The strong only need to use fists. Even if my Gu family attacks the Chu family today, so what? As long as my Gu family's fists are strong enough, no one dares to say a word. When Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, a powerful aura emanated from his body. Under the influence of this aura, both Gu Yang and Meng Peng felt as if there were two huge mountains pressing down on their shoulders, and their hearts were shaking. Dad has become even stronger. Different from Meng Peng's complete shock, Gu Yang felt more respect than shock. He had successfully completed the skin refining process and thought that he could narrow the gap between himself and Gu Qingfeng. However, he did not expect that the other party's strength was still beyond his ability to fathom. Always, Gu Yang always regards Gu Qingfeng as his backbone. The stronger his father became, the happier he felt. On the street, Gu Qingfeng led the Gu family's guards and headed towards the Chu family in a mighty manner. This action allowed many forces that were secretly watching the Gu family to get the news immediately. At the same time, there were also many wandering people in the martial arts world who were watching this scene, secretly feeling doubtful and uncertain. Is this someone from the Gu family? The leader seems to be the patriarch of the Gu family. It is said that his boxing skills are superb, and he has killed many strong men in the blood refining realm. He usually stays in the Gu family and never leaves. Why is he here today? You probably don't know this. I heard that many of Gu's businesses have been hit in the past month. This person's appearance may be related to this incident. Many people from the martial arts world along the way were talking about this, and when they looked at Gu Qingfeng, there was awe and deep fear on their faces. Although Gu Qingfeng did not attack many times, his hands were stained with a lot of blood. Gu Qingfeng's personal appearance at this moment naturally shocked these people in the martial arts world. But soon, these people noticed something was wrong, because they discovered that the direction the Gu family was heading was not anywhere else, but was actually heading towards the Chu family. The first time, Chu Tianxiong got the news inside the Chu family. Gu Qingfeng led the Gu family to come directly here. Does he really have the guts to tear the dough apart? Chu Tianxiong's expression changed constantly, and then he asked a member of the Chu family to go directly to the Tiegu gang to inform Luo Yu of the news. Then, Chu Tianxiong integrated the Chu family warriors and made preparations to welcome the Gu family. Stop, this is the Chu family. In front of the Chu family's gate, a guard was about to stop Gu Qingfeng, but before he could finish his words, Gu Qingfeng slapped him. The heavy blow caused the opponent's head to explode instantly, and the headless body also flew out. Such a bloody scene made the remaining Chu family guards stand there in a daze. The other gangsters who followed closely were also stunned on the spot. No one could have imagined that Gu Qingfeng would resort to violence over a disagreement, and what they could not have imagined was that this head of the Gu family was so ruthless. When seeing the headless body on the ground, many people felt horrified. In front of the Chu family, Gu Qingfeng took out a white cloth and slowly wiped the blood off his hands. Then he casually threw the blood-stained white cloth on the corpse. He looked at the Chu family guards who were silent in front of him and spoke in a cold voice. In 3 breaths of time, let Chu Tianxiong come out to see me, otherwise I will kill everyone in the Chu family. As soon as these words came out, the Chu family guards crawled forward to report. In less than a moment, Chu Tianxiong came with his men. When he saw the headless corpse on the ground, Chu Tianxiong's pupils suddenly shrank, and when he looked at Gu Qingfeng again, his eyes were filled with anger. Gu Qingfeng, you brought people to my Chu family for no reason, and now you are openly killing my Chu family guards. How do you explain this? Explain. Gu Qingfeng sneered. When your Chu family sent people to secretly sabotage and seize my Gu family's property, you should have thought of the consequences. As soon as these words came out, Chu Tianxiong sneered and said, everything must be based on evidence. You said that my Chu family sent people to destroy and occupy your Gu family's property. Do you have any evidence? Evidence? My words are the evidence. Gu Qingfeng took a step forward and punched Chu Tianxiong fiercely. The extremely powerful force exploded in the air with a loud bang, and a rolling wave of air swept over, causing the latter's face to change. How dare you do that? Chu Tianxiong was furious, and the long sword behind him was unsheathed. The sword light cut through the air with thunder and lightning, and in the blink of an eye it turned into hundreds of afterimages, making people feel dizzy. This scene let the people around look excited. Chu Tianxiong is worthy of the title of Thunder Sword. His swordsmanship is truly superb. However, before the others could finish their words, Gu Qingfeng's fist struck out. The sharp sword only left white marks on his finger bones, but failed to break through his physical defense. The next breath, then the remaining shadow of the sword disappeared like a bubble. Chu Tianxiong's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly drew his sword back to block. Gu Qingfeng's fist fell, and the long sword made a sad sound, and then it was cut directly in the middle. The remaining force fell on the former's chest, causing him to fly directly out. A punch fell. The sword shadow disappeared instantly. When Chu Tianxiong's body fell to the ground, the others suddenly woke up. Chu Tianxiong's chest was sunken, and he was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. He wanted to struggle to get up from the ground, but there was no way at all. It only took a moment. Chu Tianxiong was silent again. Please remember Taiwan Novel Network. Circle them website to watch the fastest chapter updates until death. There was shock and disbelief in the other person's eyes, as if they simply couldn't believe that they would die so easily. Hiss. Chu Tianxiong is dead. Thundersword Chu Tianxiong has been in the middle stage of blood refining for many years. He is not much behind even the average blood refining late-stage warriors. I didn't expect that he couldn't withstand Gu Qingfeng's punch. He killed Chu Tianxiong with one punch. I'm afraid this person has already reached the perfect stage of blood refining, right? For a while, everyone looked at Gu Qingfeng with fear in their eyes. Killed a mid-level blood refining expert with one punch. These people could not help but be shocked. Looking at the entire Baishidao, there are not many strong people who can enter the blood refining realm, and those who can cultivate to the middle level of blood refining are the best among them. Such a strong man couldn't even block a punch from the opponent. The strength of the head of the Gu family made them feel despair. However, even more desperate are the people of the Chu family. Now that the only blood refining realm expert of the Chu family has died, there is no possibility for the remaining people to stop the Gu family. At this moment, there was a big commotion outside. The people who had surrounded the Chu family to watch the show involuntarily stepped back. Then, the leader of the Tiegu gang, Luoyu, arrived with a group of experts. When he saw Chu Tianxiong falling to the ground with his chest sunken and dead, Luoyu's pupils suddenly shrank. At this time, a disciple from the Tiegu gang walked out of the crowd and whispered a few words into Luoyu's ear, causing the latter's expression to change. Then, Luoyu walked up to Gu Qingfeng, bowed and said, I am Tai Gubong Luoyu. and I have met the head of the Gu family." Before Gu Qingfeng could even open his mouth, someone from the Chu family came crawling forward and started crying. "Master Luo, Gu Qingfeng brought people here to commit murder without any reason. The head of our Chu family died tragically at his hands. I hope Master Luo can do justice for us. I hope Luo will help the Lord to uphold justice." The other members of the Chu family also shouted in unison, looking at Gu Qingfeng with eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. Hearing these words, Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. He just glanced coldly at the people of the Chu family, and then looked at Luo Yu in front of him. Boss Luo brought so many people here. Could it be that he wants to help the Chu family? This sentence. He didn't give Luo Yu any face at all. The latter's eyes turned cold, and the only smile on his face disappeared. The Iron Bone Gang shouldn't interfere in the fighting and killing in the martial arts world, but the Chu family and the Iron Bone Gang have a certain relationship. Patriarch Gu killed Patriarch Chu for no reason, so he still needs to give an explanation. Explain. Gu Qingfeng looked at Luo Yu with disdain as if he had heard a joke. "With your Iron Boned Gang, do you think you deserve an explanation from me? How dare you disrespect your leader?" As soon as these words were spoken, warriors from the Iron Bone Gang came out and angrily rebuked them. But just as he finished speaking, he felt a shadow appear before his eyes, and then a strong gust of wind hit him. Boom! Gu Qingfeng slapped the man with his palm, and the man's head instantly sank into his neck. A large amount of blood gushed out, and he died instantly. The sudden change surprised everyone. Luo Yu was furious. "Gu Qingfeng, how dare you do this?" Before he finished speaking, Luo Yu took a step forward, and his blood and energy burst out, turning into billowing wolf smoke that rose up. His right fist blasted out with the force of breaking the sky. This force was enough to split mountains and rocks, which made people feel astonished. The divine fist is invincible. Luo Yu. A pair of iron fists is the opponent's powerful weapon. Well done. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were cold, and the energy and blood in his body also burst out, and the terrifying blood energy rushed straight into the sky. If Luo Yu's blood and Qi wolf smoke was only about 10 feet high, then Gu Qingfeng's blood and Qi wolf smoke was now 50 or 6 feet high. His blood and Qi filled the sky and earth, and a terrifying and scorching breath also spread with it. Impossible. When Luo Yu saw such a powerful blood and Qi wolf smoke, his expression changed drastically and his face was full of shock. But he didn't have time to think about it, because Gu Qingfeng's attack had already arrived. A palm was slapped out, and the palm was like a red, hot iron, colliding with Luo Yu's fist. A powerful force burst out from between the two, and Gu Qingfeng's body was like a rock without shaking. The other side, Luo Yu only felt a terrifying burning aura suddenly burst out from his fist, and then invaded his body with brutal force. The powerful recoil force made him retreat more than 10 steps back in an instant. Just as Luo Yu opened his mouth to say something, he felt the burning breath invading his internal organs, causing blood to spit out as soon as he opened his mouth, and his face turned pale in an instant. Lost. In the first encounter, the leader of the Tiegu gang, Luo Yu, was injured and defeated. The impact this scene brought to everyone was much more shocking than when Gu Qingfeng killed Chu Tianxiong with one punch just now. Who is Luo Yu? The most powerful person in Baishidao. He single-handedly founded the Iron Bone Gang, and with his pair of divine fists he was unrivaled in the entire Baishidao. A strong man of such level was defeated directly by Gu Qingfeng in the first encounter. The latter's strength was even more shocking. "This is your strength. It makes me a little disappointed." Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly, his face full of regret. He thought that Luo Yu, who had been famous for many years, could be very powerful, but it turned out that he was just like that. The opponent's strength is at most about the same as myself a month ago. Now that Gu Qingfeng has cultivated the Fiery Sun Palm to perfection at the 9th level and has stepped into the half-step bone refining realm, warriors like Luo Yu are no longer taken seriously by him. Do you have any last words? Ahem. I, the Tiegu gang, will no longer interfere in the Chu family's affairs. I hope Patriarch Gu can spare my life. Luo Yu's face turned pale, and now he no longer cared about the face of the gang leader. He endured the burning pain in his internal organs and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Hearing his words, Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. Is this your last words? Talking room. Gu Qingfeng walked slowly towards Luo Yu. See this scene. The latter looked very flustered. You can't kill me. Behind me is the king of Shenwu. If you kill me, the king of Shenwu will not let you go. Ignoring the opponent's threat, Gu Qingfeng slapped out with one palm, directly smashing Luo Yu's head, and the leader of the Iron Bone gang died. Kill Luo Yu. Gu Qingfeng looked at the Tiegu gang and other members of the Chu family again, with a smile on his face, but this smile looked extremely cruel and cold. Kill everyone from the Tiegu gang and the Chu family today. Don't spare a single one. The moment the words fell, Gu Qingfeng had already started a killing spree. Less than half a day. A piece of news shook the entire Baisha Road. The head of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiang, the master of the Thunder Sword, was killed by a single punch. The leader of the Tiegu gang, Luo Yu, who was invincible with his divine fists, was killed on the spot by 2 palm strikes. As soon as the news came out, remember the domain name of this site, Taiwan Novel Network. It caused huge waves on the entire Baisha Road. As for Chu Tianxiang, the master of the Thunder Sword, even though he has been famous for a long time, he is still not considered the top master of Baishadeo. But Luo Yu is different. He single-handedly founded the Tiegu gang, and in just a few decades, he made the Tiegu gang the top force in Baishadeo. Only 1 or 2 top families such as the Qin family could compete with it. Especially in the past few years, the Iron Bone gang has become increasingly powerful, and even the Qin family has been suppressed by them to the point of having difficulty breathing. How could such a powerful man be killed directly by someone not shock everyone in the martial arts world? At the same time, the name of Gu Qingfeng, the head of the Gu family, also became well known on Baisha Road. Although Gu Qingfeng's reputation was already well known in Baishadeo, it was not as shocking as it is now. Kill Luo Yu. The 3 words, Gu Qingfeng, have become synonymous with being the strongest person in Baishadeo. Although the Qin family's ancestor and Yun Chongkong of the Tianyan sect are both powerful men who have reached the perfect level of blood refining realm, in the eyes of others, the strength of these 2 people is at most on the same level as Luo Yu. Regarding strength, there is no way he can be Gu Qingfeng's opponent. Now, the back hill of the Qin family. The current head of the Qin family, Qin Hongtang, said respectfully in front of a thatched cottage, "My dear ancestor, Luo Yu is dead." As soon as these simple words were spoken, an old man walked out of the thatched cottage. The man had gray hair and a face full of wrinkles, but his eyes were not as cloudy as those of an ordinary old man. Instead, they were as sharp as an eagle's. This person, it is the ancestor of the Qin family. Luo Yu is dead. Who killed him? The Qin family ancestor asked in a deep voice. He was well aware of Luo Yu's strength. If he was in his prime, he would have no problem suppressing the opponent. But now he was old and frail, and his blood and energy were weakened. If they really had to fight to the death, he might not be the former's opponent. Qin Hongtang said, "The person who killed Luo Yu was Gu Qingfeng, the head of the Gu family. He led the Gu family guards to the Chu family and killed Chu Tianxiang with one punch in front of the Chu family gate. Not long after, Luo Yu brought his men here and had a conflict with them. According to the news, Gu Qingfeng killed Luo Yu with just 2 moves. When he said this, there was a hint of fear in Qin Hongtang's eyes. Qin Hongtang was killed in 2 moves, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Even the Qin family's ancestor's expression changed when he heard this, and his old face looked solemn. He killed Luo Yu with 2 moves. Even if he hasn't broken through the bone refining stage, he has probably already reached the half-step bone refining stage. I don't know. I only know that this person has mastered the Qi and blood wolf smoke, and he is about 50 to 60 feet tall, a bloody wolf smoke of 50 to 6 feet. The Qin family's ancestor was shocked again. Qi and blood wolf smoke is difficult to cultivate. In his heyday, he only had Qi and blood wolf smoke of 2 meters. But even so, he was still hard to rival in Baishadeo. It's just that now the Qi and blood are declining, and the Qi and blood smoke has become a thing of the past. But even so, the Qin family's ancestor also understood the concept of the 5 or 6 Zhonglong blood and Qi wolf smoke. While the Qin family ancestor was deep in thought, Qin Hongtang said, "A few years ago, outside Baisha City, That mysterious strong man killed several of my Qin family's blood-refining elders. Now it seems that the mysterious strong man is very likely Gu Qingfeng. It's almost certain. The Qin family's ancestor also nodded. With Gu Qingfeng's ability, achieving this is not a problem at all. Then, the Qin family's ancestor warned again. Just keep this matter to yourself and pretend that nothing happened. With the current strength of our Qin family, we are not qualified to provoke a half-step bone refining expert. In addition, I will prepare a gift to send to the Gu family to show the attitude of my Qin family. Hongtang understands. Qin Hongtang replied respectfully. A strong man whose weakest is only half a step into the bone refining realm is definitely not someone the Qin family can afford to provoke now. Even when the Qin family was at its most prosperous, there was no such a strong man in charge. So, showing goodwill is inevitable. Otherwise, today's Tiegu gang may be tomorrow's Qin family. As for whether the Qin family, as the former dominant force in Baishidao, would lose face by bowing to a new force like the Gu family, Qin Hongtang didn't care at all. How much is something like face worth? In the world of martial arts, strength speaks volumes. If your fist is big, you will have face. If your fist is not big enough, you can only keep your head down. Also, before his death, Luo Yu once said that he was a man of the divine martial king. What do you think of this, old ancestor? Finally, Qin Hongtang said another sentence. King Xinwu. The Qin family's ancestor's expression changed and then became extremely solemn. King Xinwu started his army in Nanyang County, and within just a dozen years, he had swept across Nanyang, Zhejiang, and Danyang counties. If the Tiegu gang is really related to that person, it means that King Xinwu has already set his sights on Guangyang Prefecture and may even have set his sights on the entire Taishan County. This matter can be big or small. Once the war breaks out, I am afraid that we, the warriors of the aristocratic families, will not be able to remain unscathed. The Qin family's ancestor became uneasy when he thought that the rebels might enter Guangyang Prefecture and the war would spread to the entire Baishidao. With the current foundation of the Qin family, if they were really affected by the war, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. But if we leave Baishidao, it would be equivalent to giving up the foundation accumulated over the years. By then, even if the Qin family left Baishidao and went to other places, they would probably have difficulty finding a place to stay. After all, the world is in turmoil. It's not just Qingyun province that's in chaos. The flames of war have gradually spread to the 9 provinces and 36 counties of the world. Qin Hongtang said, King Xinwu has been able to gain such a reputation in just a few years. He may be qualified to ascend to the throne one day. I wonder why our Qin family doesn't just surrender to King Xinwu. If the King of God and martial arts can succeed in the future, my Qin family can be regarded as following the dragon, and maybe we can take this opportunity to ascend to the sky in one step. When talking about the latter part, Qin Hongtang's face already showed some excitement. The Qin family patriarch snorted coldly, pouring a bucket of cold water on the other party. In times of chaos, countless people will die. If the Qin family gets involved in such a war, it will be crushed to pieces in a moment. And do you really think that the Taishan dynasty ruled the world for hundreds of years without leaving any foundation? The world seems to be in chaos now, but the Taishan dynasty is not that simple. King Xinwu seems to be good, but the power he controls does not necessarily have much advantage over the Taishan dynasty, let alone other rebels. If you rashly take sides before the situation becomes clear, you will be courting your own destruction. This matter concerns the future of the Qin family, so don't act rashly. These words made Qin Hongtang suddenly sober up, and his back was soaked with sweat. That's what our ancestors taught us. Gu's lobby. Gu Qingfeng sat in the main seat, and the others were Gu Yang and Meng Peng. I would like to inform you, Father, that we have obtained 200,000 taels of silver from the CCP in the destruction of the Chu family. The rest are some medicinal herbs, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. If we estimate the market price, it is about 150,000 to 200,000 taels. 6 low-grade martial arts and 1 mid-grade martial art. In addition, the Chu family has a lot of businesses, including 3 restaurants, 5 pharmacies, 2 brothels, and 2 casinos. Gu Yang held the account book in his hand and truthfully stated all the assets of the Chu family. As an old force in Baishidao, The Chu family has considerable assets. Gu Qingfeng listened to Gu Yang's words and nodded slightly. We have arranged for people to take over all these industries. The Chu family wants to take over our Gu family's industries. Now it's time to change them. In addition, have you compiled statistics on the industries of the Tiegu gang? Hearing this, Gu Yang nodded. The Tiegu gang's assets have also been counted. Currently, the Tiegu gang has approximately 530,000 taels of silver and 3,000 taels of gold. The remaining antique calligraphy and paintings, if converted into silver, would be worth about 300,000 taels. As for the industries, there are 16 restaurants and inns, 8 brothels, 6 casinos, and 23 other miscellaneous industries. In terms of martial arts, we found a total of 16 low-grade martial arts and 2 mid-grade martial arts from the Tiegu gang. Compared with the Chu family, the Tiegu gang's assets are undoubtedly much richer. This is normal. After all, the Iron Bone gang is the dominant force in Baishidao. But even though Gu Qingfeng had anticipated this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath when he actually heard about the Tiegu gang's assets. If all of it were converted into silver, the Tiegu gang would be worth at least 1 million taels of silver. However, what Gu Qingfeng cared about more was gold. Nice, it's gold. In this world, gold is a truly scarce thing that cannot be compared to other common things. Although the official ratio of gold to silver in the Taishan dynasty was set at 1 to 100, that is, 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. But here's the problem. Gold has a priceless value. The imperial court controlled almost all gold in its hands, and there was rarely any gold circulating among the people, which led to the scarcity of gold. Others may not understand why gold is so precious, but Gu Qingfeng has the magic of spiritualism and knows that gold has a natural restraining effect on evil spirits. In a sense, if you want to seal away evil, you must have gold. Therefore, the imperial court exercised extensive control over gold. As for the so-called evil spirits, to be honest, Gu Qingfeng has been in Baishidao for many years and has never heard of the existence of evil spirits. What happened in Lin County at that time seemed like just a dream. However, Gu Qingfeng knew it very well. What happened in Lin County was not a dream. There are evil spirits and warlocks in this world. However, no matter whether it is evil spirits or sorcerers, they are not accessible to ordinary people, so no news has been leaked. Bring all the gold to me. Send people to take over the other 2 powerful companies' businesses. Anyone who dares to stand in the way will be killed. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. Also, tell all the forces in Baishidao that I will give them 3 days. All the leaders must come to Gu's house to see me. Anyone who does not come will bear the consequences. My child understands? Gu Yang looked slightly excited. He understood that the Gu family was finally no longer keeping a low profile. Gu Yang had already heard about what happened in the outside world. Gu Qingfeng killed Chu Tianxiang with 1 punch and killed Luo Yu with 2 moves. He was respected by the outside world as the strongest man in Baishidao. Since their father is so capable, there is no need for the Gu family to keep a low profile. In fact, Gu Yang has long wanted to revive the Gu family. It was only because Gu Qingfeng always kept a low profile that Gu Yang suppressed his inner impulse. However, Gu Qingfeng's current actions destined the Gu family to become the most powerful force in Baishidao. When Gu Yang left, Ming Peng whispered, "Master, according to what Luo Yu said before his death, the Tiegu gang seems to be related to King Shunwu. This matter is of great importance. If what he said is true, then our actions may have offended the king of Shinwu. How much do you know about the Shinwu king?" Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. Ming Peng said, "The name of the divine martial king is Pei Jing. The Pei family is the top family in Nanyang County. The prefect of Nanyang County is a descendant of the Pei family. When Pei Jing was a teenager, it was rumored that he was born with supernatural powers. Later, he became a disciple of the Tianyang sword sect. 15 years ago, the emperor was seriously ill and the court was in chaos. Coincidentally, a natural disaster struck Nanyang County. Pei Jing took advantage of the situation and took control of the entire Nanyang County in just a few years. Later, under the leadership of Pei Jing, the army annexed Zhejiang County in less than 10 years, defeated millions of troops, and called himself the Godly King. Right now, Pei Jing's Shinwu army is attacking Danyang County. Given Danyang County's strength, I'm afraid it may not be able to stop the Shinwu army. Once Danyang County falls, Taishan County will become Pei Jing's target. Meng Peng's words made Gu Qingfeng's expression change slightly. A dozen years ago, the emperor of the Taishan dynasty was seriously ill. In addition, natural disasters occurred one after another and rebellions broke out all over the country. Gu Qingfeng had also heard about these things. However, we do not know much about the specific situation of the rebels on each side. Now, after hearing Meng Peng's words, Gu Qingfeng also realized that this Shinwu king was not simple. In more than 10 years, the other side has almost occupied 3 counties and has an army of 1 million. Its strength is indeed very strong. Gu Qingfeng said calmly, "Don't worry about the problem of the king of Shinwu for now. This is Taishan County, not Nanyang County. Besides, even if the king of Shinwu really led his troops to Taishan County, it would be a problem whether he could kill Bai Shidao. What's more, Pei Jing might not take such a small iron bone gang seriously. Instead of worrying about these problems, it is better to integrate Bai Shidao first, the Tiegu gang's affairs. Let Gu Qingfeng truly understand a truth. To survive in this chaotic world, you must possess sufficient power. If he also had a 1,000,000-man army under his command, why would he be afraid of a small Shinwu king Pei Jing? So, what Gu Qingfeng has to do now is to first integrate the underworld forces of Bai Shidao and enhance the foundation of the Gu family as much as possible. As long as they have enough strength, even if King Shinwu really captures Taishan County in the future, the Gu family will have enough capital to negotiate with the other party. If the Gu family was weak, they would not even be qualified to stand before King Shinwu. And then, it's the evil spirits and warlocks. Although the evil sorcerers seem to have completely disappeared in recent years, things were not that simple in front of Gu Qingfeng. Whether it's dealing with the King of God or trying to survive in troubled times, strength is something that cannot be lacking. As Gu Qingfeng's words spread, many people in the martial arts world sneered at him, thinking that the Gu family had a weak foundation. Even if there was a Gu Qingfeng who was known as the strongest man in Bai Shidao, it was nothing but wishful thinking for him to truly dominate the entire Bai Shidao. So, many warriors waited for 3 days to go and watch the Gu family's show. If no force comes, we will lose face and just have to wait and see how the other side ends up. The other side. When Qin Hongtang received this news, his face became somewhat gloomy. What does the Gu family mean? Do you really think that relying on Gu Qingfeng, you can make all the forces in Bai Shidao bow down and surrender? Originally, according to the Qin family's ancestors' intention, after the Tiegu gang was destroyed, the Qin family had no need to offend the Gu family. At that time, the Qin family would prepare a generous gift and go to the Gu family, which would save face for both parties, and then they could live in peace. But before Qin Hongtang could take any action, the Gu family took the first step. At this time, if the Qin family really bows their heads, then all the reputation they have accumulated over the years will be lost. Now, the other elders of the Qin family also looked unhappy. Gu Qingfeng really thinks that he is the best master in Bai Shidao and that the Gu family can dominate the entire Bai Shidao. I don't believe he really dares to take action. That's right. My Qin family is not made of clay. We gave the Gu family some face before we acknowledged their status in Bai Shidao. If we don't give them face, what would a mere Gu Qingfeng be worth? The Qin family was filled with indignation, and at the same time they were disdainful of the Gu family. Still the same sentence. They felt that Gu Qingfeng was really out of his league. At the same time, no one believed that the Gu family really had the courage to do it. Bai Shidao said it was not big, but it was not small either. No matter how powerful Gu Qingfeng was, the Qin family believed that he had no chance of fighting against the entire martial arts world. Qin Hongtang's expression was icy. Don't worry about the Gu family's affairs. I want to see how Gu Qingfeng will end up. Gu Qingfeng and the Tianyun sect, Yun Changkong, looked at the news coming from the Gu family with a look of disdain on his old face. In front of him, the one standing is Yun Tianqing, Grand Elder. Now that the Gu family has destroyed the Chu family and the Tiegu gang is gaining momentum, if we ignore them, will it cause us some trouble? When the sky is wild, it will rain. When people are wild, they will suffer misfortune. The Gu family has wiped out the Iron Bone gang, so they are doomed to not be able to survive for long. Luo Yu is the man of the god of war. although the army of the god of war has not yet entered Taishan County. But if a small Gu family attempts to confront King Shenwu, it would be courting death. Once the news of the destruction of the Tiegu gang spreads, I believe that King Shenwu will destroy the Gu family without us having to do anything. Yun Changkong sneered. If you offend King Shenwu, you will die in Qingyan province. If we were to ask who the most powerful force in Qingyan province is, apart from the imperial court, it would be King Shenwu. The other side has a strong army under their command and controls 3 counties. They are full of powerful men. Not to mention one Gu family, even if there are 10 or 100 Gu families, they cannot be the opponent of King Shenwu. Yun Tianqing's expression also turned grim. He was well aware of the reputation of King Shenwu, but if Yun Changkong hadn't mentioned it, Yun Tianqing wouldn't have known that the Tiegu gang was actually related to that person. So according to the Grand Elder, we don't need to care about the Gu family's affairs. Yun Changkong raised his head. Don't worry about it. Gu Qingfeng underestimated everyone in the world. Let's see how he ends up in 3 days. Take care of the family. In the backyard, Gu Qingfeng is practicing the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique. In his hand was an extraordinary magic weapon called Tiangang Sword, which was a mid-grade magic weapon. Mid-grade magical weapons are rare. At least it is rare in Baishideo. This magic weapon originally belonged to the Tiegu gang. Later, the Tiegu gang was destroyed and Gu Qingfeng found this magic weapon from the Tiegu gang's treasure house. Just right. Because of Gu Yang's successful breakthrough in skin refining, Gu Qingfeng obtained a mid-level martial art called Tianlei Sword Art. This middle-grade martial art is at the top level at this stage and is much stronger than ordinary middle-grade martial arts. It can be said to be on the same level as the Fiery Sun Palm. The only difference is, the Fiery Sun Palm is a dual cultivation of the inner and outer aspects. Not only can it refine qi and blood and improve a warrior's cultivation, it also has matching moves and routines. As for the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, it is completely based on moves. In terms of the sophistication of the moves, it is several points stronger than the Fiery Sun Palm. Ever since he obtained the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, Gu Qingfeng has been trying to comprehend this unique skill. What a pity. The Heavenly Thunder Sword technique is so mysterious that Gu Qingfeng has not been able to enter it directly so far. Regarding this, Gu Qingfeng didn't care much about it. He knew that he was not very talented and his comprehension was not that strong. It was not easy for him to learn such a mid-level martial art. In addition, this time, several mid-grade martial arts were also looted from the Chu family and the Tiegu gang, but Gu Qingfeng had no intention of practicing these mid-grade martial arts for the time being. After all, martial arts is about quality, not quantity. He practiced other low-grade martial arts before mainly because it was difficult to improve his original martial arts, so he practiced other martial arts. But now he hasn't even mastered the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, so it would be a bit greedy to practice other mid-level martial arts. In addition, during this period, Gu Qingfeng also passed on the complete Gu family fist to Ming Peng. Not only that, Gu Qingfeng passed down the Gu family fist to some guards who had been members of the Gu family for a long time and were relatively loyal. With many mid-level martial arts at hand, there is no need for Gu Qingfeng to stick to the Gu family boxing. The most important thing, the Gu family now needs a sufficient number of strong people. Otherwise, in such a big Gu family, there is only Gu Qingfeng who is at the half-step bone refining realm, and the rest are not even at the blood refining realm. This is really unacceptable. For this, Gu Qingfeng gave Ming Peng 10 blood refining pills so that he could use them to break through to the blood refining realm. Gu Qingfeng gave most of the remaining blood refining pills to Gu Yang for cultivation in order to speed up his pace of breaking through the blood refining realm. And himself, people seldom take blood refining pills for cultivation. When one's cultivation reaches the half-step bone refining stage, the effect of the blood refining pill is already limited. Let's talk about it later. With the characteristics of the Fiery Sun Divine Palm, Gu Qingfeng can naturally advance to the bone refining realm even without taking any elixirs. So, instead of wasting the blood refining pill on myself, it would be better to use it to train strong people in the Gu family. And Gu Yang is Gu Qingfeng's main training target. Whether or not he could break through to a higher level depended largely on Gu Yang. Fingertips. 3 days passed. Meng Peng came outside. Your subordinate greets the master. Gu Qingfeng looked at the other person's aura, which was surprisingly different from usual, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Have you broken through the blood-refining realm? I have to thank the Patriarch for giving me the elixir. Otherwise, it would not be that easy for me to break through the blood-refining realm. A smile appeared on Meng Peng's face. He had been stuck at the skin-refining stage for many years and had never been able to break through, not only because he had no corresponding skills, but also because it was difficult to break through to the blood-refining stage. After all, when it comes to talent, Meng Peng is not that strong. If Meng Peng only had the complete Gu family fist but no blood-refining pill to help him, it would take him a year and a half to break through to the blood-refining realm. This is because Meng Peng himself has accumulated many years of faith. So, the blood-refining pill played a huge role in breaking through the blood-refining realm. Gu Qingfeng nodded. It's not bad that you can break through the blood-refining realm. How do the various forces react now? Hear this? The smile on Meng Peng's face disappeared, and his expression became a little ugly. So far, only a few small forces have sent people here. Big forces like the Qin family and the Tianyan sect have not taken any action. Because the Qin family and the Tianyan sect have not made any moves, other forces are also standing by and watching. From what I can see, this matter may not end well. The words have been spoken, but few have responded. In Meng Peng's opinion, the Gu family was in a difficult situation. Is that possible? Can the Gu family really settle accounts with all the forces? Thinking of this, Meng Peng shook his head secretly. It's not that he didn't believe in Gu Qingfeng's strength, but it was too difficult to fight against the entire Baishidao on his own. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. If it doesn't end well, then don't end it. I've already given them a chance. Since they don't cherish it, there's nothing more to say. Hearing this, Meng Peng was shocked. Does the Patriarch really intend to take action against them? Why don't you do it? Gu Qingfeng glanced at Meng Peng with a murderous look on his face. I gave them face, but they were unwilling to give face to the Gu family. There is nothing to say. In the end, the underworld speaks with fists. As long as they dare not listen to me, they think that my fist is not strong enough. Next, I will let them see whether Gu's fist is strong enough. Gu's lobby. Several people sat upright. When they saw Gu Qingfeng and Meng Peng arriving, they all stood up and saluted in a hurry. Meet Master Gu. Gu Qingfeng came to the main seat and sat down with a faint smile. No need to be polite, everyone. Please take a seat. Thank you, Master Gu. Only then did everyone take their seats. At this time, Gu Qingfeng's eyes swept over the people in front of him one by one, and the corresponding information also appeared in his mind. The Gu family has been staying in Baishidao for many years, so they are naturally familiar with the underworld forces here. Zhou Family Martial Arts School, Zhou Yuan, the Four Seas Gang, Ancient Star Sea, the Poisonous Hand Sect, the Old Man of 100 Poisons, Zizhu Manor, Murong Xiu. The first two were warriors who had completed the skin refining process, while the last two were only halfway through the blood refining process. Overall, the four forces are neither big nor small in Baishidao. Although there are no blood-refining realm warriors in charge, their foundation is not weak. When being stared at by Gu Qingfeng, several people felt a tremendous pressure coming upon them, and the few thoughts in their hearts disappeared without a trace at this moment. This moment, they understand. The strength of this patriarch of the Gu family is probably 3 times more terrifying than the rumors say. Gu Qingfeng said, I am very happy that you all can come to my house. Let's not waste any more time talking. I plan to unify the Baishir Dao. If you agree, I can give you even the opportunity to break through the blood refining stage. If you don't agree, you can leave right now. But once you step out of the Gu family's door, we will be enemies the next time we meet. Gu Qingfeng didn't waste time talking, but went straight to the point and let everyone make a choice. The expressions of the people from the 4 major forces changed constantly, and they were obviously shocked by Gu Qingfeng's words. Although they came here mentally prepared, they still didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. After a moment, the old man Baidu of the Poison Hand sect was the first to bow. The Poison Hand sect is willing to follow the Gu family's lead in the future. The Zhou Family Martial Arts School is also willing to follow the Gu family's lead in the future. Four Seas Gang, Purple Bamboo Manor. When Old Man Baidu spoke first, The other three did not hesitate and expressed their loyalty directly. The world is in chaos now, and Baishideo is also not peaceful. Even if they don't think that the Gu family has the strength to unify the entire Baishideo, at least with a strong man like Gu Qingfeng in charge, the Gu family is bound to be in good shape. If we can get close to the Gu family, it would be equivalent to having a powerful force as our backer. Nothing else to say. At least in the underworld, there will be more protection. Very good. You will be glad for your choice today. Now it seems that other forces are not planning to come. Since they are not coming, I will pay them a visit. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Gu Qingfeng's mouth. His words. This made several people look stunned. Murong Xiao asked cautiously, does Patriarch Gu really intend to take action against other forces? Gu never speaks empty words. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were fierce. Hearing this, several people were shocked. Right at this moment, Gu Qingfeng gave orders to Meng Pong, who was standing beside him, and directly mobilized the Gu family guards to march towards the Qin family. Seeing this, people from Murong Xiao and other powerful forces could only bite the bullet and follow. They have just bowed to the Gu family, and if they don't follow suit, they will inevitably be liquidated by the Gu family. Things have come to this. A few people can only go down this alley until the end. When the Gu family takes action, the Qin family is the first to get the news. Upon learning that Gu Qingfeng led the others straight to the Qin family, Qin Hongtang was also furious. He couldn't believe it. The Gu family really dared to attack the Qin family without any reason. Invisibly, Qin Hongtang already felt a little regretful. However, this concerns the Qin family's reputation. At this point, Qin Hongtang can only maintain a tough attitude, mobilize all the Qin family warriors to gather, and then personally go to the back mountain to invite the Qin family ancestor out. When Gu Qingfeng brought people to the Qin family was already on high alert. Qin Hongtang, the head of the Qin family, and the ancestor of the Qin family were all present. Master Gu brought so many people to my Qin family. I wonder why. The Qin family's ancestor spoke first. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the other person. Are you the Qin family's ancestor? Although the person in front of me is old, he is still full of energy. In order to possess such energy and blood power, one must at least complete the blood refining, and then the identity of the other party will naturally be revealed. Without waiting for the Qin family ancestor to answer, Gu Qingfeng looked at the other members of the Qin family with cold eyes, murderous intent on his face. I will give your Qin family a chance to submit to my Gu family, otherwise, there will be no need for the Qin family to exist. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Qin family was immediately furious. The Qin family's ancestor's face also turned gloomy, and his voice was full of unkindness. Master Gu is still young, so don't be too arrogant. The world is not as simple as you think. My Qin family has been standing in the world for many years and is not completely without any foundation. You and I should always stick to the principle that harmony brings wealth. If we really want to quarrel, it may not be good for you and me. It's not that I'm young, it's that you're old. There's no such thing as peace and harmony bringing wealth in the underworld. It just depends on who has the biggest fist. Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly, then took a step forward, and the blood in his body rushed into the sky like a billowing wolf smoke. Fists are power. Now that my fist is big enough, I should be the one to decide the rules of the martial arts world. I have already given you the Qin family a chance. Since you don't cherish it, then there is no need for the Qin family to exist. The words fell. Punch out. The fierce and domineering force broke the air, and the terrible pressure made a thunderous explosion out of thin air, which made the Qin family's ancestor's face change drastically. How dare you? The old man from the Qin family was furious, and powerful blood and energy surged out of his seemingly old body. His originally dry and sunken skin became full and plump again at this moment. All you see is his two fingers clasped together, as powerful as a meteor, as fast as thunder and lightning. The sky full of finger shadows is dizzying, and each finger shadow contains the tremendous power to split mountains and rocks. This is the Qin family's unique skill. Meteor-piercing cloud finger. However, as Gu Qingfeng threw a punch, there was a cracking sound, and the finger shadows in the sky disappeared. The Qin family ancestor showed a painful expression on his face, and the two fingers on his right hand had become strangely twisted. It can be seen that the phalanges of both fingers have been directly broken by this punch. In comparison, only a few white marks were left on Gu Qingfeng's fist, and there was no sign of a breach in the defense. Then, Gu Qingfeng stepped forward again and struck out with both palms. The extremely powerful palm force contained a majestic and fiery aura, which made the Qin family ancestor feel as if a wave of heat was rolling towards him. Under this attack, the Qin family's ancestor felt a long, lost fear in his heart. He wanted to beg for mercy, but it was too late. So, faced with Gu Qingfeng's fierce palm power, the Qin family's ancestor could only use all his strength to resist it. Bang! The palms fell. The Qin family ancestor flew out instantly, and several Qin family disciples were hit. They all had broken bones and tendons due to the huge force. They didn't even make a scream and died on the spot. When the Qin family ancestor landed on the ground, he spat out blood again without any sound. Everything happened in an instant. From Gu Qingfeng's attack to the Qin family ancestor's death, it only took a few breaths. By the time others reacted, the Qin family's ancestor had already died on the spot. This scene, everyone's expression changed. The ancestor of the Qin family. He is a powerful man who has been famous in the martial arts world for many years. Although the opponent has not taken action personally for a long time, his reputation has not diminished at all. However, such a strong man couldn't last more than a few rounds in front of Gu Qingfeng and was killed on the spot. Gu Qingfeng's strength shocked everyone, especially the Sihai gang and others who followed behind him. After seeing Gu Qingfeng's terrifying strength, they felt extremely relieved. Fortunately, they have already surrendered to the Gu family. Otherwise, if you really offend such a strong person, the consequences can be imagined. The other side, everyone in the Qin family had sorrowful expressions on their faces, and many of them were filled with fear. The only powerful person in the Qin family who had completed the blood refining process had passed away, and it was obvious that the strength of the Gu family was not something they could contend with. Just when Qin Hongtang was about to take the medicine, Gu Qingfeng waved his hand and gave an order in a cold voice. Kill. Not a single one of the Qin family will be left alive today. The words fell. Meng Pong directly led the Gu family guards to kill the Qin family. Murong Xiu and others had surrendered to the power of the Gu family, so they did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly followed the Gu family to take action. Seeing this, Qin Hongtang's eyes were about to burst. Gu Qingfeng, do you really want to kill all the members of my Qin family? I have already given you a chance. I, Gu Qingfeng, mean what I say. Today I will annihilate your entire Qin family. That means annihilating your entire Qin family. Gu Qingfeng had an indifferent expression. While he was speaking, he took a step forward and appeared within 10 feet in front of Qin Hongtang. He suddenly struck out with a palm, causing the face of the Qin family patriarch to change drastically. Bang! Although Qin Hongtang tried his best to resist, he was only in the late stage of blood refining, and his strength was far inferior to Gu Qingfeng. He was hit by a palm, and his chest was dented at the first encounter. He didn't even have time to scream before he was completely killed on the spot. Kill Qin Hongtang. Gu Qingfeng kept moving his hands and continued to kill the remaining Qin family warriors. In front of his cultivation level of half-step bone refining realm, the Qin family warriors were like paper, and no one could block his move. All the Qin family warriors died on the spot under the palm of the fiery sun god. Less than a quarter of an hour. All the Qin family's blood refining realm warriors have been killed. The remaining warriors in the refining skin realm were also slaughtered by Meng Pong and the Four Seas gang. After all, although the Four Seas gang and other forces are not as powerful as the Qin family, their own foundation is not weak either. At least at the level of skin refining, they still have many experts. Plus, with the new blood, refining master Meng Pong leading the team, dealing with the Qin family's warriors would not be a problem. When the last warrior fell, Meng Pong came to Gu Qingfeng, clasped his fists and said, "Master, all the warriors of the Qin family have been killed." Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng glanced at him, his voice indifferent and without any emotion. "I want to wipe out the entire Qin family. Are you stopping now to make me lose my credibility?" As soon as these words came out, Meng Pong felt a chill in his heart. Although Gu Qingfeng's tone was indifferent, he could also sense the cold, murderous intent in it. It was obvious that this person was dissatisfied with him for stopping at this moment. Immediately, Meng Peng did not dare to hesitate and raised his butcher knife towards the remaining members of the Qin family with a ruthless look on his face. The head of the family has ordered that no one from the Qin family should be left alive. Kill them all, at one command. The killing resumed. Everyone in the Qin family screamed miserably, and some even cursed before dying. Gu Qingfeng, you will die a miserable death. You are so cruel. Even if we become ghosts, we will not let you go. Listening to the Qin family's curses before their death, Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent, with no fluctuation on his face. Cut the weeds at their roots. This is what you must do when you are in the world. It would be fine if we didn't have to break up with the Qin family, but since we have turned against them, we have to make things over. Gu Qingfeng doesn't want to bring himself unnecessary trouble one day because of his current kindness. As for the so-called curse, Gu Qingfeng didn't care at all. This world. Let's talk with our fist strength. The Qin family was massacred. Many people were pale, and the smell of blood that hit their faces made them feel like vomiting. When they looked at Gu Qingfeng again, many people's eyes were filled with shock and fear. In the past, the Iron Bone Gang and the Chu family were destroyed. Now the Qin family has been wiped out again. It would be fine if the head of the Gu family did not take action, but once he did, he would kill everyone in the family. Such cruel means made them all feel horrified. After all, fights and murders are common in the martial arts world, but they don't do much to kill entire families. The main reason is that doing so is likely to cause gossip. Anyone who lives in the underworld cares about his reputation and face. If he really creates mass killings, he will only bring trouble to himself. However, these concerns seem to be completely non-existent in front of Gu Qingfeng. In the past, the Gu family kept a low profile, and they did not have a clear understanding of them. However, the scene before their eyes completely overturned their perception. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng was also labeled by them as someone who should not be easily provoked. Who can bear it when a house is destroyed all the time? Less than half a day. There is no one left alive in the Qin family. Gu Qingfeng asked Meng Peng to confiscate the Qin family's property and take all the belongings back to the Gu family, and then turned around and left. After a long time, only then did some people dare to walk past the numerous corpses in front of the Qin family's gate and step into the Qin family. The huge Qin family was reduced to deathly silence, and the extremely strong smell of blood filled the air. See this scene. Many people turned pale again. Not long. The news of the Qin family's demise spread. As soon as this news came out, the world was shaken. The Qin family was an old and established family in Baishidao. Now that it was destroyed, it naturally brought about a huge impact, especially when it became clear that it was Gu Qingfeng who destroyed the Qin family. Many forces were secretly frightened and regretful. No one expected it. The Gu family actually dared to act like this. As soon as the 3 days were up, the Qin family was wiped out. The various forces that originally wanted to make fun of the Gu family suddenly found themselves becoming the joke. For a while, many leaders of various forces were terrified and rushed to the Gu family, fearing that the Gu family's butcher knife would fall on their heads at any moment. However, there are also many forces that are furious about the demise of the Qin family. They have united together and are preparing to jointly deal with the Gu family. Tianyun sect. The news of the Qin family's demise was immediately passed to Yun Tianqing. After learning about this, the face of the Tianyun sect leader turned pale. The Qin family was destroyed. Yun Tianqing looked at the sect warrior in front of him and couldn't help but confirm again. The man nodded, a look of fear on his face, as if he had thought of something terrible. Yes, the Qin family has been destroyed. The Qin family ancestor was killed by Gu Qingfeng in a few moves, and the Qin family head Qin Hongtang died. Now the entire Qin family has been slaughtered by the Gu family, leaving no one alive. Darn it! Yun Tianqing's face changed drastically. He also did not expect that Gu Qingfeng would act so cruelly and completely disregard the reactions of the various parties in the martial arts world and directly kill the Qin family. The huge Qin family foundation was destroyed in one day. Such a result naturally made Yun Tianqing feel terrified. Immediately, Yun Tianqing informed Yun Changkong of the news. When the latter learned the news, his expression changed. He had never expected that the Qin family would be wiped out. After a moment, Yun Changkong sneered, "Okay, the Gu family wants to cut themselves off from the Baisher Dao. This is the opportunity for our Tianyun sect to rise. Now that the Tiegu gang and the Qin family have been destroyed, we only need to get rid of the Gu family, and our Tianyun sect will be the most powerful force in the Baisher Dao. Gu Qingfeng is a very powerful person. Are you sure you can handle him, Grand Elder?" Yun Tianqing looked worried. Yun Changkong said, "No matter how strong Gu Qingfeng is, he is only at the blood refining stage. He is nothing until he breaks through to the bone refining stage. Besides, even if he enters the bone refining stage, what does it matter? Although warriors in the bone refining realm are powerful, they are not completely immortal. Now that the Qin family has been destroyed, many forces in the martial arts world are feeling threatened. Our Tianyun sect can use this as an excuse to directly unite with these forces to jointly deal with the Gu family. As long as we have enough people, we can kill Gu Qingfeng even if we pile up together." The Qin family was destroyed. Although Yun Changkong was shocked at first, he soon realized that this was the opportunity for the Tianyun sect. Even if he is a warrior in the bone refining realm, what can he do? As long as there are enough people, he can be killed. Let's talk about it later. It is still unknown whether Gu Qingfeng has entered the bone refining realm. If the opponent is only at the perfect blood refining stage or half a step into the bone refining stage, then it will be much easier to deal with him. If Gu Qingfeng had not destroyed the Qin family, it would not have been so easy for the Tianyun sect to integrate the forces of all parties. In the final analysis, until the critical moment, the underworld of Baishidao is still a mess. But now that the Qin family has been destroyed, many forces feel threatened. At this time, the Tianyun sect only needs to step out and take the lead, and it will be easy to integrate a force. Just want to destroy the Gu family. The Tianyun sect is bound to rise. Yun Changkong's words also made Yun Tianqing's eyes light up. Nice. This is indeed the opportunity for the Tianyun sect to rise. He was shocked by the news of the Qin family's demise just now, and did not think of this level. "Master, please contact all parties immediately and deal with the Gu family together." Good. Gu's lobby. Gu Qingfeng sat in the main seat, and the rest were Ming Peng, Gu Yang, and several other powerful figures from Zizhu Manor. Different from before, now Murong Xiao and the others were sitting upright, and when they looked at the person in the main seat, their faces were full of awe. Suppressed the Qin family ancestor. Killed Qin Hongtang, the head of the Qin family. Gu Qingfeng showed his strong strength with his amazing battle record. They could not contend with such terrifying power. Gu Qingfeng said, "The Qin family has been running Baisher Road for many years and has many industries under its umbrella. The Gu family now has limited manpower, so the four of you will be responsible for arranging the manpower to take over the Qin family's industries. But I have one request. 50% of the future profits from all Qin family's industries must be handed over to my Gu family, and the remaining 50% will belong to you each. In addition, you must also pay 30% of all your original business income regularly every year." "No problem. Everything is subject to the orders of the master." Murong Xiao and the others were all overjoyed and hurriedly clasped their fists and spoke. The Qin family owns many industries, and even some of them are beyond the reach of their own forces. If they can swallow up these industries, it will be enough to greatly increase their own strength. Even if he can only take 50% of these industries and sell 1/3 of the original industries to customers, if he calculates it carefully, it is still a steady profit. So, there was no reason for them to refuse. The Qin family was destroyed. There is turmoil in the outside world. Only the Gu family was peaceful. Some forces were afraid of Gu Qingfeng's ruthless methods, so they hurried to pay their respects not long after the Qin family was destroyed. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng did not really kill all these people. After all, if he really wanted to wipe out all the forces in the Baishidao underworld, it would not be of much benefit to him. Nightfall. Ming Peng came in a hurry. "Master, there is news from the outside world that the Tianyun sect wants to unite all the major forces to deal with the Gu family." Tianyun sect Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold. "I haven't even bothered to find any trouble with them, but they are rushing here to die. Since the Tianyun sect wants to die, I will grant their wish. What does the master intend to do? The Qin family has already been destroyed, so destroying one more Tianyun sect is irrelevant. Suppress all the voices of resistance, and the rest will naturally surrender. Gu Qingfeng had a cold expression. In his heart, he had already sentenced Tianyun sect to death. Originally, Gu Qingfeng had the idea of taking action against the Tianyun sect. It's just that the Qin family has just been destroyed, and there are some things that need to be dealt with. Sotung is not able to take action for the time being. In addition, Gu Qingfeng also wanted to give Tianyun sect a chance. It would be great if the Tianyun sect could submit to the Gu family. After all, the Tianyun sect is also quite powerful, with a strong man who has reached the perfect level of blood-refining realm sitting here. If they can subdue him, the Gu family will be able to become even stronger. But now, Gu Qingfeng no longer intends to waste time. The Tianyun sect is seeking death. Then he will help the other party. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the person in front of him and asked calmly, "What is the specific situation in Tianyun sect?" Yun Tianqing is now uniting various parties and preparing to hold a demon, slaying conference in Tianyun sect in 3 days in order to deal with our Gu family. 3 days later, Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly and then asked Ming Peng to leave. Not long after Ming Peng left, a fragrant breeze blew into his nose. Gu Qingfeng looked up and saw Su Yulan walking in slowly. See this? He stood up and supported the other person. "It's late at night, madam. Why are you here instead of taking a good rest?" Talking room. Gu Qingfeng looked at the bulging belly, and his expression softened a little. With his current keen perception, he can certainly feel the weak life in the stomach. Su Yulan stroked her belly and whispered, "I heard during the day that you destroyed the Qin family. The Qin family is determined to fight against my Gu family, so I have no choice but to destroy them. I will not allow the Gu family to have any potential threats." When hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's expression turned slightly cold, but quickly returned to normal. Su Yulan shook her head slightly. The Qin family is powerful and has a great reputation in the martial arts world in recent years. If you destroy the Qin family, I'm afraid you will have a lot of trouble in the future. Trouble. Gu Qingfeng smiled confidently, and a heavy aura emanated from his body. The martial arts world is about strength. Only the weak are afraid of trouble. The strong have nothing to fear. Today I will destroy the Qin family. If anyone is dissatisfied, I will destroy them someday. Listening to Gu Qingfeng's domineering words and the other party's angular face, Su Yulan was a little crazy for a moment. She married Gu Qingfeng with the intention of repaying his kindness. But as they got to know each other, Su Yulan discovered that there were many indescribable charms about Gu Qingfeng. Especially at this moment, he was so domineering that she couldn't help but immerse herself in it. At this time, the aura on Gu Qingfeng's body suddenly disappeared, and his voice became softer. "Okay, don't worry about these things. I will solve the problems of the Gu family. You just need to rest assured and take care of the baby." 3 days later, the Tianyun sect held a grand banquet, and many forces were invited, and many powerful people gathered here. When Yun Tianqing arrived, many people stood up to greet him. "I've met Sect Master Yun. Master Yun is here." Regarding this, Yun Tianqing nodded one by one with a smile on his face. When he came to the front of the banquet, looking at the strong men from all sides, Yun Tianqing felt a sense of heroism in his heart. Just need to solve the problem of the customer. Tianyun sect is the overlord of Baishidao. Today's prosperity will continue into the future. I am very pleased that you are all here, and I am grateful for giving my Tianyun sect this honor. Yun Tianqing spoke slowly, and the noisy sounds gradually stopped. Then, his face became solemn and his voice became much higher. First, the Chu family and the Tiegu gang were destroyed for no reason, and then the Qin family was exterminated. Gu Qingfeng's behavior has turned into a demonic one. Such evil behavior is something that people of my generation in the martial arts world cannot tolerate. This time it was the Qin family that was destroyed, so in the future it could be my Tianyun sect or anyone present here that would be destroyed. Therefore, the evil deeds of the Gu family must be stopped. Today, Yun has summoned everyone here to discuss how to deal with Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng is cruel and inhumane. He deserves to be killed. Yes, such a cruel method must be used by someone from the devil's way. Before the Gu family came, my Baishir Dao was peaceful. After the Gu family came, there was a lot of commotion. If they can destroy the Qin family today, they will be able to take action against us in the future. Therefore, the Gu family must not be allowed to stay. Destroy the Gu family. Destroy the Gu family for a while. The crowd was excited. Yun Tianqing looked at the scene in front of him, and a look of satisfaction suddenly appeared in the depths of his eyes. As long as everyone's emotions are mobilized, it will be much easier to deal with the customers. At this moment, there was a noisy sound outside the Tianyun sect's mountain gate, and then a black shadow was seen breaking through the air and instantly falling on a table. The loud noise made many people's faces change. Who dares to cause trouble in my Tianyun sect? Yun Tianqing was furious, but when he saw the middle-aged man in blue, his expression suddenly changed. Gu Qingfeng, although he had never met Gu Qingfeng in person, he had seen many of his portraits, so he was not unfamiliar with them. When the others heard Gu Qingfeng's words, their expressions also changed. No one expected that when they were discussing how to deal with the Gu family, the head of the Gu family came alone. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the people present with indifferent eyes, finally falling on Yun Tianqing. Why bother to deal with me? I am here today. Anyone who wants to attack me can do so. I will fight you till the end. These words made everyone's expression change again. Immediately, someone couldn't help but yelled, Gu Qingfeng, stop being so arrogant. I'm here to meet you. The words fell. Then an old man stood out from the crowd, his movements as agile and swift as a monkey. In a moment he was already approaching, attacking Gu Qingfeng in the face with great force. Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged as he threw a punch that hit the opponent's palm first. The powerful force broke his bones, and the white bones pierced through the flesh at his elbow, causing the opponent to scream in pain. The next moment, Gu Qingfeng flicked his finger and a strong wind burst through the air. The old man's head exploded instantly, and the screaming sound suddenly stopped. That is the eight-armed ape Shen Tonghai, Master Shun, hissed when seeing Gu Qingfeng kill Shen Tonghai with lightning speed. Many people were shocked. Eight-armed ape Shen Tonghai. The opponent is also a well-known warrior in the world. Although the opponent was not a top master, he had entered the middle level of blood refining for many years. But now he could not stop Gu Qingfeng for a single breath. Such strength. It is truly shocking. Yun Tianqing's pupils also shrank, and then his face turned furious. Gu Qingfeng, how dare you kill someone here? Gu Qingfeng sneered. You all gathered here just to kill me. So what's wrong with me killing you now? Do you think I can just kill you if you kill me? As soon as these words came out, Yun Tianqing's eyes were gloomy. First you destroyed the Qin family, and now you killed Master Shan in public. How can I let you leave Tianyun sect alive? Having said that, Yun Tianqing looked at the others. Today, I ask you to join forces with me to suppress this demon. Yun Tianqing, if you want to take action, why bother calling others to join you? Let me see the strength of you, the leader of the Tianyun sect. Before Yun Tianqing could finish his words, Gu Qingfeng interrupted him directly, and with a burst of masculine energy, he thrust out a palm towards Yun Tianqing. A terrifying and hot wave swept over, causing the latter's face to change drastically. Immediately, Yun Tianqing activated his own qi and blood, and his body seemed to become as pure as jade. Then the sharp sword beside him was unsheathed, and a white streak cut through the air. The faint sword shadow made people dizzy, and it was almost difficult to tell the real from the fake. Tianyun Body Refining Technique. Tianyun Sword Technique. These are the two unique skills of the Tianyun sect. As the leader of a sect, Yun Tianqing naturally masters these two unique skills. When the others saw this scene, they were all shocked, especially the sharp sword energy, which made them feel a subtle pain on their skin even if they were several feet away. However, as Gu Qingfeng pushed forward with his palm, all the sword shadows suddenly disappeared, and a sharp sword was caught in his hand. However, the middle-grade divine weapon that could cut iron like mud could not break the defense of his palm. Then Gu Qingfeng squeezed the sword with his 5 fingers, and the long sword shattered with a mournful sound. A powerful force came from the sword, causing Yun Tianqing's palm to crack and his face to change color again. Go! Gu Qingfeng swung his hand casually, and several pieces of iron cut through the air, instantly breaking through Yun Tianqing's physical defense and blooming several blood flowers on the opponent's body. Immediately following, he took another step forward and brought down his big hand to suppress the opponent. The terrifying power made Yun Tianqing look frightened. "Stop!" There was an angry voice, but Gu Qingfeng ignored it and dropped his big hand on Yun Tianqing, breaking the bones of his arms into several sections. The remaining force was imprinted on his chest, which instantly made his chest cave in. His body fell heavily to the ground, and he died instantly. "You're looking for death?" Yun Changkong was furious. His powerful blood and energy burst out as wolf smoke, and the long sword in his hand shone with a cold light as he stabbed towards Gu Qingfeng's back. The latter seemed to have noticed it long ago. He turned around suddenly, flicked his finger, and deflected the stabbing sword. Then he slapped Yun Changkong in the middle of the body. The burning blood and energy power of the palm made the opponent change his posture, and he could only turn around to block. From Gu Qingfeng's attack to Yun Tianqing's defeat, and then to Yun Changkong's attack, everything happened in an instant. It was not until Gu Qingfeng and Yun Changkong were completely engaged in battle that the others began to react. Most people turned pale as they looked at Yun Tianqing, whose chest was sunken and who had already died on the ground. Yun Tianqing's strength is among the top 3 among all the warriors present. Such a strong person. However, he was killed on the spot by Gu Qingfeng at first sight. The latter's strength shocked them. However, some people who had witnessed Gu Qingfeng killing the Qin family's ancestor were not too shocked by this. After all, even the ancestor of the Qin family was killed by Gu Qingfeng with lightning speed, let alone Yun Tianqing. Right at this moment, everyone's eyes were on the scene. Gu Qingfeng and Yun Tianqing were both surrounded by blood and energy and could not see the scene inside at all. Occasionally, they could only see sword flashes and heat waves. This kind of fiery energy and blood power makes people feel as if they have thought of something. Fiery Sun Palm. Gu Qingfeng is practicing the Fiery Sun Palm. It is said that if one cultivates the Fiery Sun Palm to a high level, one can develop the Fiery Sun Palm power, which makes one's blood and energy as hot and unstoppable as a blazing flame. I never thought that Gu Qingfeng not only obtained the Fiery Sun Palm, but also cultivated this unique skill to such a high level in a short period of time. An old and powerful man said with a horrified look as if he had thought of something. In those days, Master Liang was very famous, and the Liang Palm he created was also well known in the martial arts world. Although not many people knew about the characteristics of this martial art, there were definitely quite a few people who knew about it. After hearing what the other party said, the expressions of the others changed again. It has only been a short time since Gu Qingfeng obtained the Fiery Sun Palm. It has only been 3 years. 3 years. The other party has cultivated this unique skill to such a high level. Such a talent. They were all horrified. At this moment, the battle in the field had changed. All you could see was a surge of blood and energy, which seemed to gather together and explode into a raging flame. Then you could hear the sound of a long sword humming and a figure flying out. Has the winner been decided? See this scene. Everyone looked at the figure that flew out, wanting to see who was defeated. When they saw the identity of the loser, their faces turned pale again. Yun Changkong. The Tianyun sect's Grand Elder now had a charred palm print on his chest and blood coming out of his mouth and nose. Ahem. Yun Changkong struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Gu Qingfeng with eyes full of fear. The power of the Fiery Sun Palm. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the Fiery Sun Palm to such a level. Puff! Before Yun Changkong could finish his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, without a sound. That palm just now. All his internal organs had been shattered. It was only because of the powerful vitality of the blood-refining realm that he did not die immediately. As Yun Changkong fell, Gu Qingfeng was still wearing his blue shirt, without a single scratch on his body. He glanced indifferently at the corpse on the ground, then looked at the others. Who else wants to take action? The words fell. The whole audience was silent. No one dared to speak. As the leader of the Tianyun sect, the sect leader and the supreme elder have already passed away. If they take action, they will probably suffer the same fate. The remaining Tianyun sect elders were also angry but dared not say anything. I'll give you another chance. Now swear to submit to my Gu family, otherwise, everyone present today will die. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were full of majesty, and a powerful aura belonging to the half-step bone refining realm emanated from his body, causing everyone in the audience to change their expressions again and again. Immediately, someone knelt down first and said flatteringly, "I have long admired the reputation of the Gu family. It is my honor to serve the Gu family now." One person knelt down. Soon the second and third persons bowed their heads in surrender. Yun Changkong is dead. What can they use to deal with Gu Qingfeng? Let's take a step back. Even if everyone present rushed forward and was able to kill the opponent, how much would their side have to pay? No one can guarantee whether they will become one of the many sacrifices. Once they fall here, they will become a burden for others. And Gu Qingfeng's strength is now unfathomable, and he has no idea where his opponent's limit is. He is afraid that even if everyone attacks together, it will not be enough to kill him. If Gu Qingfeng showed signs of fatigue, perhaps someone would take action. But now, Gu Qingfeng used thundering means to suppress Yun Tianxing and Yun Changkong, which completely destroyed the will of these people. Surrender. It is the only way. If you don't surrender, you will die. No one would doubt whether Gu Qingfeng would kill someone. With the Tiegu gang in front and the Qin family behind him, it was clear that this man was ruthless. Looking at everyone surrendering, and the disciples and elders of Tianyun's sect who dared not speak out, Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly. "Since you have submitted to me, then show enough sincerity and destroy the Tianyun sect as your token of surrender." As soon as these words came out, many people looked stunned. The people from Tianyun's sect also changed their expressions. An elder shouted angrily, "Gu Qingfeng, you really want to kill them all?" Before the elder could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he looked down, a bright red sword tip appeared in his sight. Phew! The long sword was pulled out from behind. The Tianyun sect elder fell down with a look of unwillingness on his face. The person who made the move was Shangguanrong, the leader of the Red Sword sect, who was the first to kneel down and surrender. The opponent was a mid-level blood refining warrior, and he made a sudden sneak attack, so the Tianyun sect elder had no chance of resisting. After killing the opponent with one sword, Shangguanrong looked sternly and looked at the remaining Tianyun sect warriors with murderous eyes. The Tianyun sect has evil ambitions and wants to stir up all the forces in the martial arts world to harm the Gu family. I, the Qijian sect, will be the first to disagree. Today, I will destroy your Tianyun sect and vent the anger of the Gu family. When Shangguanrong finished speaking, his figure was like a ghost, and the cold light of his long sword broke through the air, killing many warriors of the Tianyun sect in an instant. Such a scene made everyone else look stunned. They obviously did not expect Shangguanrong to be so shameless and turn against his own side so easily. But soon, when the others saw Gu Qingfeng's cold eyes, they reacted suddenly and rushed to kill the other people from Tianyun sect. Everyone in the Tianyun sect was shocked and angry. The various forces that should have been invited to jointly deal with Gu Qingfeng have now become the death warrant of Tianyun sect. Without Yun Tianxing and Yun Changkong, the Tianyun sect simply had no strength to contend with any of the parties. In less than a moment, the entire Tianyun sect was slaughtered. Shangguanrong came to Gu Qingfeng with his long sword stained with blood and said flatteringly, "Master Gu, the Tianyun sect has been destroyed. Well, you did a good job on this." Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. Although Shangguanrong in front of him looked shameless and a fence-sitter, Gu Qingfeng didn't care about it. It doesn't matter if it's a fence-sitter, as long as you can use it for your own benefit. With such people working for them, it would be much easier for the Gu family to conquer the entire Baishidao. As for whether the Red Sword sect would betray him in the future, this was not something Gu Qingfeng considered. If the Red Sword sect wants to betray us, then just destroy them. Then, Gu Qingfeng said, "Take your men to collect all the resources of the Tianyun sect and send them all to the Gu family." "No problem, the Red Sword sect will definitely take care of this." Shangguanrong patted his chest and made the promise, not caring at all about the contemptuous looks from others. In his opinion, things like face are totally worthless. The strength displayed by Gu Qingfeng is enough to show how powerful the opponent is. More importantly, he is young enough. Look at its appearance. At most, he is just over 30 years old. At this age, he has already entered the half-step bone refining realm. If nothing goes wrong in the future, breaking through the limit of the blood refining realm and entering the bone refining realm is inevitable. Even, it is not impossible to break through to levels above bone refining. Being around such a strong man would only bring benefits to the Red Sword sect and no harm. He who knows current affairs is a wise man. Shang Guanrong regarded this as a golden saying. Gu Qingfeng is gone. He did not stay in Tianyun's sect for long. But not long after he left, the news of the destruction of the Tianyun sect also spread. In a flash, the world was in uproar. Before, the Qin family was destroyed by the Tiegu gang, and now the Tianyun sect has fallen into the dust. The only three forces in Baishidao that possess the power of blood-refining perfection have all been destroyed in the hands of the Gu family. Coupled with the submission of the Red Sword sect and other forces, the Gu family has already secretly gained the status of overlord in Baishidao. The next day, Shang Guanrong sent all of the Tianyun sect's resource inventory to the Gu family intact. And then, Gu Qingfeng recruited warriors on a large scale to form the Gu family guard, and there was an endless stream of people responding. In just less than half a month, more than 300 warriors joined the Gu family. Among these people, the weakest one was at the middle stage of skin refining. As for the initial stage of skin refining, they are not qualified to join the Gu family at all. In addition, even some warriors at the blood refining realm joined the Gu family. In the past, blood refining realm warriors had a high status in the martial arts world. They either built their own power or acted as idlers. It was rare for them to join other forces. But things are different now. The Gu family has overwhelmed Baishidao, and in just a few years, they have become the dominant force in Baishidao. Gu Qingfeng, the patriarch of the Gu family, has an unfathomable level of cultivation. In today's chaotic world, if one can rely on a powerful force, it will be the capital for survival. So now the Gu family has become a hot commodity in the eyes of many warriors. What's more, the treatment given by the Gu family is particularly generous. This is also because after the destruction of the Qin family and other top forces, coupled with the surrender of other forces, the Gu family's wealth increased dramatically in a short period of time. The next period of time, the Gu family warriors swept across the entire Baisha Road. All the voices of disobedience were completely dissipated in the face of absolute strength. Master Qizhen, all 136 families of Baishidao have surrendered. In the lobby of the Gu family, Meng Peng said in a deep voice. At the same time, the look he gave Gu Qingfeng was also filled with admiration. Meng Peng joined the Gu family from the very beginning and witnessed the Gu family's rise step by step. He never imagined that Gu Qingfeng could grow the Gu family into such a huge company in just a few years. Well, let everyone pay attention to the news from Guangyang Prefecture and Taishan County, and also pay close attention to Danyang County. Gu Qingfeng said lightly. The Jianghu can be big or small. In a big sense, the Jianghu covers the whole world. In a small sense, a gang or a faction is also the Jianghu. Although the Gu family unified the entire Baishidao, it was just Baishidao. Baisha Road is just a part of Guangyang Prefecture, and above Guangyang Prefecture is Taishan County, and above Taishan County is the huge Qingyun Prefecture. Regarding this, Gu Qingfeng would never be arrogant or complacent. If the Tiegu gang had not intended to take action against the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng would not have been able to act so high profile. But things have come to this point, and it is impossible for the Gu family to back off. Unified Baisha Road. It is bound to attract the attention of other forces. What we can do now is to stop the enemy with soldiers and cover the water with earth. Meng Ping nodded and then said, should we go and say Heko to the court? Don't worry about it. The Taishan dynasty is now in a state of panic. In the past, when the Qin family and other powerful forces were in power, the court had nothing to do with the martial arts world. Gu Qingfeng waved his hands and had no intention of meeting with the court. Baishidao is different from Linxian. The underworld in Linxian is weak, so naturally they have to look at the face of the imperial court. However, the underworld forces of Baishidao are much stronger, and the court does not want to have anything to do with the forces in the underworld unless it is necessary. Especially now that rebellions are rising everywhere, the Taishan dynasty has no intention of provoking any party. In the final analysis, As long as the underworld forces do not threaten the foundation of the imperial court or directly rebel, the imperial court will turn a blind eye. Regarding this, Gu Qingfeng naturally had no intention of causing trouble for himself. Then, he took out another piece of paper and handed it to Ming Pong. Please do your best to collect the herbs needed. I will be of great use to you. Yes, Ming Pong took a look at the medicinal herbs listed there. He had never even heard of some of the names, but that was not a big problem. If we really mobilize the power of the entire Baishidao, finding these herbs should be an easy task. Then, Gu Qingfeng asked Ming Pong to step down. Most of the medicinal herbs he asked Ming Pong to collect were needed to prepare bone building soup. The recipe for bone strengthening soup was something that Gu Qingfeng had found from the Qin family after he had destroyed the Qin family. Bone building soup has only one function. That is, it can speed up the pace of the blood refining realm warriors to break through to the bone refining realm. Gu Qingfeng is now half a step into the bone refining stage. With the characteristics of the fiery sun divine palm, he will be able to gradually break through to the bone refining stage in the future. However, allowing the fiery sun palm to break through on its own is ultimately too slow. Gu Qingfeng needs a faster breakthrough. The half-step bone refining realm may seem to be almost the same as the bone refining realm, but the gap between them must be quite large. Now that the Gu family has unified the entire Baishidao, they may be noticed by other forces. At this time, only sufficient strength can truly solve all problems. Therefore, bone training soup is essential. Of course, a small part of the medicinal herbs that Gu Qingfeng asked Ming Pong to collect were what the skin refining realm warriors needed to break through to the blood refining realm, as well as what the blood refining realm warriors needed for their own cultivation. If the Gu family wants to grow stronger, they must have enough strong people to support them. In the past, the Gu family was in a weak position, and it was not easy to collect these things. But now that the power of the entire Baishidao has been mobilized, it is different. Years pass by. It has been more than a month since the Gu family moved to Baishidao. This day, the entire Gu family was under strict discipline. Gu Qingfeng was pacing back and forth in front of the bedroom, listening to the noises coming from inside, with a look of anxiety on his face from time to time. Very simple, because Su Yulan is about to give birth. Although Gu Qingfeng had been a father before, he still felt nervous. Gu Yang said, "Don't worry, father. Mother is blessed with good fortune, so there will be no problem. Su Yulan is Gu Qingfeng's current wife, so he naturally has to call her mother." Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. "I hope so. Also, take your people to deal with the Gu family's problems and don't let anyone disturb Yulan Linpin. My child understands." Gu Yang retreated and, according to Gu Qingfeng's instructions, led a part of the Gu family guards to guard all parties. At this moment, someone whispered, "Young master, are we really going to do this?" "What do you mean?" Gu Yang looked at the person in front of him with a frown. He recognized the other person's identity. He was a guard who had joined the Gu family for many years. His name was Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked towards the inner courtyard, his eyes flashing slightly. The young master is not Madam's child after all. Judging from the situation of the patriarch, he seems to be quite doting on Madam. If Madam really wants to leave the young master with her, he might threaten the young master's position one day. From my perspective, you are not as good as us. Lu Yuan made a gesture with his hands and his face turned fierce. Gu Yang's expression remained unchanged as he stared at the other person. "Who told you to say these things?" "These words are from my heart. In the past few years, the young master has been in charge of family affairs. Everyone is dissatisfied. I do this for your consideration." Before Lu Yuan could finish his words, Gu Yang suddenly attacked and broke his neck. Until death, Lu Yuan opened his eyes wide, looking totally unprepared. "Kill Lu Yuan." Gu Yang immediately called other people. "Come here, drag the body away, and then investigate the identity of this person to see if there is someone behind him who wants to harm our family." "I obey your orders." After seeing Lu Yuan's body, several guards who came after hearing the news were stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed orders and dragged the body away. "Get rid of Lu Yuan." Gu Yang's heart was not much moved. Although he is not very old, his hands are already stained with blood during the years he has been in charge of the Gu family, so killing one person is nothing. "Get rid of Lu Yuan." Gu Yang looked towards the inner courtyard with a calm expression. Lu Yuan's words didn't make Gu Yang worried at all. The position of the young master of the Gu family is his, and only his. Gu Yang is absolutely confident about this. Nothing else to say. I have only been in the martial arts for 6 or 7 years now, and I have already reached the stage of perfect skin refining. After further practice for a while, breaking through to the stage of blood refining will be a piece of cake. With such talent, Gu Yang is not worried that anyone can shake his position. Lu Yuan's actions seemed to be for his own good, but in fact, he had evil intentions, which was why Gu Yang killed him directly. The sound of a baby crying, and the information on the information panel is refreshed. This made Gu Qingfeng's originally anxious heart finally feel relieved. Your second offspring is born. Your third offspring is born. 2 messages. It explains a lot of things. At this moment, the tightly closed door opened, and the midwife said, "Congratulations, Mr. Gu. Your wife has given birth to twins, and both mother and child are safe. Okay, everyone who was in charge of the delivery will be rewarded 100 taels of silver. Just follow Meng Peng to claim your reward." Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, and Wang Per, who was delivering the baby, and other people in the room all looked delighted when they heard his words. "Thank you, Master Gu. 100 taels of silver. Even if they don't eat or drink for 10 years, they may not be able to win." Now that Gu Qingfeng has given such a generous reward, everyone is naturally delighted. Regarding this, Gu Qingfeng didn't care either. Considering the Gu family's current assets, giving away a few thousand taels of silver would only be a small problem. When everyone went downstairs to receive their gifts, Gu Qingfeng also walked into the room and saw Su Yulan lying weakly on the bed with her 2 newborn children next to her. "Thank you for your hard work, ma'am." Gu Qingfeng took 2 steps forward at a time. Looking at the weak, looking Karen, a look of heartache appeared on his face. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Yulan's pale face. "These are what I should do. Now that the 2 children are born, do you want to give them names?" "Of course I have thought about it." Gu Qingfeng looked at the 2 children in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. "The big one's name is Gu Xian. My name is Gu Xiu." As Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, text appeared on the information screen again. "Your second offspring was named Gu Xian. Your third offspring was named Gu Xiu." Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the weak Su Yulan and immediately asked someone to prepare supplements for Su Yulan to recover. The news that the head of the Gu family had 2 more sons spread quickly. For a while, there was also an endless stream of people coming to offer their congratulations. The Gu family is now the king of Baishidao, so naturally many forces are rushing to sell well. Gu Qingfeng was also in a good mood and met all visitors in person. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Gu Qingfeng specially set up a full moon banquet and invited all parties to attend. At the same time, the information panel will be refreshed with text. Your offspring Gu Xian is 1 month old. Your offspring Gu Xiu is 1 month old. Since the birth of his 2 children, Gu Qingfeng has discovered that the information landscape seems to be a little different. In the past, text would only appear on the information page when you received a reward. For example, Gu Yang was born, or Gu Yang broke through the realm, etc. But now, the information panel is filled with text. These words have nothing to do with rewards, but are a growth record of one's offspring. Regarding this, Gu Qingfeng had some ideas in his mind again. However, these are secondary. What he wanted to see was whether the 2 children could bring certain benefits to him if they embarked on martial arts training in the future. The full moon banquet is over. The Gu family returned to peace. Gu Yang still handles Gu family affairs as usual. Gu Qingfeng spends most of his time in seclusion practicing. Although he is willing to practice the fiery sun palm, he now has a lot of mid-grade martial arts in his hands. Before breaking through the bone refining realm, Gu Qingfeng had to practice as many mid-level martial arts as possible to improve his foundation. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also took time out to guide Gu Yang in his cultivation. Gu Yang has a strong talent, and with the blood refining pill as an aid to his cultivation, it won't take him too long to break through the blood refining stage. Once Gu Yang breaks through the blood refining realm, the rewards he will receive will surely be extremely generous. And then there is Gu Qingfeng also collected many precious medicinal materials and performed I Ching and marrow, strengthening exercises for Gu Xian and Gu Xiu. gradually laying a solid foundation for them since they were young. Every time you complete the I Ching marrow removal, the information screens all have text appearing. Your offspring Gu Xian has completed an I Ching marrow removing exercise, and his bones have improved slightly. Your offspring Gu Xian has completed an I Ching marrow removing exercise, and his bones have improved slightly. Your offspring Gu Xian has completed an I Ching marrow removing exercise, and his bones have improved slightly. Your offspring Gu Xian has completed an I Ching marrow removing exercise, and his bones have improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Xian has completed an I Ching marrow removing exercise, and his bones have improved significantly. Your descendant Gu Xian has completed an I Ching marrow removing exercise, and his bones have improved significantly. Your descendant Gu Yang has gained enlightenment from practicing the Gu family boxing, and his strength has improved slightly. For several months, the information page would occasionally refresh with text, which was nothing new to Gu Qingfeng. But this time, Gu Yang's changes also appeared in the information screen, causing Gu Qingfeng's expression to change slightly. Really, since Xianer and Xiu'er were born, the information landscape has indeed changed from before. These changes are much more flexible than before. The previous information panel was only used to record rewards and did not have much effect. However, the current information coverage allows him to update the changes of his offspring in real time, and allows him to always understand the situation of Gu Yang and others, which naturally makes Gu Qingfeng feel satisfied. At this moment, Meng Peng walked in from outside. Your subordinate greets the master. What is it? News came from the Red Sword sect that the Millennium Ginseng King that the master was looking for has been found. Now the Red Sword sect's leader Shang Wanrong is waiting outside. Meng Peng's words made Gu Qingfeng's eyes light up. Let him in. Yes. Not long after Meng Peng retreated, he was seen coming here with a group of people. The moment Shang Wanrong saw Gu Qingfeng, he simply bowed down. Shang Wanrong pays respect to Patriarch Gu. Master Shang Wan, there's no need to be so polite. I heard that the Red Sword sect found the Millennium Ginseng King. Is this true? Yes, a few days ago, a disciple of my Red Sword sect accidentally found a 1,000-year-old Ginseng King. When I heard the news, I immediately brought the Ginseng King to hand it over to Master Gu. As Shang Wanrong spoke, he untied the bag on his back, and a sandalwood box appeared in front of the three people. Gu Qingfeng took the sandalwood box and opened it, only to see a ginseng lying quietly inside. This ginseng was much larger than ordinary ginseng, and a refreshing fragrance filled the air. Just a simple sniff made people feel relaxed. Okay, it really is the Millennium Ginseng King. Gu Qingfeng looked very happy. This 1,000-year-old Ginseng King is exactly the same as the one described in the bone-building soup. It is obvious that this is what he is looking for. And with the Millennium Ginseng King in hand, the last precious medicine for the bone-strengthening soup has been collected. So, Gu Qingfeng can also start making bone-refining soup and formally move towards the bone-refining realm. Hongjiang Prefecture. Large army stationed. The city was filled with a murderous atmosphere, but it was also somewhat peaceful. Outside the city, corpses were scattered all over the ground. Broken limbs and arms could be seen everywhere, and a large amount of blood was flowing, dyeing the land red. Inside the government office in the city, a middle-aged man with a square face was handling business. He was wearing a black and gold robe, and there was a solemnity between his brows that was intimidating without even getting angry. That was the aura of a person in a superior position. Now, someone came in from outside and bowed to the middle-aged man. Hey Xianwei Bai Hu Si Tian, greets His Majesty. What is it? Pei Jing raised his head and glanced at the other party with an indifferent expression. Si Tian said, there is a secret letter from Guangyang Prefecture in Taishan County. Please have a look, Your Majesty. The words fell. Si Tian handed a secret letter to the other party. Pei Jing opened the secret letter and scanned all the contents with just a glance. Why did it take so long for this secret letter to reach me? His face looked a little gloomy. The content of the secret letter was sent several months ago. Although Taishan County is far away from Danyang County, it should not take that long. The moment the words fell, a terrifying aura emanated from Pei Jing. Si Tian fell to his knees with a plop, his face full of fear. "Your Majesty, please calm down. The news from the governor of Taishan County is strictly blocked. Many of my black Xianwei were killed in Taishan County, so this news has been delayed until now. I hope your Majesty will forgive me." Hearing this, the terrifying aura from Pei Jing suddenly subsided, but his eyes were still cold. "Taishan County. Once I have dealt with the affairs of Danyang County, he will have his time. Besides, Luo Yu is dead, and I thought a mere blood-refining realm person would be able to impress me, but he is ultimately a useless piece of shoot. Gu Qingfeng mentioned in the secret letter seems to be quite capable, and he is not too old, so he has considerable potential in the future. You will go to Guangyang Prefecture on my behalf and ask him to join my divine martial army. What if Gu Qingfeng doesn't want to? If you don't want it, then let someone who is willing take charge of Shiraishi Road." Pei Jing's simple words seemed to have determined Bai Shidao's fate. Regarding this, Xitian didn't find it strange either. After all, the one in front of him was the godly king who commanded 1,000,000 troops and governed several counties. A small Bai Shidao was naturally no problem for him. Then, Xitian took the order and withdrew. The candlelight flickered. The face of King Shenwu was illuminated by light and darkness, and his originally indifferent expression now seemed to be gloomy. "Danyang County. Humph, I want to see how long you can hold me back. This world is already corrupt. We must overthrow it and establish a new order." At this moment, someone walked in from outside. Seeing the person coming, Pei Jing's expression returned to normal. "Elder Duan, what brings you here?" "Greetings, King Shenwu. I, the Tianyang Sword Sect, have received news that the Imperial Court has made some moves. It seems that people from the Evil Suppression Department have come to Danyang County. This is a very serious problem. The Evil Suppression Department." When he heard this name, Pei Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you know who is coming from the Evil Suppression Department? I heard that he is a captain. A captain of the Evil Suppression Department should not be underestimated. At the very least, he is a sorcerer who has entered the level of divine fusion. If he goes a step further, it will only cause more trouble. I have already informed the sect that an old ancestor is willing to help, but we need to prepare the flesh and blood of 1,000 people." Hearing this, Pei Jing said calmly, "If there is an ancestor willing to help, it would be great. The blood and flesh of thousands of people is just a small problem. It's just a matter of war. If the Tianyang Sword Sect can help me conquer Danyang County within 3 years, I will offer another 100,000 men. Okay, I will tell the ancestor what the king of Shenwu said. In addition, other elders of the sect are also coming one after another. This time, the Evil Suppressing Department is just an introduction. The governor of Danyang County has the support of many sects behind him. However, these sects are nothing to our Tianyang Sword Sect. With the help of our Tianyang Sword Sect, the king of Shenwu will soon ascend to great power. Thank you, Elder Duan, for your kind words. If I can really take that position, the Tianyang Sword Sect will become the state religion, and I will not forget Elder Duan's contribution." Pei Jing's words made the smile on the latter's face even more obvious. Taishan County, Guangyang Prefecture, Whitehead Road. Inside the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng was soaked in a medicine barrel. The medicinal bath in the medicine barrel was part of the bone strengthening soup. This kind of prescription needed to be used both internally and externally. When Gu Qingfeng was immersed in the medicinal bath, he felt an extremely burning force penetrating into his body through his pores, like a steel knife scraping his bones, bringing unbearable pain. Gu Qingfeng groaned, his expression slightly grim, and he endured the severe pain forcefully, then swallowed the medicinal soup that had been prepared in advance. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded from the abdomen. The two forces combined from the inside out, constantly cleansing Gu Qingfeng's body, and then penetrated into the bones, beginning to temper the bones and eliminate some existing impurities. At the same time, the power of the Liang palm was also mobilized, and under the influence of the medicine, the speed of tempering the bones was accelerated. Bone refining realm. What is being refined are the bones throughout the body. In Gu Qingfeng's previous life, the human body had 206 bones, but the people in this world are different. The human body has 365 bones, which coincides with the number of Zhoutian. If one wants to enter the bone refining realm, One needs to temper all 365 bones in the body. Only then can one truly achieve a successful breakthrough. However, it is not easy to temper your bones. It is not easy to temper one bone when reaching the normal blood refining stage, let alone temper 365 bones. What's more, bone tempering must be done with caution. Any mistake may lead to serious consequences. If it is a top-grade martial art, it would record the true method of tempering bones and entering the bone refining realm, which would be able to avoid these problems. However, if one does not have top-grade martial arts and only relies on one's own exploration to make a breakthrough, the danger will increase tenfold or 100-fold. The so-called practice. In fact, it was all after countless heavy sacrifices made by our predecessors that we finally figured it out bit by bit. If later generations want to explore the way forward, they can either rely on the legacy of their predecessors or follow their predecessors' lead and forge ahead on their own. However, the latter is too risky, and no one will do it unless they have no other choice. Now, Gu Qingfeng certainly does not have any top-grade martial arts. However, the fiery sun palm that he practiced involved the mystery of bone refining. When the fiery sun palm was perfected, the power of the fiery sun palm would travel around the body, and its strength would spread to all 365 bones. What Gu Qingfeng has to do now is to rely on the route of walking with the power of the fiery sun palm, and then temper his own bones and enter the bone refining realm as soon as possible. Tempering. Temper with all your strength. Gu Qingfeng mobilized the power of qi and blood, madly absorbing the medicinal power of the medicinal bath and medicinal soup, and then mobilized the power of the fiery sun palm to gradually temper his own bones. Under the self-tempering of Liang palm power, part of Gu Qingfeng's bones have been successfully tempered. What he has to do now is to complete the tempering of the remaining bones. However, when he was halfway through tempering his bones, Gu Qingfeng stopped. It's not that he wants to stop. It's because his body has reached its limit and the power of the medicine has been exhausted. Break through the bone refining realm. Not a single breath succeeded. When any warrior enters the bone refining stage, it takes a long time to hone his skills and temper his bones bit by bit. Coming out of the bathtub, Gu Qingfeng took a look at the medicinal bath which had turned a dark brown color. He put on his robe and went outside to continue practicing his swordsmanship. The long sword is unsheathed. The sword shines brightly. As the long sword moved in all directions, one could faintly see the sword energy raging, leaving white marks in the air that never faded. Bang! The sword energy rolled like thunder, and the sword shadows in the sky converged into one sword, erupting with a breathtaking explosion. So far, introduction to the Sky Thunder Sword technique. I have finally officially entered this middle-level martial art. Gu Qingfeng had a faint smile on his face. It had been several months since he acquired the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, but he was still only at the beginning and had not really entered the entry stage. Now that I have achieved this breakthrough in one breath, it is considered pretty good. Introduction to the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique. The mystery of this middle-grade martial art can be considered as the beginning of the true glimpse. At the same time, the Iron Leg skill has also reached the highest level of perfection. Regarding this, Gu Qingfeng consumed a few improvement points and directly upgraded his Iron Leg skill to perfection. When the Iron Leg technique was perfected, he felt the muscles and skin of his legs tightened, as if they had turned into fine iron. At the same time, his own qi and blood also increased slightly, but the change was not too big. It seems that ordinary low-grade martial arts are no longer of much use to me. Only when low-grade martial arts are perfected can they bring some enhancement. But even so, the increase is limited. Gu Qingfeng understood that his current realm was too high and the changes that low-grade martial arts could bring were already quite limited. Of course, if a martial art is perfected, it can be of some use. If it was just one martial art, perhaps nothing would show up. But if it was the accumulation of 10 or 100 martial arts, Gu Qingfeng believed that his strength would surely reach a terrifying level. At that time, even if he didn't break through the bone refining realm, he estimated that he could still pin the bone refining realm to the ground. Of course, if you really want to achieve that level, it will not happen overnight. With so many improvement points, why doesn't Gu Qingfeng use it to break through his martial arts limits instead of accumulating these low grade martial arts. Only when the remaining improvement point is of little use, as in the current situation, will Gu Qingfeng use it to improve the iron leg skill and make this martial art perfect. The following days, Gu Qingfeng was basically strengthening his body and tempering his bones in order to speed up his steps to break through the bone-refining realm. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. This day, Gu Qingfeng was exactly 36 years old. It's the same day. He had been stuck in the half-step bone-refining realm for a long time, but finally made a breakthrough. Bang! All 365 bones in the body were tempered to perfection, and extremely powerful strength was revived from the body, making Gu Qingfeng feel as if he could kill a half-step bone-refining master with just one punch. No, this is no illusion. The 365 bones in his body were tempered to perfection, just like breaking through the shackles of limits. Gu Qingfeng's entire person was sublimated a lot out of thin air. Compared with before the breakthrough, his strength was more than doubled. If he were to face off against a person who had surpassed his previous self, Gu Qingfeng was confident that he could end the battle within 3 moves. If he were facing an ordinary half-step bone-refining realm cultivator, he would probably be defeated with one punch. Bang! With one punch, the rockery collapsed. Then he picked up a stone, rubbed it with his 5 fingers with a little force, and the stone turned into powder and dissipated. This is the power of the bone-refining realm. It seems that I have underestimated the power of this realm before. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly. Before breaking through the bone-refining realm, Gu Qingfeng did not have much intuitive understanding of this realm. Until this moment, only then did he truly witness the power of the bone-refining realm. That punch just now, Gu Qingfeng only used a little bit of his strength, but it was enough to split mountains and crush rocks. His power was truly terrifying. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute page. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 36/150 Realm. Initial stage of bone-refining martial arts. Gu Family Fist, Level 1 Indestructible. Iron Body Skill, Level 1 Body as strong as iron. Big Stone Smashing Hand, Minor Success. Iron Leg Skill, Perfect. Refined Iron Fingers, Minor Success. Fiery Sun Palm, 9th Level Perfect. Fiery Sun Palm Power Level 4, Heavenly Thunder Sword Skill. Beginner, Boost Points, 0. Bone Refining Beginner Stage, 150 years of life. Gu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The lifespan of a warrior in the blood-refining realm is only about 100 years, but if he breaks through to the bone-refining realm, his lifespan will skyrocket to 150 years. 50 years of life. It is by no means an idle journey. Furthermore, the higher your cultivation level becomes, the longer your lifespan will likely increase. In this way, if he could really reach a higher level someday, he might actually be able to achieve immortality through martial arts. Martial arts immortality. With my advantages, I may have the opportunity to achieve immortality in martial arts in the future. The word, eternal life, stirred up turbulence in Gu Qingfeng's calm heart. No one can resist the temptation of immortality. However, it is not easy for ordinary people to achieve immortality through martial arts. But Gu Qingfeng has his own advantages, and he may really be able to reach that level one day. Then, Gu Qingfeng also quickly calmed down. Martial arts and immortality are too far away from me. Now, he has only just broken through to the bone-refining stage. The world is big. Those who are at the bone-refining realm are not necessarily that strong. Of course, if it were on the Baishur Road, then the bone-refining realm would be considered the strongest. The next day, Gu Qingfeng came to Yunj. Now, given the reputation of the Gu family, the steward of Yun Pavilion was the first to come forward to greet them. In the compartment, the maid served tea. The manager of Yun Pavilion, who showed up this time, was not Ji Ping, but another woman. She had a pretty face and was elegantly dressed, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. My name is Chai Hong, and I am the manager of Yun Pavilion. I wonder if Master Gu has any advice for you since you have come here in person today. I heard that Yun Pavilion is doing a big business, so I came here to ask if Yun Pavilion has any top-grade martial arts. If so, I am willing to buy it. Gu Qingfeng was not confused by Chai Hong in front of him. The other person's face did not stir up much in his heart. He went straight to the point and stated the purpose of his trip: superior martial arts. Chai Hong's expression changed slightly, and then she smiled. Martial arts of this level are of great importance and will not be sold casually. Only occasionally will some declining families and sects have to sell such martial arts out of necessity. If Master Gu really has an idea, then I can keep an eye out for you. All right. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Chai Hong, paused, and then said, Bai Shidao is weak in martial arts. I want to know some information about martial arts. I wonder if Yunj can satisfy me. These are trivial matters. My Yun Pavilion has a martial arts manual compiled by former masters, covering all levels of martial arts. It only costs 10 taels of silver. Then give me one. Master Gu, please wait a moment. Chai Hong immediately asked someone to fetch a martial arts manual and handed it to Gu Qingfeng. Afterwards, the two of them exchanged money and goods, and the transaction was completed. Then, Gu Qingfeng did not stay in Yun Pavilion for long, but just got up and left. Looking at his departing back, Chai Hong's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. With such a concentrated aura, this person might have already entered the bone refining stage. I didn't expect that after so many years in Bai Shidao, there would be another master of the bone refining realm, and this person is not too old. If he enters the bone refining realm at such a young age and has a complete inheritance, he may be able to make further progress in the future. It's a pity that those sects and families won't reveal their advanced martial arts easily. Without the corresponding martial arts to inherit, I am afraid that this person will be limited to the bone refining realm for the rest of his life. Carrying a martial arts manual, Gu Qingfeng returned to Gu's house in a flash. Then, he opened the martial arts manual and read the information recorded on it. The martial art starts with refining the skin, then refining the blood, then refining the bones. Above refining the bones is refining the marrow, and above refining the marrow is refining the dirt. When a warrior reaches the peak of refining, his body has been perfected, and it will be difficult to make any further progress. At this time, it means that when qi and blood fill up one's own true qi, one becomes an innate master. If someone is gifted, they can transform their qi, blood, and physical body again, breaking through the limits and becoming a saint, thus becoming a qi and blood master. The Xiantian Grandmaster lived to be 300 years old. The Master of Qi and Blood has a lifespan of 500 years. Even at the moment before his death, his body can be guaranteed to be full of Qi and Blood and always in peak condition. Master of the Innate Realm, Master of Qi and Blood. The martial arts of this world are indeed extraordinary. According to the records here, those who have entered the realm of the Master are already extraordinary and holy. However, compared to the innate Master, the Qi and Blood Master is obviously more powerful, but it is obvious that the difficulty of becoming a Qi and Blood Master is also the greatest. I just don't know how many masters there are in this world. Gu Qingfeng pondered secretly. He would not be surprised at all to find someone stronger than himself. After all, there is always someone better than you. Although he has inhuman strength after entering the bone refining realm, he is not considered a top-notch warrior in the martial arts world. Since there is a grandmaster here, it means that there must be grandmasters in the world. However, Gu Qingfeng is not sure who is stronger, the grandmaster or the sorcerer. And how does the grandmaster compare to the evil spirits? With Yunji's means, Gu Qingfeng believed that they must have information about sorcerers and evil spirits, but these topics were particularly sensitive, so Gu Qingfeng naturally would not cause trouble for himself. Sometimes, information revealed inadvertently will bring you a lot of trouble. So, Gu Qingfeng did not intend to inquire about the matters concerning evil spirits and sorcerers from Yun Ge. These matters were particularly sensitive, which could be seen from the fact that ordinary people had no idea about the matters concerning evil spirits. For Gu Qingfeng right now, the most important thing is still to break through his cultivation. According to the records in the martial arts manual, the bone refining realm is divided into 4 stages: iron bones, bronze bones, silver bone, golden bones. For example, now all 365 of Gu Qingfeng's bones have been trained into iron bones, which means he has entered the initial stage of the bone refining realm. If one cultivates a body of bronze bones, one can enter the middle stage of the bone refining realm. If one cultivates a body of silver bones, one can enter the late stage of the bone refining realm. If one cultivates a body of gold bones, one has reached the perfect bone refining realm and can impact the next level. A normal person only needs to develop bones of iron to be invulnerable to swords and knives, and even after cremation, it would be extremely difficult to dissolve. If one could cultivate golden bones, even 100 years after death, the bones would remain intact and would shine brightly with golden light. But it is not easy to truly cultivate golden bones. Even for ordinary people, it is extremely difficult to cultivate iron bones. For example, the Qin family's ancestor, who has been immersed in the blood-refining realm for many years, has not been able to cultivate iron bones, let alone higher levels. Gu Qingfeng put away the martial arts manual. For him, this book was a channel for him to gain a deeper understanding of martial arts. Although martial arts are popular in this world, each sect and school is also very proud of its own things. Occasionally, mid-grade martial arts can be circulated in the world, but high-grade martial arts and above are very rare. If you bring your skills with you to seek a disciple, the sect may not necessarily accept you. If you work as a dog for other noble families, you may not be able to learn advanced martial arts. So, if he wants to obtain top-grade martial arts, Gu Qingfeng can only start from improving his points. Now I just have to wait for Xin'er and Xiu'er to grow up and see if they can make a breakthrough like Yang'er and be of use to me. If that's possible, then the matter is settled. Gu Qingfeng has been conditioning Gu Xian and Gu Xiu's bodies and honing their bones since childhood for this very purpose. And the higher the warrior's cultivation level, the smaller the probability of giving birth to a child. For example, Gu Qingfeng has now entered the bone-refining realm, and his essence has been condensed to the extreme. If he wants to truly give birth to offspring, it will be much more difficult than for ordinary people. When Su Yulan was pregnant, it was because Gu Qingfeng's own cultivation was not very high, and he was lucky enough to get pregnant because of his daily hard work. If it were now, it might not be the same. Normally speaking, once a cultivator enters the blood-refining stage, the probability of being able to give birth to offspring is greatly reduced. The most appropriate time was when I was in Lin County. However, at that time, Gu Qingfeng himself was in danger. If he really wanted to take his family with him, there was no guarantee that he would be able to leave Lin County alive. Only after he had settled down on Baishidao did Gu Qingfeng have time to plan his next step. Then, Gu Qingfeng put aside all the distracting thoughts in his mind and continued to hone his muscles and practice other martial arts. Under the current circumstances where there is no way to break the limit of the fiery sun palm, Gu Qingfeng must naturally enhance his own strength in disguised form. Starting with other martial arts is the best way to do it. However, when he entered the bone-refining realm, Gu Qingfeng discovered that ordinary low-grade martial arts were no longer useful to him. If one wants to refine one's qi and blood and increase one's strength, one must at least learn mid-level martial arts. If it was a few years ago, it would not be easy for Gu Qingfeng to obtain mid-level martial arts, but after destroying the Qin family Iron Bone Gang and the Tianyan sect, he actually had a lot of mid-level martial arts in his hands. In the ancient city, there were middle-aged people with ordinary faces walking slowly. The city in front of them was quite lively, quite different from other places. The stability of Baishur City cannot be maintained for much longer. When the army of King Shenwu arrives, the peace here will be completely shattered. I just hope that the Gu family can be more knowledgeable, so that Baishur City can be protected from the war. Otherwise, the middle-aged man's eyes turned slightly cold when he thought of this. Nice. He is Si Tian. After receiving the order from King Shenwu, Si Tian rushed to Baishur City without stopping. However, because Baishur City was under the jurisdiction of Guangyang Prefecture in Taishan County, the governor of Taishan County had stricter supervision over the Haixuan Way. In order to enter Baishur City safely, Si Tian paid a heavy price. Now, entering White Rock City. The stability here is completely different from that in Danyang County. The war spread to Danyang County, and the people were in panic. How could they see such a grand situation? However, these are only temporary. The world is in chaos now. There is no real stability. When King Shenwu's army arrives, Baishur City and even the entire Taishan County will be engulfed in war. Regarding this situation, Shi Tian didn't think there was any problem. Still the same sentence. The Taishan dynasty has become corrupt. This world should have a new master. It was getting dark. Nightfall. Gu Qingfeng is honing his muscles and bones. What he is practicing now is the Iron Bone Gang's unique skill, Hunyuan Iron Shirt. This martial art can be regarded as a top-level mid-grade martial art, and its main purpose is to improve the warrior's skin, tendons, bones, qi, and blood. If one can cultivate it to the highest level, he or she can then enter the level of perfect blood refining. At the same time, if the Hunyuan Iron Shirt is perfect, it can also greatly increase the warrior's defense power, almost to the point where it is impervious to water and fire. In the Hunyuan Iron Shirt, like the fiery sun divine palm, is divided into 9 levels. 9 levels of perfection. It is the perfection of blood purification. Because Gu Qingfeng himself was a warrior at the bone refining realm, he was able to practice middle-grade martial arts as if he were assisted by a god. In just a few days, he had cultivated the first level to perfection and was about to enter the second level. However, also, because Gu Qingfeng was at the bone refining realm, the introduction to ordinary mid-level martial arts did not bring much change to himself. In his opinion, at least after entering the 5th level of Hunyuan Iron Shirt, some changes will occur to oneself. At this moment in the darkness of the night, several guards in the blood refining realm were holding iron bars and hitting Gu Qingfeng hard. The latter's blood and energy were condensed, and his naked upper body was muscular. The iron bars that were strong enough to split mountains and rocks fell on his body, but only left a trail of white marks. After a long time, Gu Qingfeng's blood surged, and all the iron bars that fell on him were shaken away. Several people only felt a huge force coming, and their bodies could not help but step back several steps. That's enough. Thank you all for your hard work today. Gu Qingfeng smiled faintly. Just now, his Hunyuan Iron Shirt had broken through to the 2nd level. In his current state, he has not yet reached his limit, but with the help of several people, he has obviously done his best. Ming Peng, I am here. Today, everyone will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver as a reward for their hard work. I understand. Ming Peng clasped his fists and accepted the order. The rest of the people smiled when they heard this. Thank you for the gift, Master. 10 taels of silver may not seem like much to a blood-refining realm warrior, but one must understand that this is just the pay for a day's hard work. If it were taken in a month, that would be a full 300 taels of silver. 1 year later, that's more than 3,000 taels. Even for a warrior in the blood-refining realm, it is not easy to earn more than 3,000 taels under normal circumstances. Although some people felt exhausted, it was all worth it as long as they had the money in their hands. Just as Ming Peng and a few others were retreating, Gu Qingfeng put on his clothes slowly and calmly with a calm expression. You have been watching for so long. Why don't you come out and see it? The words fell. Then a dark shadow suddenly appeared. Who would have thought that the dignified head of the Gu family is not a cultivator in the blood-refining realm, but has already entered the bone-refining realm? As a warrior also at the bone-refining realm, Si Tian could naturally see that Gu Qingfeng in front of him was not just at the blood-refining realm, but had already entered the bone-refining realm. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? Why don't you ask the patriarch to guess? Guess. Gu Qingfeng suddenly smiled, but the smile looked a little chilling. The next breath, he disappeared on the spot. All 365 iron bones in his body were shaking. Powerful blood and energy burst out, and he struck out at Si Tian with a palm with the force of splitting a mountain. The latter's face changed. He never expected Gu Qingfeng to attack as soon as he said so. He could only hurriedly resist. Fists collide. A powerful force flooded over, along with an unstoppable burning aura, causing Shi Tian's face to change again. Bang Shi Tian took several steps back instantly. With such strength, you dare to come to my house and act so arrogantly. Who gave you the courage? Gu Qingfeng sneered. Although the person in front of him had also entered the bone-refining realm, his strength was just that, not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that Gu Qingfeng was about to attack again, Si Tian spoke hurriedly. I am a captain of the Black Guards under the command of the King of Shunwu. Today I am here on the orders of the King of Shunwu. Before Si Tian could finish his words, Gu Qingfeng's attack had already arrived. The moves were like a violent storm, making him exhausted from resisting, and he had no time to say anything else. Vietnam War. The more Shirtion heard, the more shocked he became. He has been in the bone refining realm for many years and has already cultivated a body of bronze bones. He has even tempered a few silver bones. His strength is among the strongest in the bone refining realm. However, even with such a high level of skill, he was completely suppressed by Gu Qingfeng. The person in front of him had a strong energy and blood, and he didn't look like a warrior who had just entered the bone refining realm. Moreover, Gu Qingfeng's fist contained an extremely domineering and hot energy. This kind of powerful energy continuously invaded Shirtion's body as the battle went on, making him feel very uncomfortable. When the energy accumulates to a certain level, it will explode directly inside the body. Boom! The power of the fiery sun palm explodes. Tion spat out a mouthful of blood, and his original defensive move was suddenly flawed. Gu Qingfeng caught him by the broken thread and slammed his palm heavily on his chest, causing his body to fly out. After landing, Shirtion spat out another mouthful of blood, and he was seriously injured. Such a big commotion. This naturally attracted people from the Gu family to come. Gu Qingfeng looked stern and said, "Go away. You guys don't need to interfere in what's going on here." Hear this? The guards retreated as instructed. Then Gu Qingfeng came in front of Tion, leaned down, and struck with his hands like eagle claws, directly dislocating all the joints of his limbs. The severe pain made Tion's face turn pale instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Finish this. Gu Qingfeng was the one looking down at the other party with an indifferent expression. Tell me, what is your purpose here? Gu Qingfeng, I am a subordinate of the Divine Martial King. If you attack me, you are offending the Divine Martial King. Just as Tion gave a cold warning, he saw Gu Qingfeng stepped on one of his hands with his right foot and crushed it with the sole of his shoe. Instantly, the palm was covered in blood, and even the bones inside were broken by this force. The severe pain makes the other person scream miserably. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were cold. You don't seem to understand the current situation. If you answer my questions and say anything nonsense, I will make you live a life worse than death. Say, what is your purpose here? This time, Tion didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, nor did he dare to threaten with words anymore. He spoke with a terrified look. The king heard that you destroyed the Iron Bone Gang and unified the entire White Stone sect, and he wants you to work for him. The man behind the Tiegu Gang is King Shenwu. I killed Luo Yu and destroyed the Tiegu Gang. Doesn't Pei Jing want to avenge them? The small Iron Bone Gang is certainly not worthy of your majesty's revenge. The Gu family was able to destroy the Iron Bone Gang and unify Bai Shideo, which shows that the Gu family has more potential than the Iron Bone Gang. As long as the Gu family can serve the king will certainly not be stingy with benefits. With the talent of Patriarch Gu, if he gets the king's resources, he might be able to break through the marrow cleansing and even enter the refining stage in the future. Tion did not hide anything and told everything directly. Finally, he still wanted to pull Gu Qingfeng back. After all, in the current situation, if I can't pull the other party under control, I may not be able to leave Gu's house alive. Shida's answer. It was not beyond Gu Qingfeng's expectations. From this we can also see that the Shenwu king is a bit heartless and only cares about ability without much mercy. But on second thought, this is normal. Those who achieve great things do not pay attention to details. There is a reason why the other party is able to own several counties. Gu Qingfeng asked, if I don't agree, what should Pei Jing do? This? Tion just hesitated a little, and Gu Qingfeng exerted force again with the sole of his shoe. The other party's face turned pale, and he dared not hesitate any longer. Your Majesty, if the Gu family is not willing to submit, then there is no need for them to exist. How much power does Pei Jing have in Guangyang Prefecture? I don't know about that. Tion said this first, and then, fearing that Gu Qingfeng might not believe him, he quickly added another sentence. I really don't know. Only the commander knows the whereabouts of the blackguards. 100 households, can only know the situation of a very small number of other blackguards. However, the governor of Taishan County has been clearing out the Black Xianwei, so it is not easy for us to act in Taishan County. How many strong men are there under Pei Jing's command? Your Majesty has many strong men under his command, but I don't know exactly how many there are. What is Pei Jing's own level of cultivation? Your Majesty has a high level of cultivation, at least at the refining realm. It is rumored that he may have already entered the Grandmaster realm, but I don't know the details. Si Tian answered all of Gu Qingfeng's questions honestly. No answer. It's a dead end. After a long time, Gu Qingfeng was sure that there were no more questions to ask, so he looked at Pei Jing and said, "You should be dead for breaking into Gu's house, but I will give you a chance today. If you memorize all the martial arts you have practiced, I will consider giving you a way out." "Are you serious? Gu never speaks lies." Gu Qingfeng's words made Si Tian's expression change. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Please trouble the master to set my bones for me. I will do it." Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng didn't waste any time and directly reconnected all the dislocated bones of Si Tian's limbs. Although the 5 fingers of his left hand were already eroded, it did not affect his writing with his right hand. Then, Gu Qingfeng asked someone to bring pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and asked Si Tian to write down all the martial arts from memory. The latter endured the pain in his left hand and wrote down the dictation honestly. An hour later, Shida memorized all the martial arts, and his face turned pale due to excessive blood loss. "Okay, all the martial arts are here. I hope Master Gu can fulfill his promise. If there is no problem with martial arts, Gu will fulfill his promise." Gu Qingfeng picked up the paper in front of him. The ink on it had not yet completely dried. He scanned it at a glance, and in less than a moment, he had memorized all the martial arts. Immediately following, Gu Qingfeng took another look at the attribute interface. As expected, there are corresponding martial arts included above. 100. Chain Golden Body, not entered yet. 7 Killing Sword Techniques, not beginner's guide. Both martial arts are top-grade martial arts, and they are top-grade martial arts of the top level, pointing directly to the perfection of bone refining. Among them, the 100 Refinements Golden Body focuses on tempering and breakthrough, while the 7 Killing Swords techniques focus on combat. The latter is much more mysterious than the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, and is a military martial art that focuses entirely on killing. Normally, ordinary people have no chance to obtain such superior martial arts. Now, obtaining 2 top-grade martial arts from He Xianwei is an unexpected gain. "There is no problem with martial arts. You can go now." "Thank you, Master Gu." Shi Tian finally let go of his anxious heart. He jumped up immediately and was about to leave Gu's house when a sword light cut through the darkness and pierced his chest directly. Plop. Si Tian just jumped up and then fell down headfirst. Then Gu Qingfeng slapped out with his palm and directly blew his head off in front of the other party's disbelieving gaze. The headless corpse struggled slightly and then became motionless. "I only agreed to consider giving you a chance to live, but after thinking about it, I decided it would be better for you to die here." Gu Qingfeng looked cold. From the moment the Tiegu gang was destroyed, he and King Shunwu had been at loggerheads. Even if you listen to Si Tian and work for King Shinwu, you may not necessarily get any benefits. Very simple. Because this is Guangyang Prefecture, Taishan County has been under the control of the Imperial Court until now. If the news that the Gu family has surrendered to King Shinwu leaks out, they will not have a good ending. Besides, given the ruthless and disloyal character of King Shinwu, it is not certain that there will be much benefit for the Gu family to work for him. One more thing. That is, Gu Qingfeng is not used to being a dog for others. Therefore, from the moment Si Tian appeared, it was destined that the opponent would fall. Seeing that Si Tian explained it straightforwardly, Gu Qingfeng did not torture him and just killed him quickly. This time, Si Tian died, and he was completely standing on the opposite side of King Shinwu. But Gu Qingfeng doesn't care about these things. If the king of Shenwu wants to deal with me, he must at least conquer Guangyang Prefecture first. The next day, the morning sun is rising. Gu Qingfeng walked out of the bedroom. The bloodstains in the backyard yesterday had been washed away, and Si Tian's body had also been properly handled. However, if one looked carefully, one could still find some red residues. Since he had offended King Shinwu, Gu Qingfeng naturally didn't care so much and only wanted to improve his own strength. Still the same sentence. As long as you have enough strength, all problems are not problems. Yesterday, Tian not only had bronze bones all over his body, but also trained some silver bones. It can be seen that he has entered the middle stage of bone refining for a long time. However, he was no match for me in a life and death fight. From this, it can be seen that with my current strength, if I were to face a general warrior at the late stage of bone refining, I believe I would have some confidence in defeating him. Last night's battle was Gu Qingfeng's first battle since he broke through the bone refining realm. A top-notch mid-grade martial art completed perfectly. Two low-grade martial arts broke the limit. A low-grade martial art completed successfully. After he entered the bone refining realm, his strength was much stronger than that of ordinary bone refining realm cultivators. Although the Fiery Sun Palm is known as a mid-level martial art, a warrior who has successfully entered the bone refining realm with this martial art is much stronger than a warrior who has broken through the bone refining realm by practicing a high-level martial art at a different level. This shows how powerful Master Liang, who created this martial art, was. The Liang Palm Force trains iron bones, which are tempered by the power of the Palm Force and are much tougher than ordinary iron bones. And then, Gu Qingfeng had taken a large amount of blood refining pills. This kind of pill can not only enhance a warrior's cultivation, but also enhance a warrior's qi and blood foundation. This is why. The reason why Gu Qingfeng is the strongest among his peers. The elixirs from the outside world cannot be compared with the blood refining pill. Building the foundation with such elixir not only has no side effects, but can make one's foundation even stronger. Right at this moment, Gu Yang comes to pay his respects. The child has seen his father. You're here? Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yang in front of him. The other party had strong qi and blood and a solid foundation. It was obvious that he had reached the peak of skin refining. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was half a step away from blood refining. At this level of cultivation, one is only half a step away from breaking through to the blood refining realm. I see that your qi and blood are strong and stable. I think it won't be long before you can break through the blood refining stage. Today, I will teach you 2 more mid-level martial arts. I hope you will practice them well. Yes, father. When he heard the words, mid-grade martial arts, Gu Yang's eyes lit up. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng didn't waste any words and directly passed on the Fiery Sun Palm and Heavenly Thunder Sword technique to the opponent. There is no need to say much about the Fiery Sun Palm. This powerful martial art is even more precious than ordinary high-quality martial arts. Ordinary people, Gu Qingfeng would never leak such a unique skill to others. But since Gu Yang was being trained as the successor of the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng would naturally not be stingy with anything. As for the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, it is also a top-level mid-grade martial art. As for why he didn't teach the other party the 100 Refinements Golden Body and the 7 Killing Sword techniques, it was because the former, in terms of honing the foundation, was not necessarily stronger than the Fiery Sun Palm. The latter, without corresponding cultivation as a foundation, it is difficult for cultivation to play a significant role. Sky Thunder Sword technique. It is the most suitable martial art. After handing the secret book containing the Fiery Sun Divine Palm and the Heavenly Thunder Sword art to Gu Yang, Gu Qingfeng also handed the remaining 60 blood refining pills to Gu Yang. The blood refining pill no longer has any effect on him. Rather than wasting it in my own hands, it would be better to hand it over to Gu Yang. After receiving martial arts and elixirs, Gu Yang bowed and left. Then, Gu Qingfeng devoted all his energy to comprehending the 100 Refinements Golden Body. When he truly comprehended the 100 Refinements Golden Body, Gu Qingfeng discovered that this martial art had many similarities with the Hunyuan Iron Shirt. The primordial Iron Shirt should be the remnant of the 100 Link Golden Body. As expected, the Iron Bone Gang is supported by the Godly King. The so-called gang, suppressing secret skill is also a part of the 100 Link Golden Body. The 100 Link Gold identity is divided into 3 levels. The first level is skin refining. The second level is blood refining. The third level is bone refining. The 9 levels of Hunyuan Iron Cloth Shirt are the detailed evolution of the first and second levels of 100 Link's Golden Body. If he had not obtained the 100 Refinements Golden Body, Gu Qingfeng would naturally have to practice the Hunyuan Iron Shirt. But now that he has obtained this martial art, there is no need for him to practice the latter. As Gu Qingfeng's thoughts fell, the text on the attribute panel changed. The original words, Hunyuan Iron Cloth Shirt, disappeared, and the 100 Links Golden Body also went from being the first level to the first level. It seems that martial arts with the same origin can be integrated together, but I have to figure it out. Gu Qingfeng understood. Then, in the following days, Gu Qingfeng concentrated all his efforts on cultivating the 100 Refinements Golden Body. Gu Qingfeng would definitely not miss this top-grade martial art that aimed directly at achieving golden bone perfection. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also passed down some of the Hunyuan Iron Shirt to some of the trustworthy guards of the Gu family, allowing them to practice it. Like Meng Peng said, Gu Qingfeng directly gave him a complete Hunyuan Iron Shirt. After all, he had now broken through to the bone refining stage and possessed top-grade martial arts, so there was no need for him to control ordinary mid-grade martial arts so tightly. Giving some appropriate benefits can make people more devoted to working for you. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. Si Tianzhi's death did not cause any commotion at Gu's house, as if the news had not been spread. But Gu Qingfeng didn't care. Even if the news got out, what would happen? Could King Shenwu kill directly at Guangyang Mansion? This point, Gu Qingfeng was naturally not worried. After all, he always had people paying attention to the situation in Taishan County. If King Shenwu really attacked with a large army, he would be the first to know the news. This period of time, Gu Qingfeng spent all his time cultivating his 100 refined gold body. Half a month, he had already entered the first stage of the 100 refinements golden body and had directly cultivated to the first stage of minor success. Within 1 year, Gu Qingfeng is confident that he can master the first level of this technique thoroughly. On this day, the information page, which had been silent for a long time, was refreshed again. Your offspring Gu Yang has broken through to the initial stage of the blood refining realm. Reward boost points 50. Reward, blood refining pill 100. Reward, bone refining pill 10. The reward is the perfect middle, grade martial arts, Tiangang Ba Ti. See this scene? Gu Qingfeng's face suddenly brightened with joy. Yang Er has made a breakthrough. This time, the opponent successfully broke through from the skin refining to the initial stage of blood refining, which was much faster than previous breakthroughs. Regarding this, Gu Qingfeng also thought it was normal. After all, he gave almost all of the blood refining pills he got last time to Gu Yang, so it was normal for the latter to be able to break through faster. The difference is, the last time Gu Yang broke through, he only got 10 points of improvement, but this time the opponent broke through and directly got 50 points of improvement. Compared with the original reward, it can be said that it has increased several times. This can be seen. The rewards given by a breakthrough in a higher realm are totally incomparable to those given by a breakthrough in a lower realm. 50 improvement points. This is a rich reward that Gu Qingfeng has never had. Immediately, without hesitation, he directly put all these improvement points into 100 link gold. Consumes 1 upgrade point. The first major achievement of the 100 link golden body. Consumes 1 upgrade point. The first level of the 100 link golden body is complete. Consumes 2 ascension points. Entering the second level of the 100 link golden body. Consumes 5 upgrade points. Entering the third level of the 100 link golden body. When the 100 refinements golden body entered the third level, Gu Qingfeng's whole body was shaken, and a powerful energy and blood force emerged spontaneously, and the color of his already round iron bones became even deeper. Although he has not been promoted to the bronze bone rank, he appears to be more powerful than the bronze bone. Immediately following, Gu Qingfeng continued to improve. The bronze bone is round, silver bones are round, the golden bones are round. Just a few moments, Gu Qingfeng cultivated the 100 refinements golden body to perfection. If Shida were here, he would be shocked. After all, 100 refinements golden body is a military martial art. Many people may not be able to perfect it even after decades of hard practice. But now Gu Qingfeng has perfected the golden body in just a few moments. How can this not be shocking? The whole body is full of golden bones. So this is the power of perfection in the bone refining realm. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists. This kind of power was more than twice as strong as before his breakthrough. If he were here at the initial stage of bone refining, he would be able to kill him with one punch. It is the power of the perfect bone refining realm. And when the 100 refinements golden body breaks through the second level, there is an additional reminder, which is that the golden body is indestructible. Now that the 100 refinements golden body has successfully broken through the third level, Gu Qingfeng has directly cultivated the indestructible properties of the golden body to an extremely high level. He now, ordinary bone, refining warriors don't even have the qualifications to break through the defense. According to the martial arts manual, if an ordinary person's golden bones are perfect, even if they have been dead for 100 years, their bones can be guaranteed not to decay and still remain golden and bright. If we go further up, we will reach the marrow cleansing realm. If you want to break through the marrow cleansing realm, you must have the best martial arts. Gu Qingfeng currently does not have top-grade martial arts, so there is only one way for him to break through the marrow cleansing realm, and that is to break through the martial arts limit. Then, Gu Qingfeng's thoughts communicate with the 100 link golden body. Suddenly, information just pops into his mind. Break the limit of the 100 link golden body. Requires 20 points of improvement. See this. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were determined, and without any hesitation, he directly consumed all the remaining 20 improvement points. In a flash, the 100 refined golden body breaks the limit. Gu Qingfeng only felt his bones vibrating, and all the impurities in the bone marrow were expelled. His vast and powerful blood surged, and an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. Crackle! Gu Qingfeng's bones exploded and his body's energy and blood surged, which was totally different from when he was in the bone refining stage before. Qi, blood, mercury plasma. My bones are like frost. This is the marrow cleansing realm. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 36 of 180. Realm. Initial stage of marrow cleansing martial arts. Gu Family Fist, level 1 indestructible. Iron body skill, level 1 body as strong as iron. Big stone smashing hand, minor success. Iron leg skill, perfect. Refined iron fingers, minor success. Fiery sun palm, 9th level perfect. Fiery sun palm power level 4. Heavenly thunder sword skill, beginner. 100 refinements golden body, level 9 indestructible golden body. 7 killing sword skills, not yet. Beginner, boost points, 0. Gu Qingfeng glanced at his information page and saw that his lifespan had exceeded 180 years. That is to say, even if I don't make any breakthroughs in the future, I can still live peacefully to the age of 180. At this age, it can be considered longevity, but it is still a long way from being immortal. But anyway, with the 100 refinements of the golden body, the limits are broken. Gu Qingfeng could feel that the 9th level of the indestructible golden body was much stronger than the 8th level. Judging from his current situation, only a warrior who had cultivated golden bones could break through his own defense. Those below the gold bone. There is no threat to me at all. The strength of the marrow cleansing realm is several times stronger than that of the bone refining realm. The strong people in this realm should be strong in the whole world. Gu Qingfeng pondered secretly. It is recorded in the martial arts manual that there are powerful masters in the world, but below the master, the most respected is the refining of filth, and below the refining of filth is the marrow washing. At that time, the strongest person in Baishideo was only at the stage of perfect blood refining. Although the strength of Baishideo was not very strong, it was also a microcosm of the world. This can be seen. Being able to enter the marrow cleansing realm is already quite impressive. Having reached this stage of cultivation, Gu Qingfeng finally had the capital to settle down in this world. But if you want to go further, you still need the best martial arts. Otherwise, the points required to break through the limit of top-grade martial arts are too high. The first time you break the limit, you need 20 points to improve. The second time you break the limit, you need 40 points. You know, Gu Qingfeng only needed 30 improvement points to perfect the 100 refinements golden body. Visible. How high are the requirements for breaking the limits of martial arts? So, until the last moment, it is best not to use upgrade points to break the limit, but to collect martial arts of the corresponding level. In this way, you can save a lot of losses. Of course, high-level martial arts cannot be collected just because you want to. All the major sects and families hold on to the most advanced martial arts, so it is not so easy for others to obtain them. Call. Gu Qingfeng put aside all the distracting thoughts in his mind and let out a long sigh. The energy and blood in his body, which had been boiling due to the breakthrough, was now gradually calming down. At this time, Gu Yang also arrived. The other party was in high spirits at the moment and could hardly hide the smile on his face. "Father, I have broken through the blood refining stage. Yes, you have achieved a breakthrough to the blood refining stage at such a young age. You will have the potential to make further progress in the future. But you must not be arrogant and complacent. There is always someone better than you." Gu Qingfeng first nodded in approval and then gave a solemn warning. Hearing this, Gu Yang looked somewhat unconvinced. "I understand that there is always someone better than you, but not many people can reach the blood-refining realm on this white stone road. My father gave me the blood-refining pill to build my foundation, and now I am strong enough to rival many mid-level blood-refining warriors. Give me some more time, and I believe it will not be a problem for me to be on par with the later stages of blood refining. I don't think anyone in the entire Baishideo can be my opponent except my father." Looking at his appearance, Gu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you think you are strong now? Although I'm not as good as my father, I'm still better than others. Well, in that case, let me test your strength. You can use all the means you can use, but if you can hurt me even a little bit, you win. Whatever you ask, the father can grant it to you." Gu Qingfeng's voice was calm, without any emotion. "Are you serious? A father never speaks falsehood." Gu Qingfeng walked slowly to the center of the courtyard, looked at Gu Yang in front of him, and spoke lightly. "Go ahead. You only have 3 chances? Okay. Then I'll offend the kid." Gu Yang also wanted to verify how big the gap was between his strength after breaking through the blood-refining realm and that of Gu Qingfeng. Seeing Gu Qingfeng standing still, Gu Yang took a deep breath and mobilized all his energy and blood. There seemed to be a blood mist filling the air, and he could already see the shape of the blood and Qi Wolf smoke. "Father, be careful." The words fell. Gu Yang took a step forward, tensed his muscles, and punched out like a landslide. His fierce power made Gu Qingfeng nod slightly. I have to say, Gu Yang has not been practicing Gu Family Fist for too long, but he has already mastered the essence of this martial art. This punch. It turned out that he had already comprehended the magic of martial arts. The blood and energy in Gu Qingfeng's body turned into qi and emerged. Gu Yang punched the blood and energy, just like hitting an extremely solid steel wall. The powerful recoil force made him retreat several steps uncontrollably, and his blood and energy surged continuously. This scene, Gu Yang was shocked. He knew that there was a huge gap between him and Gu Qingfeng, but he never expected the gap to be so big. Even though he didn't use his full strength in that punch, it would not be impossible to break the opponent's blood and qi. First move, Gu Qingfeng stood there with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent. Gu Yang took a deep breath and immediately attacked again. This time, he had no reservations. A punch stronger than the previous one came at him, but it still failed to break through the defense of qi, blood and qi, and instead he was injured by this force. Immediately, Gu Yang suppressed the surging blood and energy and struck out with one palm once again. The powerful force made the air explode suddenly, and there seemed to be a burning breath attached. The strong and domineering palm landed heavily on the blood and energy. The next breath, Gu Qingfeng's body shook, and his blood and vital energy burst out. The terrifying impact force instantly sent Gu Yang flying across the sky. Gu Yang managed to steady his body in mid-air, but after landing he still couldn't stop himself and had to step back several steps before he could finally stop. How? There was a faint smile on Gu Qingfeng's face. Gu Yang's face turned pale and red, and he finally bowed his head and said, "Father, your cultivation is profound, and I am ashamed of myself. My father's strength is not the best in the martial arts world. You can't even break my blood and qi, so how can you have the qualifications to ignore everyone in the world? Although it is true that Bai Shidao is small, how do you know that a seemingly ordinary person is not a hidden master? If you are always arrogant and conceited, you will suffer the consequences. Face up to your own strength, only then can you go a long way." Gu Qingfeng warned in a deep voice. "If I had acted like you when I first came to Bai Shidao, I wouldn't have the patronage I have today. Therefore, before you are strong enough, you must learn to keep a low profile." Only when you are strong enough, you can truly ignore everything. Speaking of which, Gu Qingfeng's voice softened again. But you have already entered the blood refining stage at such a young age. You are indeed gifted. If you cultivate well, you may be able to break through to the bone refining stage, or even to the bone refining stage or above. You will be my father even when he grows old. He will still need you to take charge of the family. Gu Qingfeng hit Gu Yang with a stick and a date, which made Gu Yang's face look much better. My child understands. Well, it's best that you understand. Well, here are some blood refining pills, which will help you consolidate the foundation you just made. Now go on to practice. Gu Qingfeng casually gave him 80 blood refining pills. He had no use for this kind of pills anyway. Although the effect of the pills was greatly reduced after Gu Yang broke through to the blood refining stage, it was still good after all. Regarding this, Gu Yang was increasingly moved. Send Gu Yang away. Gu Qingfeng then began to continue his cultivation. Although he has broken through the marrow-cleansing realm, there are always people better than you. So Gu Qingfeng will naturally not be arrogant and complacent. The divine martial king Pei Jing is at least a master of the refining level, and it is even possible that he has already entered the grandmaster level. Not only that, Pei Jing also has many strong men under his command. The Tianyang sword sect is famous and has countless powerful people. Being at the mere marrow-cleansing realm, facing such a powerful force, it is still a little insufficient. Guangyang Prefecture. From a cave in the back mountain of Qingyang sect, there were miserable screams and wails, as if many people had seen something terrifying. The screams didn't last for a moment before they suddenly stopped. Immediately following, only the slow, chewing sound remained, echoing in the dark cave. Outside the cave, Qingyang sect leader Yi Nanxiu looked calm, as if he was used to all of this. After a moment, the chewing sound stopped. A powerful voice rang out from inside the cave. Come in. Hearing this, Yi Nanxiu walked into the cave. The cave, which was originally dim when viewed from the outside, became much brighter at this moment. He could see a large amount of blood splattered on the stone walls of the cave, and there were more than a dozen fresh skeletons stained with blood on the ground. If you look carefully, you will find that these skeletons are all very young. At the deepest part of the cave, there was a Taoist priest in green sitting there. He had an old face and blood at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he stretched out his scarlet tongue to lick the blood at the corner of his mouth, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Disciple greets the ancestor. I am about to achieve a breakthrough, and I need 3,000 boys and girls. Please arrange for someone from the Qin family to handle this matter immediately, Ancestor Qingyang said in a deep voice. When the other party mentioned the 3,000 boys and girls, a faint green light seemed to emerge in his eyes, which seemed particularly strange in this cave. Yi Nanxiu said, Ancestor Qi Lu, there was news earlier that a mysterious master named Gu Qingfeng appeared in Baisher Dao. He founded the Gu family and single-handedly destroyed the Qin family, the Tiegu gang, the Tianyan sect, and other forces, becoming the leader of the Baisher Dao Jianghu. Now that the Qin family is destroyed, I hope the ancestor will give me the next step. The Qin family was destroyed. Ancestor Qingyang's eyes were slightly cold. Do you know how powerful the Gu family is? It is said that Gu Qingfeng has already entered the half-step bone refining stage. Half-step bone refining patriarch Qingyang nodded slightly. If he had this level of cultivation, there was a real possibility that he could unify the entire Baishidao. Then, Ancestor Qingyang sneered. The Qin family is also trash. Even with the support of my Qingyang sect for so many years, they still haven't been able to unify the entire Baishidao. Such a trash family should be destroyed. But no matter who is in charge of Baishidao now, they must obey my Qingyang sect. Since the Gu family is now in charge of Baishidao, you should send someone over to ask the Gu family to prepare 3,000 boys and girls within a month. If there is any mistake, the Gu family's people will be used to make up the difference. I believe that a warrior who has reached the half-step bone refining realm is much better than an ordinary boy or girl. Heavenly body. Gu Qingfeng took out this martial art from his inventory and immediately saw it transform into streams of light and sink into his mind, followed by countless memories that emerged. In an instant, just like he had been practicing Tiangang Ba Ti for many years, Gu Qingfeng had practiced this martial art to perfection in an instant. The Tiangang overlord body is complete. Gu Qingfeng only felt that his energy and blood had become much stronger. Such changes. There was also a look of shock in his eyes. Middle level martial arts completed. It seems that the martial arts rewarded this time are not simple. At this time, only then did Gu Qingfeng truly discover that what was mentioned in the information column was a mid-level martial art of the perfect grade. This can be seen. The breakthrough of offspring is not just as simple as rewarding improvement points in general martial arts. It is also possible to reward perfect-level martial arts. So, martial arts perfection. Gu Qingfeng himself can save himself a lot of trouble. Just like now, Tiangang Ba's body is perfect. If Gu Qingfeng were to practice on his own, it would take more than 10 years to perfect a mid-level martial art. This is based on the fact that he is already a warrior in the marrow cleansing realm. Otherwise, the time required to perfect the Tiangang hegemon body will only be longer. But now, Gu Qingfeng achieved perfection in the Tiangang tyrant body with just one breath, so they cannot be compared. Just like the fiery sun palm, the Tiangang tyrant body is also divided into 9 levels. When entering the 5th level, the Tiangang tyrant body is about cultivating the body, protecting qi. The so-called body, protecting qi is the manifestation of a warrior's qi and blood transformed into qi. Normally speaking, as long as a warrior's qi and blood are strong enough, they can be transformed into protective qi. However, the difference is that the protective qi cultivated after the Tiangang overlord body is perfected is much more domineering. Although a top-notch mid-level martial art cannot make me improve my strength by leaps and bounds, it can be regarded as strengthening my foundation. As long as I accumulate enough martial arts, even if I stay at the initial stage of the marrow cleansing realm, I will be able to suppress all the strong men in the same realm. Gu Qingfeng was very satisfied with this reward. If there is one, there will be 2. Since Gu Yang's breakthrough this time can reward him with perfect-level martial arts, it means that he will have the opportunity to obtain perfect-level martial arts again in the future. But Gu Qingfeng didn't know whether the appearance of perfect-level martial arts was a matter of probability, or whether his descendants could only obtain perfect-level martial arts when they broke through to a great realm. Then, Gu Qingfeng took out the bone refining pill from his inventory. Compared with the blood refining pill, the bone refining pill is obviously a pill taken by warriors in the bone refining realm. Although he has now broken through to the marrow cleansing realm, it does not mean that taking the bone refining pill will have no effect at all. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng took a pill. After the bone refining pill entered his stomach, there was an immediate explosion of energy many times more terrifying than that of the blood refining pill. All of Zhou Tian's 365 golden bones were shaking violently, as if they had been tempered in some way. After a long time, Gu Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief. This time, after taking the bone refining pill, his cultivation did not improve at all, but his golden bones were tempered to be more perfect, thus increasing his strength. It's obvious. Bone refining pills are different from blood refining pills. The latter is to strengthen the foundation and improve the blood, and qi to help the warrior break through, while the former is simply to strengthen the foundation. But the bone refining pill's ability to strengthen basic digestion is totally unmatched by the blood refining pill. If you have just entered the bone refining stage, taking 1 bone refining pill a day is the limit. But Gu Qingfeng has now entered the marrow cleansing realm, and the restrictions on taking the bone refining pill have been greatly reduced. It only takes 1 day. Gu Qingfeng refined all 10 bone refining pills and took them. The effect of taking the pill is to make him stronger. After taking the bone refining pill, the golden bones in my body have been tempered. In terms of strength, my combat power has increased by at least 10% compared to before. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were solemn. 1/10 of combat power may not seem like much, but the addition of warrior's strength is never as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Now that the combat capability has been increased by 10%, it is no exaggeration to say that the strength has been greatly increased. This is Baishur City, which is much worse than Guangyang Prefecture. Among the 3 people in the group, there was a pretty girl in a purple dress. She wrinkled her nose, and her beautiful eyes were full of disdain. Hearing this, another handsome young man smiled and said, "Junior sister, Baishur City is a small place after all. How can it be compared with Guangyang Prefecture? I heard that the most powerful force in the entire Baisha Road is the Gu family. That's only the case in a small place like this. If it were in Guangyang Prefecture, a small Gu family wouldn't matter. The young man did not intend to lower his voice when he spoke. When the others heard this, they looked at each other with eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Everyone knows. Today, Gu Qingfeng is the strongest person in Baishidao, and the Gu family is the only top force. It is shocking that some people now dare to speak obscenely in the street. Immediately, someone stood up and said unconvincedly, "Little brother, you'd better be careful with your words." Although the young man in front of him was obviously of a noble status, this was Baishir City, which belonged to the Gu family. If he could do the Gu family a favor, he might be able to use this opportunity to curry favor with them. This is also the reason why this person came forward directly. "Are you from the Gu family?" Yishir's eyes were slightly cold. The man shook his head. "Although I am not from the Gu family, the Gu family's reputation cannot be slandered by you." Before he finished speaking, Yishir's palm struck out like lightning, and it instantly landed on the man's chest. The powerful force made the latter fly sideways, and he died before he hit the ground. "I'm not talking about my family, but you? A piece of trash who hasn't even entered the blood refining realm, dare to speak in front of me. You are really courting death." Yishir sneered and looked at the corpse with disdain in his eyes. When the others saw this scene, their expressions changed. Many people recognized the identity of the dead warrior. Although he had not entered the blood refining realm, he was also a warrior who had completed the skin refining realm. However, he was killed by Yishir with one palm strike. This can be seen. The person in front of him is at least a master at the blood refining realm. Suddenly, everyone is doing the same thing. A master of the blood refining realm is considered a strong person here. Not to mention that the old man in brocade clothes who was in the lead did not take any action personally from beginning to end. Judging from the expression of the old man in brocade clothes, he is clearly the elder of the young men. A younger generation is already a warrior at the blood refining realm, and the strength of his elders will only be stronger. Immediately, someone passed the news to the Gu family. "Here comes with bad intentions." Gu Yang listened to the accusation of his men with a slightly cold look in his eyes. The other party openly spoke rudely to the Gu family and killed people in the street. This was enough to show that the other party's purpose was not simple. However, Gu Yang was not too worried. Not only did he break through to the blood refining stage himself, but he also had a strong man like Gu Qingfeng supporting him. If a powerful enemy really attacks, the Gu family may not be unable to deal with it. "This is the Gu family." Yishir looked at the Gu family mansion in front of him, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Immediately, he just planned to break in directly. At this moment, a guard of the family reached out to stop him. "Stop, this is the Gu family's place, and you are not allowed to enter without permission." Before he finished speaking, the guard was already flying across the room, smashing the door hard. He nearly vomited a large mouthful of air, and it seemed that he was breathing in more than out. The sudden change shocked the entire Gu family. Meng Peng led many guards to the scene. When he saw the corpses on the ground and the broken door, Meng Peng's eyes turned slightly cold. He then glanced at Yishir, and finally his eyes fell on the old man in brocade clothes. "You broke into my house without any reason and even killed my guards. You need to give me an explanation," Meng Peng said in a cold voice. He did not act rashly. After all, the Gu family is now very famous. Under such circumstances, anyone who still has the courage to come to the Gu family to cause trouble must have an extraordinary background. What's more, in Meng Peng's eyes, the old man in brocade clothes looked just like an ordinary person. In this way, there are only two possibilities. The first is that he is really an ordinary person, and the second is that his cultivation level is unfathomable, far beyond what I can guess. Of the two, Meng Peng has always been inclined towards the latter. After all, those two young men and women were both masters of the blood refining realm, and the strength of the old man in brocade clothes who was leading them was definitely not simple. When Meng Peng finished speaking, the old man in brocade clothes did not say anything, but Yishir spoke first, speaking arrogantly. "This is my Qingyang sect's King Shui, Elder Shui. I am a true disciple of the Qingyang sect. Not to mention killing a guard from your Gu family. Even if I wiped out your entire family, who would dare to say no? Now let Gu Qingfeng come out to see me. If we are in a good mood, maybe we can spare the Gu family this time." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many Gu family guards and Ming Pong changed. Qingyang sect. These three words were like thunder in Guangyang Prefecture. Don't be fooled by the fact that Bai Shidao seemed to have many masters in the past, but they were nothing in front of Qingyang sect. Before Ming Pong could say anything, a cold and aloof voice was heard. "What a big tone. I want to see who dares to speak so arrogantly in front of my family." Talking room. Gu Yang was already walking towards them slowly, and when he saw the body of the guard on the ground, his expression became even colder. And when Gu Yang appeared, Yin Lu, who had been silent, brightened her eyes slightly. The handsome face of the former made her heart involuntarily stir up some ripples. This scene, Yishur obviously saw it, and he immediately became jealous, and his face suddenly turned fierce. "You little young master of the Gu family dares to disrespect my Qingyang sect. You are simply courting death." The moment the words fell, Yishur had already made his move. A fierce force broke through the air and suddenly hit Gu Yang. His attack was as fast as thunder, and there was murderous intent on his face. It was clear that he wanted to take Gu Yang's life. The latter remained undaunted, his body and blood vibrating, and he used the Gu family boxing technique that had already reached perfection. Surging power gathered, and his punch came out with a force like a landslide, which could be described as extremely powerful. In less than a breath, the two had already exchanged more than 10 blows. Yishur no longer had the arrogance he had just had and was filled with shock. He originally thought that the young master of the Gu family was definitely not as powerful as himself, and if he took action, it would only take a moment to subdue and kill the opponent. But when they really fought, Yishur realized how naive he was. Gu Yang's strength is not only very strong, but also terrifyingly strong. As soon as we met, he is already at a disadvantage. Just when Yishur was thinking of retreating, Gu Yang's fierce attack made it difficult for him to resist. He knocked his arms apart with one punch, and then hit him directly in the vital point with a palm strike. "Elder Shui, save me." Yishur was so frightened that he no longer cared about his dignity and begged for mercy in fear. King Shui, who had been motionless until now, suddenly had a cold flash in his eagle-like eyes. He struck out with his right hand like lightning, and his 5 fingers grabbed Gu Yang's crown like eagle claws. This made Gu Yang feel extremely threatened, forcing him to defend himself. However, before the blow actually landed, King Shui's palm was seen suspended in mid-air. Gu Qingfeng appeared beside Gu Yang at some point, and his right hand grasped the former's wrist like an iron clamp, preventing him from falling. The next breath, Gu Qingfeng exerted force from his palm, and Shui Wang's body was shocked. He couldn't help but retreat several steps before he finally stopped. "Father!" Gu Yang lowered his head, looking somewhat ashamed. If Gu Qingfeng had not taken action just now, he would have fallen into the hands of King Shui. Gu Qingfeng waved his hands, his expression indifferent. "You can leave first. I will take care of the things here." The other side? Yishur and Songlan's expressions also changed, and they looked at Gu Qingfeng with some shock in their eyes. Prince Shui is an elder of the Qingyang sect. His strength is beyond the reach of those in the blood-refining realm. However, the man in front of him was able to defeat Prince Shui, which shows that his strength is definitely extraordinary. Bone-refining realm. I never thought that the dignified head of the Gu family is an expert in the bone-refining realm. No wonder he was able to unify the entire Baishu Dao, and no wonder he dared not take my Qingyang sect seriously. King Shui's face looked a little gloomy, and his eyes were full of coldness. However, if the Gu family thinks that they can ignore our Qingyang sect with just the strength of the bone-refining realm, then they are underestimating our Qingyang sect. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng smiled gently and bowed politely. "I have never underestimated the Qingyang sect. I just took action because I was in a hurry. I haven't asked your name, your position in the Qingyang sect, and what brings you here." Seeing that Gu Qingfeng spoke politely, King Shui's expression softened a bit, and then he snorted coldly. I am Prince Shui, and I am now the elder of the Qingyang sect." I am here today because the Qingyang sect has something that needs your help. As long as you do a good job, the Qingyang sect will reward you. If it is not done well, the consequences will be something the Gu family cannot bear. Prince Shui stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Gu Qingfeng with a condescending look. Hearing his words, Gu Yang's face turned angry, but Gu Qingfeng's expression remained the same, with a smile on his face. It is an honor for the Gu family to be able to serve the Qingyang sect. I have also heard of the Qingyang sect's reputation for a long time. I just wonder if there are any strong men in the marrow-cleansing realm in the Qingyang sect now. Humph, you know what the marrow-cleansing realm is like. Looking at the entire Taishan County, there are not many strong people who can enter the marrow-cleansing realm. King Shui snorted coldly, said something sarcastically, and then looked arrogant again. Although our Qingyang sect does not have any strong people in the marrow-cleansing realm, our sect master has already achieved the golden bone perfection a few years ago. Breaking through the marrow-cleansing realm is only a matter of time. So it is. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, but his smile suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of King Shui, clasped the opponent's face with 5 fingers, and smashed down to the ground. You haven't even reached the marrow-cleansing realm? Are you pretending? Bang! The bluestone floor cracked. Prince Shui only felt a splitting headache, and then a warm liquid flowed from the top of his head. His head was dizzy, and he still had no idea what had happened. Immediately following, Gu Qingfeng grabbed King Shui's head again and slammed it hard on the ground several times. When the opponent's face was covered in blood and he was about to die, he loosened his hand that was holding the opponent's face. Stand up straight. Gu Qingfeng looked at the unconscious King Shui lying on the ground, then spat, and then looked at Yishur and Song Lan, who were frightened standing there, with an extremely cold expression. You little Qingyang sect, who do you think you are? How dare you come to my house and kill people? Hear this? Yishur managed to react, and the look he gave Gu Qingfeng was filled with fear, and his voice became trembling. My father is the leader of the Qingyang sect. You can't kill me? Yishur no longer cared about his face and directly mentioned Yinanchio's name, trying to shock Gu Qingfeng. What a pity. Before Yishur could finish his words, Gu Qingfeng kicked him away. His chest was sunken, and he died before he even hit the ground. Song Lan, who was left alone, was so frightened that her face turned pale. A warm feeling flowed out from between her legs, making her skirt wet without her noticing. Without waiting for her to beg for mercy, Gu Qingfeng struck her with a palm, causing her head to sink into her chest. Large amounts of blood burst out, and her body instantly collapsed to the ground. Drag him away and bury him. Gu Qingfeng said this calmly, and the guards behind him suddenly woke up from their dreams. Without any hesitation, they dragged the 2 bodies on the ground and left. Then, Gu Qingfeng spoke to Mingpeng again. Take this man to the dungeon, and I will interrogate him personally. Yes, Mingpeng immediately took his men to take the half-dead King Shui directly into the dungeon. The so-called dungeon. This is the place built by Gu Qingfeng some time ago. From Xition's incident, Gu Qingfeng understood one thing. That is, if the enemy was to be captured alive, there had to be a place to interrogate him. So he built a dungeon. Unexpected. The dungeon was completed just a few days ago, and guests have already moved in. When Meng Peng took the person away, Gu Qingfeng turned around and looked at Gu Yang and gave him a rare compliment. You did well this time. Yishur has already entered the middle stage of blood refining. You can easily crush him, which shows that your foundation is good. Next, I need you to do something. Father, just follow my instructions. I want you to find out all the background forces of Qingyang sect. Gu Qingfeng said. Since we have offended the Qingyang sect, we must really find out the other party's background so that we can make corresponding preparations. Gu Yang nodded. My child, I obey. Speaking of which, Gu Yang asked cautiously again. I have a question. What is the current level of cultivation of my father? Prince Shui was obviously a master at the bone refining realm, yet he was pinned to the ground by Gu Qingfeng and had no ability to resist at all. This shows how terrifying the latter's strength is. Gu Qingfeng smiled calmly. As long as there are no strong men at the marrow-cleansing realm or above in the Qingyang sect, I can solve the problem myself. A simple sentence. Gu Yang's heart was shaken. He thought he had overestimated Gu Qingfeng's ability as much as possible, but now it seems that he still underestimated his father. However, the stronger Gu Qingfeng becomes, the more at ease Gu Yang feels. In the dungeon, there were many oil lamps lit on the walls, making the entire cell as bright as day. In the dungeon, King Shui was disheveled and tied to a wooden frame in a spread, eagle position. His scapula had been pierced by an iron hook, and a large amount of blood was flowing from the wound. From the broken flesh and blood, one can see some bronze-colored bones mixed with some silver. It can be seen that this is a warrior with round bronze bones and has already trained some silver bones. It is precisely because the vitality of warriors in the bone-refining realm is so strong that it is unmatched by ordinary people that King Shui did not die. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been seriously injured with such injuries. When Gu Qingfeng stepped into the dungeon, the man on the wooden frame seemed to sense something. He raised his drooping head and revealed a face covered in blood and dirt. "Who are you?" King Shui's voice was hoarse, with shock in his eyes, but more of it was unwillingness. He never thought that he, a dignified elder of the Qingyang sect, would fall to this point. What King Shui didn't expect was that Gu Qingfeng's strength would be so terrifying. He was completely unable to react and was directly suppressed by the opponent. Such strength made King Shui feel deeply powerless. Visible. The person in front of me is definitely not that simple. His strength is at least that of a strong man with perfect golden bones. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, looking at King Shui with an indifferent look. "Who am I?" "I am Gu Qingfeng, now the head of the Gu family. With your strength, it is impossible that you don't have any reputation. No matter what your purpose is in coming to Baishidao, you should not conflict with my Qingyang sect. Our Qingyang sect has stood in Guangyang Prefecture for hundreds of years, and its foundation is beyond your imagination. As long as you let me go, everything can be treated as if nothing happened, and the Qingyang sect and the Gu family will have nothing to do with each other," King Shui said in a deep voice. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. "It's a little too late for you to say this now. I have already killed the man who claimed to be the son of the Qingyang sect leader. The conflict between us is bound to break out." As soon as these words came out, King Shui was startled. He seemed to sense the murderous intent in Gu Qingfeng's words and spoke again in a hurry. "Your Excellency can rest assured. A dead genius is not really a genius. I believe that the sect master will not quarrel with a strong man like you just for a dead offspring." Before King Shui could finish his words, Gu Qingfeng interrupted him. "Now it's not about whether your Qingyang sect will settle with my Gu family, but whether my Gu family is willing to let your Qingyang sect go. Tell me everything you know about the Qingyang sect and the specific purpose of your trip, and I may be able to make your death more pleasant." These words made King Shui's expression change. "You really want to become an enemy of my Qingyang sect?" "Ah." While King Shui was speaking, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his palm. Gu Qingfeng grabbed his palm and squeezed it with his 5 fingers. Immediately, the flesh on his palm burst, and the half-bronze, half-silver bones were crushed bit by bit. Such severe pain is simply unbearable for ordinary people. The severe pain from the broken bones made King Shui scream miserably, but Gu Qingfeng showed no emotion as he crushed the opponent's bones bit by bit until his entire palm was completely shattered into pieces. Only then did he stop. "I'll give you one more chance. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Tell me, what is the purpose of your visit?" Gu Qingfeng loosened his palm and asked again in a cold voice. This time, King Shui didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, nor did he dare to threaten the other party anymore, because he found that the person in front of him was really not afraid of Qingyang sect. If he continued to insist, he would be the only one to suffer. The Qin family was destroyed, and the leader learned that the Baishir Dao was in charge of the Gu family. So he asked me to come to the Gu family and ask the Gu family to prepare 3,000 boys and girls to send to the Qingyang sect. 3,000 boys and girls? Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. "What do you want with 3,000 boys and girls?" "I don't know. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Just as Prince Shui shook his head, he felt a piercing pain in his arm again, causing his face to twist suddenly, and he let out a miserable scream. Gu Qingfeng had a grim look on his face as he crushed the opponent's bones bit by bit. "It seems that you are still not honest enough and have ignored what I just said. I don't want to keep any secrets from now on. The words fell. Only then did Gu Qingfeng stop. King Shui's face was pale, and his body was already soaked with sweat and blood. His weak voice was now filled with fear for Gu Qingfeng. Without waiting for Gu Qingfeng to ask again, King Shui spoke hurriedly. Ancestor, you need 3,000 boys and girls to practice. Ancestor, who is the ancestor of your Qingyang sect? Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. King Shui said, the ancestor is the powerful man who founded the Qingyang sect in the past. He calls himself the Qingyang ancestor to the outside world. I don't know the rest. Qingyang ancestor. Hear this name. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly, and he looked at King Shui with cold eyes. Your Qingyang sect was founded hundreds of years ago. The lifespan of a warrior at the bone refining stage is usually no more than 100 years, and even a warrior at the bone refining stage only lives for 200 years. Could it be that the ancestor of your Qingyang sect is a master of qi and blood? Gu Qingfeng had heard of the origin of Qingyang sect. The other party has hundreds of years of foundation in Guangyang Prefecture and is considered a major force in Guangyang Prefecture. But Gu Qingfeng absolutely did not believe that the Qingyang sect had a qi and blood master. If the Qingyang sect really had such a strong man, why would it be confined to Guangyang Prefecture? I'm afraid the Qingyang sect would be at the top of the entire Taishan County and even Xinyan Prefecture. Why would it only be able to bully others in Guangyang Prefecture? I'm not lying. Although Patriarch Qingyang is not a master of qi and blood, he has long since given up martial arts and refined evil into his body to become a sorcerer. Over the years, all the forces under the Qingyang sect have provided a certain number of boys and girls every year to help them practice. It is precisely because of this that the Qingyang Patriarch was able to live for hundreds of years without dying. For fear that Gu Qingfeng would not believe him, King Shui told him everything he knew. Warlock. This was the second time Gu Qingfeng heard this name. He didn't expect it. The Qingyang Patriarch is actually a sorcerer. Purify the evil and enter the body. Achievement Warlock. No wonder the other party has lived for so many years. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold. Ancestor Qingyang cultivates with living people. How is this behavior different from that of evil spirits? Are the people in the court also sitting back and watching? For lower class people, sorcerers and evil spirits are of course difficult to come into contact with, but for the major sects and families, the existence of evil spirits and sorcerers is no secret. The way of martial arts is limited. Even if one has extraordinary talent, it only takes 300 years to become a master of innateness, and only 500 years to become a master of qi and blood. Only by purifying the evil within the body and becoming a sorcerer can one truly transcend the mundane world. Only by doing so can one hope to glimpse the possibility of eternal life. All the people in the world are like livestock. It doesn't matter if we slaughter as many of them as possible. Does Patriarch Gu think that the imperial court is not aware of this? That's not the case. The imperial court has the Department of Suppressing Evils, which supports many sorcerers. Even more people have died at the hands of these sorcerers. How many people does our Qingyang sect kill in a year? The imperial court won't care. Not to mention the Suppression of Evils Division, there are many major aristocratic sects that kill more people than our Qingyang sect. As long as you don't massacre all the people, the missing population will be replenished in a few years. When King Shui finished speaking, his face was full of sarcasm and disdain. Of course, this kind of disdain is not directed at Gu Qingfeng, but at the people of the world. In his eyes, ordinary people are no different from livestock. Gu Qingfeng was silent for a while, then asked, "You're not a sorcerer, are you?" It is not easy to become a sorcerer, and suppressing evil spirits is even more risky. Only those who have made great contributions to the sect are qualified to have evil spirits refined into their bodies. Moreover, refining the evil into the body is not necessarily successful. Over the years, only the ancestor of Qingyang sect has successfully refined the evil into the body. But no matter what, as long as one person can succeed, it means there is nothing wrong with this path. King Shui shook his head and then continued. Patriarch Gu is extremely powerful. He has reached such a realm at such a young age. I believe he will have the opportunity to enter the realm of refining or even the realm of a grandmaster in the future. But even if you reach this level, it is useless, and you will turn into a handful of yellow earth after hundreds of years. Only by purifying the evil within the body can one truly achieve eternal life. However, in order to refine the evil into the body, one must have the corresponding secret method. As long as the head of the Gu family is willing to join the Qingyang sect, I believe that it will not be a problem for the ancestor to obtain this secret method of refining the evil into the body in the future. Furthermore, the Gu family master is very powerful, and the probability of successfully refining the evil spirit into his body is also extremely high. Until this moment, King Shui still did not forget to pull Gu Qingfeng to the Qingyang sect's camp. There is no way. If Gu Qingfeng was not pulled into the Qingyang sect's camp, it would be difficult for him to walk out of the dungeon alive. Gu Qingfeng did not answer, but continued to ask, "How strong is Qingyang Patriarch?" King Shui said. The ancestor's strength is unfathomable. He had already achieved golden bones hundreds of years ago. 10 years ago, a warrior who had just entered the marrow-cleansing realm attacked the Qingyang sect. Later, the ancestor personally stepped in and fought fiercely with him. In the end, he forcibly suppressed the warrior. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng already had an idea in his mind. Although Patriarch Qingyang had already achieved golden bones hundreds of years ago, he had refined evil into his body to become a sorcerer, so it was impossible for him to make any further progress in martial arts. According to King Shui, 10 years ago, Patriarch Qingyang had a bloody battle with a powerful man who had just entered the marrow-cleansing realm and then subdued him. That explains it. The strength of Patriarch Qingyang should be around the marrow-cleansing realm, but not much stronger than an ordinary marrow-cleansing realm expert. With his current foundation, if a life and death fight really came up, the probability of him killing the opponent was quite high. Just think of this. Gu Qingfeng already had an idea in his mind. He then asked about other issues of the Qingyang sect, and King Shui answered them one by one. At this point, King Shui had already understood something. He looked at Gu Qingfeng with a look of reluctance. Why does Patriarch Gu insist on being the enemy of the Qingyang sect? Gu Qingfeng looked at him with no expression of sadness or joy. It's simple. Ordinary people are like animals in your eyes, and you are no different from animals in my eyes. As a human being, how could Gu cooperate with livestock? But you can rest assured. After you die, I will quickly send other people from the Qingyang sect to accompany you. As soon as Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, he broke the opponent's neck with his right hand. Until death, King Shui's face was full of resentment. "Someone come," Gu Qingfeng spoke expressionlessly. After a moment, 2 guards walked in from outside. "What do you want, master?" "Drag the body out, chop it up and feed it to the dogs." Gu Qingfeng waved his hand and ordered people to drag King Shui's body out. The 2 guards did not dare to ask any more questions and could only do as they were told. Soon, Gu Qingfeng was the only one left in the dungeon. After a long time, Gu Qingfeng suddenly smiled, but his smile was a little sinister. All the people in the world are like livestock. This world is more twisted than I imagined. If you don't have the corresponding strength, you may become the food of various sects and even the imperial court at any time. The world is in chaos. Natural disasters occurred everywhere. Soldiers and bandits were rampant. There are many rebels. Gu Qingfeng thought he had overestimated the chaos in this world as much as possible, but now it seems that he still underestimated it, and his underestimation was serious. Taishan Dynasty. No, it can be said that the order of this world has become completely corrupt. The major sects and families have stood for hundreds and thousands of years, bringing harm to all living things in the world. The corruption of this world seems to be beyond any hope of salvation. Overthrowing everything and re-establishing order seems to be the fundamental solution. However, these things have nothing to do with Gu Qingfeng for the time being. Regardless of whether he had the idea of overthrowing this corrupt society, even if he died, he would be powerless to do anything. Because I am too weak. The marrow-cleansing realm may seem very powerful, but it also depends on where it is. Trying to make the whole world your enemy, let alone reaching the marrow-cleansing realm, even being a Xiantian Grandmaster is not good enough. I can't overthrow the world, nor can I destroy this corrupt society, but saving the Qingyang sect is no problem. As long as King Shui's words are true, I should be able to subdue and kill Qingyang Patriarch with my strength. As long as we get rid of the Qingyang Patriarch, the rest of the Qingyang sect won't be a concern. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold. However, to destroy the Qingyang sect, we must make plans carefully before taking action. At least, Gu Qingfeng also used his own people to find out some information about the Qingyang sect and compared it with what King Shui had said to confirm that there was no problem. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also needs to be prepared for both situations. That is, once the Gu family fails against the Qingyang sect, they must be prepared to retreat. After all, if the power of the Qingyang Patriarch is really so strong that they can't deal with him, then the Gu family can't continue to stay in Baishidao. Otherwise, it would be easy for Qingyang sect to deal with the Gu family. As for reconciliation, that is even more impossible. From the moment Yi Shi died, the Gu family had been at war with the Qingyang sect to the death. What's more, if the Gu family wanted to bow to the Qingyang sect, they would have to collect 3,000 boys and girls for the Qingyang sect. Gu Qingfeng asked himself if he was ruthless, but if he did so, he still had no choice. According to Prince Shui, it was the Qin family that did these things for the Qingyang sect in the past. This shows that the Qin family is quite famous in the Baishidao, but they are also extremely dirty behind the scenes. It can be seen that when the Qin family was massacred, not a single one was killed without error. Gu Qingfeng felt cold in his heart. He destroyed the Qin family in the beginning because he had a falling out with them and wanted to wipe them out completely. But now look, the Qin family's demise was not at all unfair. 2 days later, Gu's lobby. Gu Yang said in a deep voice, "According to your request, I have mobilized all my men to investigate the situation of Qingyang sect in the past 2 days. These are the data I have collected. Please take a look at them, father." The words fell. Gu Yang handed a stack of papers to Gu Qingfeng, who took it and began to read it carefully. The above content is similar to what King Shui said. Gu Yang said, 10 years ago, the Nanyang swordsman Guan Nanhai attacked the Qingyang sect alone with his sword, which caused quite a stir, but at least after that, Guan Nanhai disappeared without a trace. There are rumors that Guan Nanhai died in the Qingyang sect, but the details are unknown at this time. Speaking of this, Gu Yang paused, his expression suddenly becoming serious. I heard that the Nanyang swordsman was extremely powerful and had probably entered the marrow cleansing stage. He defeated many powerful men and was known throughout Guangyang Prefecture. Later, the disappearance of Guan Nanhai also caused quite a stir, but as time went by, it was forgotten. It's a pity that I can't find out Guan Nanhai's true strength for now. No need to check. Guan Nanhai has indeed entered the marrow cleansing stage, and he was indeed killed in the Qingyang sect. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly and shattered the paper in his hand with a strong wind. The content recorded here is almost the same as what King Shui said, or rather, the content here is not as detailed as what King Shui provided. For example, there is not much written about the existence of Patriarch Qingyang. It only mentions that Patriarch Qingyang founded the Qingyang sect, and it is just mentioned in a simple sentence. Guan Nanhai is really in the marrow cleansing realm. Gu Yang was startled, and then his expression turned ugly again. If what father said is true, then the foundation of Qingyang sect is probably not as simple as it appears on the surface. We are now going to tear our skin with Qingyang sect. Does father have any plans? The foundation of Qingyang sect is not simple, but I think it is not a big problem. The person who cut off the Nanhai Pass was none other than the Qingyang Patriarch who founded Qingyang sect hundreds of years ago. That's impossible. Ancestor Qingyang lived hundreds of years ago. How could an ordinary warrior live for so long? Gu Yang looked incredulous. It's not that he didn't believe what Gu Qingfeng said. It's just that what the other party said broke his own cognition. It is true that warriors can prolong their lives, but they cannot live for hundreds of years. Gu Qingfeng said, "Of course, an ordinary warrior cannot live for hundreds of years. But for a master warrior, living for hundreds of years is not a problem. However, the Qingyang sect's leader is not a master. He is just a demon who has evil spirits in his body. Even if his strength is stronger than Guan Nanhai, it is estimated that his strength is limited." Gu Qingfeng's words made Gu Yang's expression change again and again. Grandmaster, purify the evil and enter the body. He suddenly realized that he was like a frog in a well and didn't understand much about many things. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the other person. I will tell you someday. You just need to understand that it is not the right way to let evil spirits enter your body, and the Gu family will never allow anyone to do this. If anyone dares to allow evil to enter his body, I will kill him first. My child understands? Gu Yang's heart trembled, and he felt the murderous intent from Gu Qingfeng, and hurriedly lowered his head and replied, Psychic magic. Purify the evil and enter the body. This is something Gu Qingfeng cannot tolerate. The powerful man from the evil, suppressing division was the first sorcerer that Gu Qingfeng met. He still remembers the other party's tactics clearly. Once the evil spirit enters the body, in a sense, the person is no longer a human being, but is no different from a demon. Now that we have figured out the strength of the Qingyang sect, we can't delay this matter any longer. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold. He who strikes first will gain the advantage, and he who strikes later will suffer. Since we have already offended the Qingyang sect, we must completely destroy the Qingyang sect. Otherwise, things will only get more troublesome. However, before dealing with the Qingyang sect, Gu Qingfeng needs to make another preparation. Someone come. What do you want, master? A servant came in. Gu Qingfeng said, Send Ming Peng to see me right away. I understand. Upon hearing this, the servant immediately withdrew. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Ming Peng came hurriedly. The master of the house summoned his subordinates. Is there anything you need me to do? I have something I need you to do. When Gu Qingfeng said this, his voice suddenly lowered a lot. After a while, Ming Peng nodded slightly, then turned and left. The next day, in the Gu family martial arts arena, 300 guards gathered here. These 300 guards are all masters among all the guards. The weakest of them are at the late stage of skin refining. Leading them are 5 strong men in blood refining realm. All the Gu family guards were silent. A murderous aura filled the air, and everyone's eyes were looking towards the figure in front of them, their eyes full of awe. Gu Qingfeng said, I won't go into details about the scene. I think you all know the purpose of calling you together this time. I also know why you joined Gu's company. In this battle, we only want to annihilate the Qingyang sect. Warriors at the refining skin realm will get a mid-grade martial art, and warriors at the refining blood realm will get a top-grade martial art. In addition, the Gu family will not give you any less corresponding training resources. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces suddenly turned wild. Middle-grade martial arts. Top-grade martial arts. Their purpose of joining the Gu family is to have the opportunity to learn advanced martial arts so as to improve themselves. Now, Gu Qingfeng directly threw out such temptation, which naturally made them very excited. I vow to destroy the Qingyang sect. Someone suddenly shouted loudly. The words had just fallen. The emotions of the whole audience were also aroused. I vow to destroy the Qingyang sect. I vow to destroy the Qingyang sect. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng's eyes showed satisfaction. Really, as long as the benefits are great enough, there will be people willing to do it even if it means going through fire and water. For ordinary warriors, even if they spend all their energy in learning middle-grade martial arts, they may not be able to obtain them, let alone high-grade martial arts. At this time, Meng Peng also arrived. How is it going? Gu Qingfeng glanced at the other person. Meng Peng nodded and whispered, Everything has been prepared as the master said. Good Gu Qingfeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he immediately waved his hand. Let's go. At one command, the 300 guards moved at once. However, just when Gu Qingfeng was about to step out of the Gu family's door, Su Yulan came over, followed by 2 maids, each holding a baby in their arms. Husband, Su Yulan looked worried. Gu Qingfeng's expression softened a bit, and then he said, It would be best if this battle goes smoothly. If I don't come back within 10 days, you should do as I told you before and take the 2 children and leave here first and go to the next place. At that time, I will go and join you. Okay. Husband, be careful. Su Yulan's lips moved, but in the end she didn't say much and just nodded. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the 2 maids behind him and said in a deep voice, You must take good care of the lady. If you neglect it, it will not be a simple punishment. Master, rest assured, I understand. The 2 maids said hurriedly. Then, Gu Qingfeng glanced at Su Yulan again, then turned and left. Out of the city gate, Gu Yang had already prepared 300 horses. Then Meng Peng was seen leading his men out of the city, with a horse-drawn carriage in the middle. Out of the city gate, all the guards mounted their horses and marched towards the Qingyang sect in a mighty manner. At the same time, in Qingyang sect, the news of the death of King Shui and the other two was also reported back. When sect leader Yi Nanxiu heard the news, he was furious. How dare the Gu family kill people from the Qingyang sect? King Shui is dead and that's it. But Yi Shi's death was what really made Yi Nanxiu feel heartbroken. Judging from his appearance, although Yi Nanxiu has some gray hair on his temples, he looks like a middle-aged man. He does not seem to be too old, but in fact, he is now over 90 years old. Yi Nanxiu had a son in his old age. I was in my 60s when I had Yi Shi. Since then, Yi Nanxiu dotes on his only child in every way. In addition, Yi Shi is also quite talented. He has broken through the middle stage of blood refining at a young age. It will be a sure thing for him to enter the bone refining stage in the future. In Yi Nanxiu's eyes, Yi Shi is the next leader of Qingyang sect. Result: now that the news of Yi Shi's death has come, how could Yi Nanxiu not be angry? Immediately, Yi Nanxiu was about to summon all the strong men of Qingyang sect and go to Baishi City to eradicate the entire Gu family and bury them with Yi Shi. What makes you so angry? A cold voice was heard. Yi Nanxiu looked up and saw that Patriarch Qingyang had appeared in the hall without him knowing when. His expression suddenly changed, and he stood up in a hurry. Greetings, ancestor. Tell me, how are you doing with what I asked you to do? Patriarch Qingyang walked slowly to the main seat and sat down, looking at Yi Nanxiu with a somewhat cold look. The latter felt tremendous pressure upon hearing this. When the ancestor gave the order, I immediately asked Elder Shui Wang to lead 2 true disciples to Baishidao and asked them to prepare 3,000 boys and girls. Unexpectedly, the Gu family showed no respect to our Qingyang sect. Elder Shui Wang and my son Yi Shi were all killed by the Gu family. Yi Nanxiu gritted his teeth when he finished speaking. Was family. A green light appeared in the eyes of the Qingyang patriarch, and a strange aura seemed to emanate from his body. The shadows under his feet stretched and twisted, giving people an indescribable, eerie feeling. I remember that he had entered the bone refining stage for many years. The Gu family was able to kill him, which shows that they are quite powerful. But it's also good, because it means that the Gu family has at least one warrior who has mastered the silver bone. If there are no first boys and girls, it would be good to train a silver bone warrior. Speaking of which, Patriarch Qingyang paused and spoke again. This time I will personally take action. You arrange for some people to follow me to the Gu family. I will kill everyone in the Gu family. If the ancestor is willing to take action, there will be no problem. Hearing this, Yi Nanxiu's face lit up with joy. If Patriarch Qingyang is willing to take action, then the Gu family will definitely have no way to survive. So, Yi Shi's revenge was finally achieved. The Qingyang patriarch sneered. No one can offend my Qingyang sect and still survive. Even Guan Nanhai couldn't do it back then, let alone a mere Gu Qingfeng. If it weren't for the fact that the Taishan dynasty is still strong and Baishi City is under the jurisdiction of the imperial court, I would have wanted to sacrifice the entire Baishi City with blood. If I could sacrifice the entire Whitestone City, I would definitely be able to make further progress. It's just a pity. Patriarch Qingyang licked his lips and suppressed his inner impulse. It is easy to offer a bloody sacrifice to Baishi City, but the consequences of doing so are not so easy. Hearing this, Yi Nanxiu said, Pei Jing has also sent people to contact our Qingyang sect, trying to persuade our Qingyang sect to cooperate with him. If we cooperate with him, it won't be a big problem for Pei Jing to take over Guangyang Prefecture and give Baishi City to our Qingyang sect. It's not as simple as you think. Patriarch Qingyang shook his head slightly. Behind Pei Jing is the Tianyang sword sect. With the Tianyang sword sect around, there's no way our Qingyang sect would get a piece of the pie. What's more, the forces involved here are more than just the Tianyang sword sect. Right now, the two sides haven't decided the winner, so my Qingyang sect doesn't need to rush to take sides. After all, if you choose the wrong side, hundreds of years of foundation may be lost in one day. We will make further plans once the situation becomes clear. In addition, if I can make further progress, my Qingyang sect will also have more say in the future chaos. This world. Ultimately, Strength speaks volumes. This point, ancestor Qingyang has lived for hundreds of years, so how could he not understand? The imperial court also made a big move a few years ago. Many people from the evil suppression department came to Guangyang Prefecture, seemingly preparing to suppress a powerful evil spirit. But I heard that in that battle, both the evil suppression department and the evil spirit were badly defeated, and the entire Lin County area became a desolate place. It is said that the evil spirit is already at the level of a disaster. This level of evil spirit is definitely not an ordinary one. If we can get the chance to suppress and devour it, our Qingyang sect may not be without the qualifications to compete with those ancient sects and families in the future. Moreover, you can also use this opportunity to refine the evil into your body, become a sorcerer, and see the door to immortality. Hearing this, Yinanxio's expression was also slightly excited, but he was still a little worried. Even the evil suppression department can't deal with the evil spirits, so I'm afraid it won't be that easy for my Qingyang sect to deal with them. Regarding this, Patriarch Qingyang sneered. You can rest assured. If it is a disaster evil spirit in its heyday, it will be difficult to deal with, but the evil suppression division and the evil spirit are both injured. As long as I, the ancestor, make another breakthrough, suppressing the evil spirit will definitely not be a problem. This is the opportunity for the rise of my Qingyang sect, and we must not miss it. Moreover, in the past 2 years, I have also gained some clues about the location of that evil spirit. Next, just wait for me to break through, and then I can start to suppress that evil spirit. This is also why he needed 3,000 boys and girls. After hundreds of years of sedimentation, Patriarch Qingyang was only one step away from a breakthrough. It needs to devour more flesh and blood of living beings to take that crucial step. Every step a warlock takes is crucial. Whether or not a breakthrough is the final step is two completely different concepts. Speaking of which, Ancestor Qingyang's eyes became gloomy again, and his expression suddenly became much more vicious. If our Qingyang sect can improve its strength, then even if we massacre the entire Baisher city, it won't matter. Those ancient aristocratic families have always committed massacres and destruction of cities, which shows that the imperial court is not satisfied with them at all. What the ancestor said is absolutely right. Yinanxiu nodded. Then, Patriarch Qingyang glanced at him again and said calmly, As for Yishi's death, you don't have to care so much. He is just an offspring. If he dies, he dies. We pursue longevity and long life. As long as we can stay alive, there is no need to worry about the continuation of our bloodline. Yes, Yinanxiu lowered his head again in response. At this time, suddenly, a disciple from the Qingyang sect hurried in. When he saw Patriarch Qingyang, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he spoke to Yinanxiu. Master, something terrible has happened. Why are you so panicked? Yinanxiu frowned. The disciple said, There is news that Gu Qingfeng is leading the Gu family's strong men towards our Qingyang sect, and they will soon enter the mountain gate. The words fell. Yinanxiu suddenly became furious. Mr. Gu is so brave. Finished? Yinanxiu looked at the Qingyang patriarch who was sitting in the main seat again, and the anger on his face suddenly subsided a lot. The Gu family's arrival clearly intends to harm our Qingyang sect. Do you want to take action yourself? All right. Patriarch Qingyang's expression became increasingly gloomy. The Gu family has the guts to come knocking on my door. I want to see what their confidence is. At this time, the disciple was also shocked when he heard Yinanxiu's words. Ancestor? He must know that there is still an ancestor in Qingyang sect. Thinking of this, the other party couldn't help but look up at Patriarch Qingyang. Just as his eyes met the other party's dark green light, an ominous premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. Immediately following, the shadow of Patriarch Qingyang had extended countless black tentacles at some point in time, and before the disciple could react, they pierced his body like sharp swords. The sudden severe pain made the latter scream miserably. But the next breath, the disciple's skin was seen drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all his flesh and blood had disappeared completely. After a moment, the disciple fell to the ground, turning into a dried corpse. All the dark shadows also retreated like the tide. See this scene. Yinanxiu's expression remained unchanged, as if he was used to it. Let's go and meet the head of the Gu family. After swallowing a person's flesh and blood, Patriarch Qingyang's complexion seemed to become a little rosier. He put his hands behind his back and walked slowly out of the hall. Yi Nanxiu immediately followed closely behind him. Outside Qingyang's sect, 300 light cavalrymen came along the ancient road. When they arrived at the gate of Qingyang's sect, all the light cavalry stopped. Meng Peng came to the carriage and whispered, "Master Kitchen, the Qingyang sect has arrived." The words fell. Gu Qingfeng opened the curtain and got out of the carriage. He saw many disciples waiting in line in front of the Qingyang sect's mountain gate. "Is this the Qingyang sect?" Gu Qingfeng looked at the Qingyang sect disciples in front of him. At first glance, most of the disciples' auras were at the skin refining realm, and a few were at the blood refining realm. Some of them have stronger auras, some even reaching the level of perfect blood refining. From this, we can also see the foundation of a major sect. For the death of Elder Shui Wang, our Qingyang sect has not yet settled accounts with your Gu family. Now you, Gu Qingfeng, are bringing people here. Are you eager to die? Chu Zhan looked at the Gu family warriors, and finally his gaze fell on Gu Qingfeng, his face full of indifference. Google searched TWK and news of King Shui's death. Chu Zhan also knew it. However, even so, Chu Zhan did not take Gu Qingfeng seriously. They are both elders of the same sect. Prince Shui is just a mid-level warrior who has perfected his bronze bones and cultivated some silver bones. But Chu Zhan is different. He had already achieved perfect silver bones 10 years ago, and now he has even partially cultivated golden bones. With one more step forward, he will be able to break through the threshold of the later stage of bone refining and reach the perfect state of the top level of bone refining. Such strength. Looking at the entire Qingyang sect, there are many strong men who can rank among the top 3. Kill King Shui. Chu Zhan can do it himself. What's more, this is the Qingyang sect, their own territory, so Chu Zhan has no reason to be afraid. When King Shui died, I promised him that I would send people from the Qingyang sect to accompany him so that he wouldn't be too lonely on his way to the underworld. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression neither sad nor happy. The words had just fallen. Chu Zhan laughed angrily. Arrogant. Immediately, Chu Zhan waved his hand and gave orders to the Qingyang sect disciples. Kill. Don't let any of the Gu family members go today. Finished? Chu Zhan was the first to take action. His body was seen flying out like a giant bird, his hands emitting a frightening green light, and he grabbed towards Gu Qingfeng's face. When his nails cut through the air, they left white marks. Gu Qingfeng stood still, with a protective aura emerging from his body. Chu Zhan struck the protective aura with all his strength, causing it to vibrate slightly, but without any sign of breaking. Not only that, the powerful recoil force caused the flesh on Chu Zhan's 10 fingers to explode, and a large amount of blood flowed out from the wounds. Impossible. Chu Zhan's expression was filled with horror. The sharp pain in his fingers made him completely incredulous. You should know that his current strength is only one step away from achieving golden bone perfection. His strength is considered strong in the entire Guangyang prefecture. Now, he attacked with anger, but couldn't even break Gu Qingfeng's protective aura. How could Chu Zhan not be shocked? However, without waiting for Chu Zhan to be shocked for too long, Gu Qingfeng raised his hand and threw a punch. The seemingly slow movement was actually as fast as lightning. By the time Chu Zhan could react, the fist was already at him. No time to dodge. Chu Zhan could only mobilize the qi and blood in his body and transform it into strong qi to protect his body. Bang! Gongqi emerges. The next breath, the internal energy burst like bubbles, and a powerful and domineering punch landed on Chu Zhan's chest, directly blasting his body through. Under this powerful force, his heart turned into powder in an instant. By the time Gu Qingfeng retracted his bloody fist, Chu Zhan had already fallen down with a look of unwillingness on his face. Even a powerful warrior at the late stage of bone refining realm couldn't withstand Gu Qingfeng's punch. This scene, the other Qingyang sect disciples were all shocked. Kill! Gu Qingfeng gave an order and stepped over Chu Zhan's corpse, heading towards killing all the disciples of Qingyang sect. Seeing this, many Gu family warriors followed suit. Chu Zhan disappeared. Although there were some powerful masters among the remaining Qingyang sect disciples, They could be killed with just one punch from Gu Qingfeng. Every punch that Gu Qingfeng threw represented the death of a Qingyang sect disciple. Just a few moments. Dozens of warriors in the blood-refining realm lost their lives at the hands of Gu Qingfeng. When Yunanqiu arrived and saw this scene, his eyes suddenly turned red with anger. Without waiting for the Qingyang patriarch to speak, he drew his sword and angrily attacked Gu Qingfeng. Die for me. The sharp sword breaks the air. The sword's aura is chilling. As a strong man who has reached the state of bone refining and perfectness, the full strength attack was extremely powerful, and the rolling sword energy seemed like a torrent, causing many warriors of the Gu family to change their faces. Only Gu Qingfeng had a calm expression. He smashed the head of a Qingyang sect disciple with one punch, then leaned sideways and punched out, colliding with the long sword that broke through the air. Bang, fists and swords collide. Yunanqiu used all his strength in the sword attack, but failed to kill Gu Qingfeng on the spot as expected. He couldn't even break his defense, and only left a white spot on his fist. This scene made Yunanqiu's pupil shrink suddenly. You are not in the bone refining realm. You are the leader of Qingyang's sect. Gu Qingfeng had a sly smile on his face. He grabbed the sword with the 5 fingers of his left hand and suddenly pulled it back with force. At the same time, he strode forward and slapped out with his right hand. The hot breath seemed to distort the air. Yunanqiu sensed the threat, and without a second thought, he loosened his grip on the sword and retreated at the same time. What a pity. His movements were fast, but Gu Qingfeng's movements were even faster. When Gu Qingfeng's attack was about to land, Yunanqiu no longer cared about his face and asked for help in fear. Ancestor, save me. The words fell. Ancestor Qingyang also moved suddenly. But just when Patriarch Qingyang was about to make a move, Gu Qingfeng had already landed a solid blow on Yunanqiu's chest. The powerful palm force broke through the protective qi and shattered all his internal organs. At this time, the attack of Qingyang Patriarch also arrived. It was too late for Gu Qingfeng to turn around to defend himself. He could only activate his body, protecting qi to fight back. However, the body, protecting qi that even the strong men at the later stage of bone refining could not break, was not enough in front of Patriarch Qingyang. In just a moment of breath, the protective energy of the body was broken. The remaining force hit Gu Qingfeng, causing his clothes on his back to burst. He staggered forward a few steps involuntarily, and his blood surged. However, Gu Qingfeng quickly suppressed his turbulent blood and energy, turned around and blasted out with a palm, which collided with the palm of Qingyang Patriarch. Place your palms together. The power of terror exploded. The next moment, both parties were shocked and took several steps back. Are you the Qingyang Patriarch? Gu Qingfeng looked at the old man in front of him with cold eyes. At the same time, he secretly mobilized his qi and blood to expel all the cold aura that invaded his body from behind. At the same time, Ancestor Qingyang also had a gloomy expression. You are Gu Qingfeng. I didn't expect you to have entered the marrow-cleansing realm. It seems that everyone underestimated you. From the previous fight, Patriarch Qingyang was able to conclude that Gu Qingfeng was definitely not a warrior at the bone-refining realm, but had already entered the marrow-cleansing realm. What Qingyang Patriarch could not have imagined was that Yunanqiu, the sect leader, could not withstand the opponent's attack and was killed on the spot in a single blow. At this time, Ancestor Qingyang spoke again. But you should never step into Qingyang's sect. Even if you are at the marrow-cleansing realm, it is not just 1 or 2 people at the marrow-cleansing realm who have died at my hands. Given your age and qualifications, if you don't die, you will have a chance to reach the Grandmaster level one day. But it's a pity that you are destined to die here today. I'll swallow you. I will definitely be able to go further. The Qingyang Patriarch had a ferocious look on his face, his eyes glowed green, and he looked like a demon that had crawled out of heck. His shadow on the ground twisted wildly, looking quite weird. The next breath, the figure of Patriarch Qingyang disappeared on the spot. Almost at the same time, Gu Qingfeng felt a strong wind blowing on his face, and Patriarch Qingyang turned into a shadow. The speed was extremely fast. However, facing such an attack, Gu Qingfeng remained unafraid. The body trembles. The surging blood and energy were like rushing rivers and the rising sun. His palms gathered terrifying and hot power and attacked the Qingyang ancestor. Less than a breath. The two sides have already exchanged more than 10 moves. With every collision, Gu Qingfeng felt a strange and cold aura invading his body along the palms of his hands, as if it wanted to freeze and devour his flesh and blood, but it was quickly dispelled by the burning energy and blood. The other side. Patriarch Qingyang was also feeling uncomfortable. He discovered that Gu Qingfeng's blood and energy were terrifyingly strong, much stronger than the average warrior in the marrow-cleansing realm. Moreover, his blood and energy contained an extremely hot aura, which was completely contrary to the sorcerer's power he had cultivated. When the warlock's power invades the opponent's body, this burning power also invades his own body. For a while, Patriarch Qingyang looked unhappy. As the thought came to his mind, shadows on the ground suddenly rose up, and countless black shadows broke through the air like sharp swords and attacked Gu Qingfeng's vital points. As expected, the latter's protective qi erupted again, and all shadow attacks were blocked by it. However, these shadow attacks were particularly strange and powerful. Even with the strength of the protective qi, it could not hold out for more than a few breaths before it was shattered. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng's eyes turned cold and he blasted out with both palms wildly, releasing all his terrifying energy and blood power. When it collided with the shadow, the latter immediately dissipated like snow melting in the spring sun. However, there were still shadows that broke through the blockade and pierced Gu Qingfeng's arm directly. The skin that could withstand the attack of Lian Gu Yuan Man was now completely unable to defend itself. The skin is broken. Gu Qingfeng could feel his flesh and blood being devoured bit by bit. He directly grasped the shadow with his right hand and urged it with the power of fiery sun palm. The shadow that was originally devouring his own flesh and blood suddenly collapsed. Gu Qingfeng seemed to hear a sharp scream faintly. Kill! Gu Qingfeng looked ferocious, and the next moment he rushed directly towards the Qingyang Patriarch. The fierce momentum made the latter's expression change suddenly. Next, the Qingyang Patriarch also had a ferocious look on his face, and strange powers burst out from his body. His horrifying shadow seemed to be magnified invisibly under the shining sun, like an evil spirit twisting and struggling in heck. At the same time, the originally smooth skin of Qingyang Patriarch suddenly became shriveled. His eye sockets gradually became sunken. The nails on his 10 fingers became long and sharp, and he looked like a fierce ghost from heck. I'm going to swallow you up? Patriarch Qingyang let out a roar and started fighting with Gu Qingfeng again. Such a bizarre scene was naturally seen by the people from Qingyang sect and Gu family. Many disciples of Qingyang sect were shocked, as if they had never expected that such a bizarre thing would exist in Qingyang sect. As for the Gu family, they were equally shocked. Is this what Father meant by letting the evil spirit enter the body? Gu Yang felt a little terrified when he saw the old man Qingyang, who looked like a fierce ghost from heck and did not look like an ordinary person at all. Now, most of the strong men of Qingyang sect have been killed by Gu Qingfeng. The overall strength of the remaining disciples of Qingyang sect is not much different from that of the Gu family. The two sides are now fighting fiercely. Gu Yang glanced at the battlefield where Gu Qingfeng was, and then refocused his attention to fight with the Qingyang sect's blood-refining realm warriors. He has mastered the Gu family fist to perfection, and has also comprehended some of the mysteries of the fiery sun divine palm. With the nourishment of the blood-refining pill, even though Gu Yang is only at the beginner level of blood refining, he has a solid foundation, which is enough to rival those at the later stages of blood refining. His opponent was a strong man from the Qingyang sect who was at the middle level of blood refining. Originally, the other party saw that he was young and Gu Yang had an unusual status, so they wanted to take him down directly, but they didn't expect that they kicked the Iron Gate instead. At this moment, facing Gu Yang's fierce attack, the other party was also secretly complaining. Gu Qingfeng and Patriarch Qingyang's bodies have turned into afterimages, and the strength of both sides has been exerted to the extreme at this moment. The shadow on the ground twisted strangely, breaking through Gu Qingfeng's protective aura and leaving scars on his body. However, Gu Qingfeng turned a blind eye to these injuries. In his eyes, there was only Patriarch Qingyang. His extremely fierce attacks did not weaken at all, causing the latter to suffer tremendous pressure. Bang after fighting for a while, Gu Qingfeng grabbed the broken thread of Qingyang Patriarch with one move and slapped him hard on the chest with all his strength. The terrifying force that could destroy mountains and break peaks instantly made Qingyang Patriarch's chest cave in. Under such force, all internal organs exploded instantly. Patriarch Qingyang opened his mouth and spat out blood mixed with pieces of internal organs. Such injuries. If it had fallen on an ordinary warrior, he would have already died. But the warlock had a strong vitality, and even after suffering such a fatal blow, he was still able to remain alive. This moment, when Patriarch Qingyang looked at Gu Qingfeng, his eyes finally turned into fear. The other party's momentum of becoming more and more courageous despite being covered in blood made him smell the breath of death. Immediately, Patriarch Qingyang turned around and fled. See this scene. A cold smile appeared on Gu Qingfeng's fierce face. It's too late to leave now. At the moment when Patriarch Qingyang turned around, Gu Qingfeng had already rushed forward and struck him on the back with another palm. The Liang Palm power invaded from behind and directly detonated all the Liang Palm power hidden in Patriarch Qingyang's body. Boom! The power of the fiery sun palm explodes. Ah! The scorching breath caused his meridians and bones to break, and Patriarch Qingyang immediately let out a miserable cry. Immediately following, Gu Qingfeng grabbed the other person's head with his 5 fingers and smashed him down to the ground with force. Boom! The ground sank and the rocks were broken. The skull of the Qingyang Patriarch seemed to be cracked by this force, with blood flowing down his face. Combined with his skinny body and sunken eye sockets, he looked even more hideous. No, you can't kill me. If I die, the evil in my body will surely revive, and then you will all die. The fear of death made Qingyang Patriarch no longer care about anything else, and he begged for mercy in panic and fear. Regarding this, Gu Qingfeng actually stopped. See here. The hope of life suddenly appeared in the eyes of Qingyang Patriarch. I became a sorcerer by letting the evil enter my body. There is a powerful evil spirit sealed in my body. If I die, the evil spirit will surely revive. The evil spirit will never die. Once it revives, not only will the people of Qingyang sect die, but you will also be unable to escape. And if we allow evil spirits to wreak havoc, your family will surely be held responsible if the imperial court investigates. Let me go, and I promise that I will never be an enemy of your Gu family again. Patriarch Qingyang spoke hurriedly, his words containing threats, but also hints of submission. The situation is stronger than people. Gu Qingfeng's strength caught Qingyang Patriarch by surprise. In this situation, the only option is to surrender. To be honest, Patriarch Qingyang was not afraid that Gu Qingfeng would disagree. After all, allowing evil spirits to cause harm is no small matter. If the imperial court really wants to investigate, the small Gu family will be wiped out in a moment. Don't worry, after you die, the evil spirit in your body will not be able to run rampant. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. Meng Peng, your subordinates are here. Take out the things I asked you to prepare right now, Gu Qingfeng shouted loudly. At this moment, because Patriarch Qingyang was defeated, the killing on the field stopped abruptly. Hearing this, Meng Peng immediately rushed towards the direction of the carriage. After entering the carriage for a while, I saw the curtain shaking and a golden coffin flew out. Gu Qingfeng raised his hand to hold the golden coffin and then smashed it heavily to the ground. Golden coffin! When Patriarch Qingyang saw the golden coffin in front of him, his expression suddenly changed. This moment, Patriarch Qingyang was really scared. He never imagined that Gu Qingfeng had gold in his hands and used the gold to build a coffin. Evil is immortal, but that doesn't mean it can't be suppressed. Gu Qingfeng had an indifferent expression. As the golden coffin was opened, the fear on Patriarch Qingyang's face became more and more obvious. No, spare my life, and I can teach you how to remove the evil from your body. A warrior's lifespan is limited. Even if he reaches the Grandmaster level, it will only last a few hundred years. Only by refining the evil into the body and becoming a sorcerer can one reach the legendary realm of immortality. But the major families and sects all attach great importance to the method of refining evil into the body, and non-core members have no chance of obtaining it. If you let me go, I will tell you my method of refining the evil within your body. Once you have refined the evil within your body and become a sorcerer, you can also strive for immortality one day. Although it is said that Patriarch Qingyang was confident that the evil spirit was sealed in his body and was not afraid that Gu Qingfeng would kill him, after all, once the evil spirit caused a big disaster, it would not be that simple. However, the appearance of the golden coffin made Patriarch Qingyang realize that he had miscalculated. Things had come to this point, and all he could do was beg for mercy. After all, better to live than to die. Patriarch Qingyang had finally come this far, and he would be unwilling to perish here. What a pity. No matter how old ancestor Qingyang begged for mercy, Gu Qingfeng had no intention of letting him go. He just threw several punches, all of which landed on old ancestor Qingyang's head. Patriarch Qingyang was once a warrior who had achieved perfect bone refining, with all his bones turned into gold. However, in front of Gu Qingfeng's power that could destroy mountains and split peaks, he was as weak as paper. Several punches landed. The head exploded like a watermelon. The ancestor of the Qingyang sect died on the spot. As Patriarch Qingyang fell, the eerie and cold aura on his body became more and more severe. At the same time, the shadow under him was twisting wildly, as if he could revive at any time. See here. Gu Qingfeng did not hesitate and directly threw the body of Qingyang Patriarch into the golden coffin, and then closed the coffin. The next breath, the golden coffin shook violently, as if something had come into being and was struggling to impact. Seeing that the coffin lid was about to fly off, Gu Qingfeng jumped up and stepped heavily on the coffin lid, causing the coffin lid, which was shaking violently, to calm down completely. Although the interior of the golden coffin was shaking violently, it was no longer a big problem. "Give me the rest?" Gu Qingfeng pressed down the coffin lid, then looked at Ming Pong and said. Upon hearing this, the latter immediately took out the iron chain he had prepared and handed it to Gu Qingfeng. "Get the chain." Gu Qingfeng tied up the entire golden coffin. The iron chain, as thick as an adult's arm, was specially made by him for this moment. After the golden coffin was completely tied up, Gu Qingfeng left from the coffin lid. As expected, although the golden coffin still shook violently this time, it was temporarily unable to break through the iron chain and open the coffin lid. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng noticed that the information page had been refreshed again. Your descendant Guyang witnessed you killing the Qingyang Patriarch with his own eyes, and his admiration for you reached its peak. Achieving the achievement, the higher you look up to, can only be triggered once. Reward boost points 100. Reward Qi and blood pills 100. Reward blood refining pill 100. Reward bone refining pill 100. Reward boundary breakthrough pill, blood refining 10. The reward is the perfect martial arts of the highest grade. Tiangang Divine Body. Burst. Big Bang. Gu Qingfeng never thought that suppressing the Qingyang Patriarch would bring such benefits. Such a generous reward. Even Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but take a breath. Improvement point by 100. The other various elixirs are also 100. And the first appearance of the realm, breaking pill. It's obvious. These things are extremely valuable. However, what really concerned Gu Qingfeng was the ultimate martial arts as a reward at the end. Perfect and ultimate martial arts. Tiangang Divine Body. Having obtained the perfect, level Tiangang Bati before, Gu Qingfeng understood how powerful this perfect, level martial arts was. Take a deep breath. Gu Qingfeng did not retrieve these things immediately, but asked Ming Pong to carry the golden coffin back to the carriage, and then looked at the Qingyang sect disciples in front of him. After a moment, Gu Qingfeng uttered a few words. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." A massacre broke out in the Qingyang sect. Without the presence of Patriarch Qingyang, the remaining disciples of Qingyang sect were no match for the Gu family. Gu Qingfeng took the lead in eliminating some of the stronger ones in the blood-refining realm, and then the remaining disciples of Qingyang sect were handed over to Gu Yang and others to deal with. Less than half a day, the huge Qingyang sect had been completely slaughtered. When the Qingyang sect was destroyed, Gu Qingfeng did not feel any wavering in his heart. The Qingyang Patriarch had evil spirits in his body and was feeding on the flesh and blood of ordinary people. These Qingyang sect disciples were considered accomplices, And who knows how many innocent lives they had taken. They could just be killed. Let's take a step back. So what if there are innocent people in Qingyang sect? The Gu family has already torn apart the relationship with the Qingyang sect, so there is naturally no possibility of holding back. As for the question of whether he had killed the wrong person, Gu Qingfeng didn't care at all. After all, he is not a good person either. In the main hall of Qingyang sect, Gu Qingfeng sat on the throne that belonged to the sect master, and at the same time, his whole mind was focused on the inventory. As soon as he thought about it, a secret book appeared in his hand. The Ultimate Martial Arts. Tiangang Divine Body. Gu Qingfeng did not hesitate and directly opened the secret book. Moment. The secret realm turned into a stream of light and disappeared into my mind. Immediately following, many memories emerged in Gu Qingfeng's mind, as if he had painstakingly cultivated the Tiangang Divine Body for many years, and the 12 levels of the Tiangang Divine Body appeared one by one. Strictly speaking, the Tiangang Divine Body is considered the advanced and unique skill of the Tiangang Tyrant Body. But the two are not like the Hunyuan Iron Shirt and the 100 Chains Golden Body. The former is part of the latter. So, when Gu Qingfeng practiced the Tiangang Divine Body, the Tiangang Tyrant Body did not disappear. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng's qi and blood were shaking. The aura on his body was also rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Intermediate level of marrow cleansing. The final stage of marrow cleansing. Marrow cleansing is successful. In less than a few breaths, Gu Qingfeng's cultivation level kept rising until he directly entered the realm of perfect marrow cleansing. Now, Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute interface. Just in the martial arts column, there is a new martial art called Tiangang Divine Body. Tiangang Divine Body, 12. Fold Perfect Body Protection, Qi Level 9. Then, Gu Qingfeng tried to activate the protective qi, and saw that a qi that was almost condensed into a solid substance emerged from his body. It was several times stronger than the protective qi of the Tiangang Tyrant Body. Gu Qingfeng felt the powerful protective energy, and his eyes lit up with joy. With this level of protective energy, if I were to fight against the Qingyang Patriarch, I would probably just stand still and it would be difficult for the opponent to break my defense. I have to say, the protective qi derived from the perfection of the Tiangang Divine Body is indeed extremely powerful. Then, Gu Qingfeng calmed himself down and looked at the Tiangang Divine Body in his attribute panel again. If the 12th level of the Tiangang Divine Body is fully developed, I can enter the peak of the marrow cleansing stage. If I break through the limit, I will be able to break through directly to the purification stage. Purify. This is the strongest realm below the innate level. The annihilation of Qingyang sect also made Gu Qingfeng truly realize that in today's chaotic world, there are many strong people. Although the strength of Shisui realm is not weak, it is not necessarily that strong. Just to deal with the Qingyang ancestor, I have to give it my all. If the opponent is stronger than Patriarch Qingyang, Gu Qingfeng will not be sure of winning. You know, the Qingyang sect is just a sect in Guangyang Prefecture. Nothing else to say. Take Guangyang Prefecture for example. There may be people more powerful than the Qingyang Patriarch. What's more, this time the Qingyang sect was destroyed. If the news were to spread, it would be enough to shock Guangyang Prefecture. By then, the Gu family is destined to come into the eyes of all major powers. This is different from the 1.5 mu of land on Baishidao. Once it reaches that point, the Gu family must have sufficient financial support. Therefore, if you can break through the refining realm, then the problem can be reduced a lot. Break the limit of Tiangang Divine Body. 40 improvement points are needed. Promote. Gu Qingfeng had an idea and directly used 40 improvement points to break the limit of the Tiangang Divine Body. Suddenly, a flood of memories came flooding back. In these memories, Gu Qingfeng had entered the Tiangang Divine Body perfection for many years. He worked hard but failed to make a breakthrough. Later, he traveled around the world and competed with many powerful people. Finally, before he passed away, he finally gained enlightenment, broke through the limits of his Tiangang Divine Body, and entered a whole new realm. Decades in memory. The outside world is just a moment. One could see that the energy and blood in his body were flowing back into his heart. The weak heartbeat sound disappeared at this moment, and Gu Qingfeng seemed to be in deathly silence. A long time. The missing heartbeat reappears. Boom, boom. The violent heartbeat sounded like the beating of a drum. A large amount of extremely pure energy and blood flowed out from his heart and instantly spread to Gu Qingfeng's limbs and bones. For a while, an even more terrifying qi and blood force revived than before, breaking out of the body, and the surging blood energy filled the entire hall. After a while, the blood and qi slowly dissipate. Gu Qingfeng sat there upright and looked at the attribute interface again. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 36 out of 200. Realm, first level of Purification Martial Arts. Gu Family Fist, level 1 Indestructible. Iron Body Skill, level 1 Body as strong as iron. Big Stone Smashing Hand, minor success. Iron Leg Skill, perfect. Refined Iron Finger, minor success. Fiery Sun Palm, level 4 of the 9th level of Perfect Fiery Sun Palm. Heavenly Thunder Sword Skill, beginner. 100 refinements. Golden Body, level 9 of Indestructible Golden Body. 7 Killing Knife Skills, not yet. Beginner. Heavenly Gang Tyrant Body, level 4 of the 9th level of Perfect Protective Body Energy. Heavenly Gang Divine Body, level 1 of Indestructible Divine Body. Boost points, 60. The first stage of purification, 200 yuan for my birthday. Gu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The purification realm is different from the other realms. This realm has no distinction between the initial, intermediate, and final stages, but only the first to 5th stages. There are 5 levels of refining. Every time you successfully refine an organ, you can enter a new level. If all 5 internal organs are tempered to perfection, then the warrior can refine the 5 realms to perfection and then impact the Grandmaster realm. At the moment, when Gu Qingfeng succeeded in tempering his heart, he entered the first stage of purification. However, even the first stage of purification cannot be compared with the marrow cleansing stage. If we say that when he broke through to the marrow cleansing perfection before, Gu Qingfeng's strength was several times that of the initial stage of marrow cleansing, then now that he has broken through to the first stage of purification, his strength will completely crush the original marrow cleansing perfection. With my current strength, if it was the reincarnation of the Qingyang Patriarch, Gu Qingfeng was absolutely sure that he could overwhelm the opponent with just one encounter. It is the power of the refining realm. And then there is. The limit of Tiangyang Divine Body was broken, and the 9th level of Protective Qi was upgraded to the Indestructible Divine Body. This stage, Gu Qingfeng did not need to deliberately activate his qi, blood, and internal energy to protect his body. His physical defense was always maintained at a truly peak state. Immortal Divine Body. What is being tempered is the body. With my current defensive power, even if I stand still, no one can hurt me below the level of refining. Gu Qingfeng pondered secretly. After entering this realm, Gu Qingfeng's sense of security also increased greatly. Although it is unclear how many polluted warriors there are in Guangyang Prefecture or even in the entire Qingyang province, Gu Qingfeng can conclude that the number of polluted warriors is definitely not large. As for the masters above the refining level, their number will be even smaller. After all, with the strength of Qingyang sect, it can be regarded as a major sect in Guangyang Prefecture. You know, it is estimated that Patriarch Qingyang's strength is only at the initial stage of marrow cleansing. So, after entering the first stage of refining, Gu Qingfeng believed that even if someone really wanted to target the Gu family, they would have to think carefully to see if they were qualified. At this time, Gu Yang walked in from outside the hall. He smelled strongly of blood, and it was obvious that he had just been in a massacre. Father, we have discovered an unusual place. Qingyang sect? Cave in the back mountain. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yang came here. There were several guards here, and everyone had a bad look on their face. When they saw the 2 people coming, several guards greeted them. I've met the head of the family, and I've met the young master. Well, what's going on in here? Gu Qingfeng looked towards the entrance of the cave, which gave him an ominous feeling. A guard said, there are many corpses in the cave. Some of them have turned into bones, and the rest are like mummies. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, then looked at the guards and gave them some instructions. You wait here, I'll go in and take a look. Finished? Gu Qingfeng walked into the cave, and Gu Yang followed closely behind him. As soon as the 2 entered the cave, they felt their vision suddenly dim. However, Gu Yang, who had the weakest cultivation among the two, had also broken through to the blood-refining realm, so it was easy for him to see things at night. Even though the cave is dark, you can still see clearly what's inside. As we went deeper into the cave, we saw that the surrounding stone walls were inlaid with luminous pearls, which illuminated the dim cave. At this time, the scene in the cave finally appeared in front of the two people. There were corpses everywhere, some turned into white bones, and some were like mummies. The bloody and foul smell hit me in the face, making me want to vomit. Such a scene. This made Gu Yang's face look slightly pale. Even though his hands were stained with blood and he had killed many warriors in the battle with Qingyang sect, he still felt uncomfortable instinctively when he saw such a scene. Only Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent, not frightened by the scene before him. It's just a death, it's nothing. This should be the place where the Qingyang patriarch cultivated. When the evil enters the body and cultivates as a living person, it is indeed to lose one's nature and become no different from livestock. Gu Qingfeng's voice was slightly cold. He stepped a little harder and saw the ground in the cave shaking. Countless cracks spread out in all directions from the sole of his shoe. See this scene. Gu Yang's heart was shocked again. Being able to achieve this level with just a single kick is totally beyond the imagination of a blood-refining realm warrior. At this time, as the ground cracked, both of them saw the white bones exposed inside. It's obvious. The corpses here are not just what you see on the surface of the cave. There are many more corpses buried underneath, and it is not easy to count them. Gu Qingfeng came to the place where Patriarch Qingyang practiced, searched carefully, and finally his eyes fell on a cushion. Then, Gu Qingfeng fumbled around for a bit and immediately found something wrong inside. When he tore the futon apart, a thin, yellowed secret book suddenly appeared in his sight. The secret book looked like an ordinary piece of paper, but the handling was completely different. Gu Qingfeng tried to tear it with a little force, but did not really damage the secret book at all. Visible. The materials of the secret book are extraordinary, and on the cover of the secret book, there are also several large characters that catch the eye. The Tao of Eternal Life. Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged as he flipped through the secret book. After a moment, he closed the secret book again. The so-called Taoist scripture of immortality is actually the same as the magic of spiritualism, both of which are secret techniques for expelling evil from the body. From the secret techniques of the Chongqing Daojing, Gu Qingfeng learned that the secret techniques mentioned here involved an evil spirit called shadow. Any secret method to expel evil spirits from the body is not applicable to all evil spirits, but is only applicable to a certain type of evil spirit. From this, we can see that there are many types of evil spirits, Shadow Demon and Heart Devourer being two of them. Now, the Qingyang Patriarch passed away. The shadow contained in the opponent's body will also be revived. If someone masters the secret method of refining evil into the body called the Taoist Scripture of Longevity, they can directly take on the shadow and then transform into a sorcerer. At the same time, the records about sorcerers in the Taoist canon of immortality are also much more detailed than those in the spiritual art. Here, Gu Qingfeng gained a better understanding of the sorcerer. The first level of warlock is called Nailing. Above the level of Na Ling is the level of Siyu Ling. Above the level of the Sa Ling is the Cui Ling. A sorcerer at the soul, Naking realm is equivalent to a warrior at the blood, refining realm. A warlock in the soul, refining realm is equivalent to a warlock in the bone, refining realm. If one enters the realm of soul protection, the weakest one is equivalent to marrow cleansing, and the strongest one is comparable to purifying. At the same time, sorcerers are generally much stronger than warriors of the same level. For example, a sorcerer at the top of the Nailing realm can even kill a warrior at the Liangu realm. If a sorcerer has just entered the soul protection realm, he can easily subdue and kill a warrior in the marrow cleansing realm. So, Patriarch Qingyang should not have broken through the soul, controlling realm yet. Judging from the strength of the warlocks of the same level, if Patriarch Qingyang breaks through the soul-guarding realm, his strength cannot be just that little. A battle ahead. Although Patriarch Qingyang's strength is powerful, Gu Qingfeng feels that he is just so. Patriarch Qingyang should be at the peak of the soul realm, or he may have stepped half a step into the soul realm. The called sorcerers are indeed not weak. Although I killed a Qingyang ancestor, I must not be careless. I am afraid that there are sorcerers at the level of the soul, protecting spirit in some other ancient sects and families. A powerful necromancer can be comparable to a refined warrior. If he is a top sorcerer among the spirits, he can even compete with the innate masters. Even though Gu Qingfeng has entered the first stage of purification, he is still not sure he can really deal with a strong man of this level. However, it is not easy to reach this level. Haven't you seen that Patriarch Qingyang has spent hundreds of years lingering in the realm of Lingling and has never entered the realm of Yuling? It can be seen that it is also difficult for warlocks to break through. Then, Gu Qingfeng took the Taoist scripture of immortality into his pocket. Naturally, he had no intention of keeping this secret technique of refining evil into the body. The reason why he did not destroy it was that Gu Qingfeng wanted to keep it and study it carefully to see if he could find any idea to deal with the sorcerer. The other side, Gu Yang watched Gu Qingfeng take away the Taoist scripture of immortality without saying much. Gu Qingfeng glanced at him. The so-called refining evil into the body means suppressing the evil spirits, sealing the evil spirits with the flesh, and thus mastering the powerful power of the evil spirits. But once the evil enters the body, it will be affected by the evil power, feed on the flesh and blood of living beings, and gradually lose its human nature. The corpse in front of you was caused by the Qingyang Patriarch. I don't want you to reach this point in the future, and I don't want anyone in the Gu family to reach this point either. Gu Qingfeng's words made Gu Yang suddenly realize something, and he continued to speak seriously. Don't worry, father. I will definitely not allow evil spirits to enter my body. In the future, I will not allow the descendants of the Gu family to have evil spirits enter their bodies either. That's the best. Gu Qingfeng nodded, looked at the cave for a moment, and then left with Gu Yang. There is nothing valuable here except the Tao Sutra of Immortality. There is no need to stay here any longer. Soon, someone also discovered a mass grave in the back mountain of Qingyang sect. If there are many corpses in the cave, then the corpses in the mass pit are truly densely packed. The comparison between the two is simply a drop in the ocean. Meng Peng looked at the numerous corpses in the mass grave with a look of emotion on his face. The Qingyang sect is quite famous in the martial arts world, but I didn't expect that their methods were so cruel. I'm afraid that there are tens of thousands of people who have fallen into this pit. Tens of thousands? Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. I'm afraid this number will have to be multiplied several times. After all, Patriarch Qingyang lived for hundreds of years, and the number of people he killed must be an astronomical number. From here we can see what the sects and families in the world are like. A Qingyang sect. It is a microcosm of the world. A mere Qingyang patriarch has already been stained with so much blood. Some of the more ancient beings, as well as the evil suppression department in the imperial court, are only likely to be stained with even more shocking blood. All these thoughts flashed through Gu Qingfeng's mind, and then his expression returned to indifference. Let's go. The Qingyang sect has been destroyed. There is no need to stay. Half a day later, Gu Qingfeng led the Gu family guards to leave Qingyang sect. This time, 300 guards were dispatched, and in the battle with Qingyang sect, about 30 to 40 people were killed or wounded. This loss was already considered extremely low. After all, the Qingyang sect has been rampant in Guangyang Prefecture for many years, and there are many powerful warriors in the sect. After all, the Gu family guards were only established not long ago, and they are mainly composed of independent warriors. It is not easy to achieve this. Of course, get to the bottom of it. Or it was because all the top warriors of Qingyang sect were killed by Gu Qingfeng alone. Otherwise, don't mention the 300 guards. Even if there were 3,000 guards, it would not be enough for the Qingyang sect to kill them all. Gu Qingfeng led the Gu family guards back to Baishur city. When the news came out, it shocked the entire Baishur road. Originally, there was news that the Gu family's target this time was the Qingyang sect. Now, the warriors of Gu family have returned, and many of them have been killed and wounded, which shows that they have experienced a tragic massacre. Now, the Gu family came back alive. Does this mean that the Qingyang sect has been destroyed? Think of this possibility. The others were shocked again. The Qingyang sect is different from the Qin family Iron Bone gang. It is a large sect in the entire Guangyang prefecture. Among them, there are strong men at the bone refining level, and there are more than just one of them. No matter how powerful the Gu family is, there is no way they can be a match for the Qingyang sect. For a while, all parties were in doubt. But anyway, now that the strong men of the Gu family have returned, some forces that were ready to make some moves have now calmed down instantly. No matter how the battle between the Gu family and the Qingyang sect turns out, in Baishidao, the Gu family is the real heaven. Things outside. Gu Qingfeng ignored it. When he returned to Gu's house, Su Yulan had been waiting for him for a long time. When she saw him come back, her pretty face obviously relaxed. "I'm back." Thousands of words turned into a simple sentence when they came to my lips. Gu Qingfeng nodded. "I'm back, and I have something to give you." "What?" Su Yulan's pretty face showed confusion. Gu Qingfeng didn't say much, but went to wash up, and then had a gentle moment with Su Yulan. Afterwards, Gu Qingfeng took out a bottle of pills. This is a realm-breaking pill. It is effective for warriors at the blood-refining realm and below. There are 7 realm-breaking pills in it. I think it will be enough for you to break through to the blood-refining realm. Original? Gu Qingfeng was planning to give the realm-breaking pill directly to Gu Yang. Unfortunately, when he really figured out the effect of the realm-breaking pill, he gave up this idea. Very simple. Although his descendants broke through the realm by taking the realm-breaking pill given by the boss, Gu Qingfeng himself did not receive any reward. Gu Qingfeng had no choice but to give up on the idea of putting an end to the nesting dolls. Just right. Su Yulan is only at the initial stage of skin refining, and she cannot keep up with her pace in martial arts. That being the case, giving the other party some of the realm-breaking pills for cultivation would just solve this problem. In the final analysis, Su Yulan's talent in martial arts is quite average. If there were no other opportunities, perhaps the other party would never be able to break through to the blood-refining stage in his entire life. Even if one is forcibly promoted to the blood-refining stage, the upper limit will be this. However, the realm-breaking pill is different. Although this kind of elixir is called realm-breaking elixir, in fact it will not make the warrior's foundation weak. It is just like the one cultivated by oneself. After learning about the effects of the realm-breaking pill, Su Yulan's face changed slightly, and she immediately shook her head to refuse. "I am of low status, so it is useless to waste such a treasure. It is better to leave it to Younger. Younger is very talented and has extraordinary martial arts skills. With this kind of elixir, I believe it will save a lot of time to break through the bone refining stage in the future, and I can relieve my husband of his worries at that time. Younger has his own path to follow. Your qualifications are slightly inferior. If you don't break through with the elixir, your future achievements will be limited. Warriors can prolong their lives, but warriors in the refining skin realm are not much different from ordinary people." Gu Qingfeng shook his head, then handed the blood-refining pill to Su Yulan, and then taught her the fiery sun palm and heavenly thunder sword technique. The former is a top-level mid-grade martial art for building the foundation. As long as Su Yulan can cultivate it to the perfect realm, even if the opponent's aptitude is poor, with the characteristics of the fiery sun palm, he can slowly break through to the bone-refining realm in the future. This is why Gu Qingfeng values the fiery sun palm so much. In his eyes, many top-grade martial arts may not be comparable to the fiery sun palm. Nothing else to say. The mere fact that it can allow a person to improve their physical condition and refine their bones on their own is unmatched by any other martial arts. Regarding this, Su Yulan naturally said nothing more. Having the opportunity to make yourself stronger is a great thing. Although Su Yulan has been at home taking care of her husband and children these years, martial arts are prevalent in this world after all. In addition, martial arts can prolong life. It is impossible to say that she is not tempted at all. The next day, Gu Qingfeng is responsible for handling the affairs of the Gu family. This time when the Qingyang sect was wiped out, the Gu family seized a lot of martial arts and resources, including 5,000 taels of gold. Nice. It's gold. Last time, Gu Qingfeng used the 3,000 taels of gold to make a golden coffin and sealed the shadow inside. Now, he has another 5,000 taels of gold, which means that if the Gu family encounters other evil spirits in the future, they will be able to seal them again. Gold is used to seal things. Next time, if we need to seal evil spirits, we may not need to be as extravagant as before and just make a golden coffin. As long as we can take the evil spirit in, that's enough. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. So, 5,000 taels of gold provide a lot of room for development. Nightfall. The study was brightly lit. Gu Yang came here and talked with Gu Qingfeng. This book was first published on Taiwan Fiction Network, providing you with a reading experience with correct chapters and no disordered chapters. Father, during this battle with the Qingyang sect, I discovered that the Gu family also has a problem. That is, our Gu family does not have enough strong people and people who can be truly trusted. Although those wandering people in the martial arts world are guards, they have their own purposes. If their interests are related, they will obey our orders. But if their interests are not related, I am afraid they will stab our Gu family in the back, Gu Yang said in a deep voice. His words. Let Gu Qingfeng nodded. I have also considered what you said. What are your plans? I think that since the Gu family is so small now, it would be better for them to follow the example of other sects and noble families and recruit a group of orphans to raise them from a young age so that they can be used by the family in the future. If the family population can be increased in the later stages, these problems can be greatly alleviated. Finished. Gu Yang was waiting for the other party's answer. Gu Qingfeng said, the lack of manpower in the Gu family is indeed a problem, but if we want to recruit more people to expand the scale, the Gu family itself must also expand. Also, younger, you will be 15 in a few days. If you have a few more years, you should be old enough to get married and have children. There is no time to waste. After all, the stronger a warrior is, the lower the chance of leaving behind offspring. Speaking of which, Gu Qingfeng watched Gu Yang's expression change and then asked, do you have someone you like now? If so, I can help you find someone in a few years. These matters are entirely up to my father. Gu Yang lowered his head. See this. Gu Qingfeng didn't say anything more. In this world, marriages are arranged by parents and matchmakers. Given the current status and position of the Gu family, it would not be a problem for Gu Yang to get married. To be frank, if the news that the young master of the Gu family wants to get married is released today, the threshold of the Gu family will be broken by all major forces tomorrow. In the next few days, you will find a new place for your family to live. This place is a little small after all. My child understands, Gu Yang nodded. Afterwards, Gu Qingfeng gave the other party some guidance on his practice and then let Gu Yang leave. In the quiet study, Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute page again. Now that his Tianying divine body has broken through its limits, if he wants to continue to break through, he will need 80 improvement points. But unfortunately, the last time the limit was broken, Gu Qingfeng only had 60 points of upgrade left. Want to break the limit? Still a little bit worse. If you want to collect enough points for improvement, you will probably have to wait until Gu Yang makes a breakthrough. However, it has only been a short time since Gu Yang entered the blood refining stage. It is impossible for him to make a breakthrough in such a short period of time. So, Gu Qingfeng intends to use these improvement points to improve his strength in other aspects. First, Gu Qingfeng focuses on top-grade martial arts. Currently, he has a strong foundation in cultivation, but lacks the truly advanced means to fight against the enemy. For example, the palm techniques contained in the Fiery Sun Palm and the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique are only mid-level martial arts. Although the former is perfect, the moves are not sophisticated. As for the latter, Gu Qingfeng is just barely at the beginning. So, Gu Qingfeng's target this time is the 7 killing sword technique. This sword technique is a unique military skill, a top-grade martial art that focuses on killing. If one can cultivate it to perfection, one can take one step further. So, Gu Qingfeng did not hesitate and directly used 20 improvement points to upgrade the 7 killing sword technique from the entry level to the perfect level. As his 7 killing sword techniques continued to improve, Gu Qingfeng seemed to have stepped into a battlefield and become one of the soldiers. He fought bloody battles with the long sword in his hand and gradually comprehended the secrets of killing. Maybe just a moment. It could also be 10 or 100 years. At the moment when the 7 killing sword techniques were truly perfected, Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, and a shocking cold light seemed to burst out from his eyes. A terrifying murderous intent suddenly broke out, causing the temperature in the huge study room to drop a lot. 7 Killing Swords, Killing True Meaning Level 1. This is the pinnacle level that the powerful person who created the 7 killing sword techniques in the past can truly step into. Battlefield Killing. Concentrate the true meaning of killing. Normally, if one wants to concentrate on the true meaning of killing, one must go through a long period of fighting on the battlefield. Only then will there be a chance of success. However, Gu Qingfeng broke through by improving his points, thus directly skipping the necessary steps. Now, Gu Qingfeng's understanding of the 7 killing sword techniques is already comparable to that of its founder. If it breaks the limit, it requires 40 improvement points. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng did not hesitate and directly increased the remaining 40 points, directly raising the 7 killing sword technique to another whole new level. Bang! The aura on his body changed again. This moment, Gu Qingfeng was like a murderous demon that walked out of heck. There was a blood-red look in his eyes. Chongxiao's murderous intent burst out in his mind, making him want to slaughter the world. But soon, this impulse was forcibly suppressed by Gu Qingfeng. When he looked at the attribute interface again, the true meaning of killing had been upgraded to the 2nd level. Call. Gu Qingfeng let out a long breath and closed his eyes to digest everything about the 7 killing sword techniques. After a long time, he opened his eyes again, and the trace of blood-red gradually disappeared. The 7 killing sword techniques after breaking the limit is equivalent to breaking the scope of high-grade martial arts and can be compared with the ultimate martial arts. In terms of the sophistication of the moves, there is no difference between the 7 killing sword techniques before and after breaking the limit. Truly different. It is the grasp of the true meaning of killing. If the power of true meaning is strong enough, one can even kill people with just the look in the eyes. Now, although Gu Qingfeng seems to have not made any breakthrough in his cultivation, the 7 killing sword technique has broken the limit, allowing his overall strength to reach a higher level. It is the power of killing martial arts. Different from practicing martial arts to break through one's own cultivation realm, although the improvement of killing martial arts cannot allow a warrior to break through the realm, it can improve the warrior's strength on another level. Discussing its wonderful uses. If a killer warrior truly cultivates to a high level, his abilities will become unpredictable. 7 killing sword techniques break the limit. Next, I should also forge a handy weapon. Otherwise, I will not be able to fully unleash the power of the 7 killing sword techniques if I have no handy weapon to assist me. The next day, Gu Qingfeng asked Ming Peng to help him find several weapon foundries with superb casting skills to help him forge weapons that suit his needs. The Baishidao Jianghu is not big, but it is not small either. There are also sects and families famous for casting weapons. This force, it is called the Sword Gate. After hearing the request from the head of the Gu family to forge a magic weapon, the sword foundry did not dare to refuse, and hurriedly came to meet Gu Qingfeng to discuss some matters concerning the forging of the magic weapon. I am Shi Kai, and I am honored to meet the head of the Gu family. In the lobby of the Gu family, a burly man with a long neck and a bushy beard politely clasped his fists towards Gu Qingfeng. The opponent's arms were muscular, as if containing explosive power. But now his expression was full of awe. Very simple. Because the person in front of him is Gu Qingfeng, the head of the Gu family. Now the news of Qingyang sect has spread. The Gu family wiped out the Qingyang sect, but did not really kill all of the Qingyang sect's disciples. There were still very few disciples who managed to escape alive. At the same time, the fact that the Qingyang sect was destroyed by the Gu family could not be concealed. And it is said that in a battle with Qingyang sect, the sect master and the Qingyang patriarch showed up, but were both killed on the spot by the opposing side. Nowadays, it is rumored that the head of the Gu family has reached at least the Golden Bone Perfection realm, and it is even possible that he has entered the Marrow Cleansing realm. Facing such a strong man, Shi Kai naturally did not dare to show any disrespect. Even if he had the entire sword-casting gate behind him, the result would be the same. The sword gate is stronger. It was only on the 1.5 mu of land on Baishidao that it gained a little fame. Outside of Baishidao, the 3 words, Zhujianmen, are not worth much. If they were facing a force like the Qingyang sect, they could destroy the Zhujian sect with just a wave of their hands. Even the Qingyang sect is like this. The Gu family is capable of destroying the Qingyang sect, so how could Shi Kai dare to be careless? Facing Shi Kai's reserve, Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly. Master Shi, you are welcome. I asked you to come here today because I want you to help me forge a weapon. Here is the design drawing. Please take a look at it. The words fell. Gu Qingfeng took out the drawings he had prepared long ago and handed them to Shi Kai. The latter took the drawing, on which was a picture of a long sword. This sword was not much different from an ordinary long sword. Shi Kai just glanced at it casually and looked away. Master Gu, do you have any requirements for this sword? Gu had only 2 requirements. The first was that the knife was sharp enough, and the second was that it was strong enough. In addition, I hoped that some gold could be mixed into the knife when it was cast. Mixed with gold? Shi Kai was stunned. After all, he had been casting soldiers for many years, and he had never seen many people mix gold into their weapons. Main reason: because gold is precious. Ordinary people have never even seen what gold looks like, let alone owning it. However, Shi Kai was knowledgeable after all, and he quickly regained his composure. If that's the case, then there's no problem. I just wonder if Master Gu has prepared the materials for casting the soldiers? Of course I do. Gu Qingfeng immediately clapped his hands, called a servant over, and then gave a casual instruction, and the servant bowed and left. After a moment, Gu Yang came to the lobby. Gu Qingfeng said, "This is the sword-casting sect's Master Shi Kai. Yanger, take Master Shi to our Gu family's warehouse to select the appropriate materials for casting weapons. In addition, the reward for this time's forging of soldiers will be as originally agreed. Regardless of success or failure, the Gu family will give 12,000 taels of silver. 10,000 taels of silver is a bit too much." Shi Kai's face lit up with joy, and then he spoke in a slightly euphemistic way. Gu Qingfeng smiled faintly. "Master Shi, you are joking. The sword-casting sect is casting soldiers for me, so how can it be wasted? If this matter gets out, I am afraid that my Gu family will be spit on by others. Since Gu can offer 12,000 taels of silver, he thinks the sword gate is worth the price." "Haha, thank you very much, Master Gu," Shi Kai laughed. 10,000 taels of silver is a considerable sum for Zhujianmen. Normally, most weapons cast by Zhujianmen cost a few hundred taels of silver, and the more expensive ones only cost 1,000 taels of silver. Like now, it is directly 12,000 taels of silver, which is considered very rare. Originally, Shi Kai was prepared to do things for the Gu family for free. After all, given the Gu family's current reputation, it would be the best thing if he could improve his relationship with them. Half a day later, Shi Kai left. Before leaving, the other party promised that this time the magic weapon would be successfully cast in 10 days at the shortest and a month at the longest. Gu Qingfeng did not push him too much about this. In the next period of time, Gu Yang is in charge of the Gu family's expansion, while Gu Qingfeng is concentrating on practicing other martial arts. And then, he followed his original promise and taught the corresponding martial arts to the Gu family guards. Among them, the guard of the refining skin realm, Gu Qingfeng, was given the Hunyuan iron cloth shirt, which is the front part of the 100 Links golden body. As for the warriors at the blood refining realm, Gu Qingfeng taught them a martial art called the 13 Protectors, practicing the golden bell cover. This martial art originated from the Qingyang sect and was considered a good top-grade martial art. If one cultivated it to the limit, one could enter the bronze bone perfection. In addition, the Qingyang sect also has a unique martial art called the Qingyang art. If one cultivates it to the highest level, one can enter the golden bone perfection stage, allowing a warrior's strength to be comparable to that of a half-step marrow cleansing realm. However, Gu Qingfeng would naturally not pass on this kind of martial arts rashly. Still the same sentence. Although these guards have been with Gu for some time, they are still not completely trustworthy. For a top-notch martial art like Qingyang Ju, Gu Qingfeng would naturally select the right person to teach it. For many warriors, to have practiced the golden bell cover to perfection like the 13 guardians and to be able to step into the bronze bone perfection martial art is already a rare opportunity. And then that's it. During this period of time, thanks to the help of the breakthrough pill, Su Yulan has successfully broken through to the blood refining realm and has become the second-best master in the Gu family. Although Gu Qingfeng had long been aware of the power of the realm-breaking pill, He couldn't help but feel shocked when he actually saw a warrior at the initial stage of skin refining break through to the perfect blood refining stage in less than half a month. For ordinary people, it may be difficult to achieve from the initial stage of skin refining to the complete stage of blood refining in their entire life. Even for a true genius, it would take a long time to reach this level. But the realm breaking pill is just so unreasonable. While everything was going on as usual in the Gu family, the news of the demise of the Qingyang sect had already spread throughout the Guangyang prefecture. Even outside of Guangyang prefecture, many people have heard of the existence of the Gu family. After all, the Qingyang sect had been established for hundreds of years and was deeply rooted. The destruction of such a sect in one day would naturally shock everyone. Especially some forces who knew the true strength of Qingyang sect were shocked when they learned that Qingyang sect was destroyed and the Qingyang patriarch was killed on the spot. In the city of Guangyang Prefecture, there is a branch of the Evil Suppression Department. The events surrounding the demise of the Qingyang sect have now been compiled into a book, which has quietly appeared in the hands of Lu Wenxuan, the commander of the Zhenxie Division branch. Looks like a warrior from the marrow-cleansing realm. His origins are unknown. He founded the Gu family in Baishir City 10 years ago. He has always been low-key. Then, a few months ago, he successively wiped out the Qin family's Iron Bone Gang and other forces and unified the entire Baishir Road. And not long ago, he went to Qingyang sect and killed the Qingyang patriarch. The information about the Gu family and Gu Qingfeng now appears in Lu Wenxuan's hands. After a moment, Lu Wenxuan then squeezed the paper with his 5 fingers, and it turned into powder and disappeared. At this time, there is another person in the study of Zhenxie. It seems that Guangyang Prefecture has not seen a warrior at the marrow-cleansing realm for a long time. Moreover, according to the news, the head of the Gu family is not very old. He is not even 40 years old yet, but he has already entered the marrow-cleansing realm. With his talent, if he has the corresponding inheritance, he might be able to enter the realm of refining in the future. Although the possibility of becoming a master is not great, if one can enter the refining state, it will be a great help. The person who spoke was named Jiang Qin, a deputy commander of the Guangyang Prefecture's Zhenxie Division. Lu Wenxuan looked indifferent. It's not easy to subdue this person. From the intelligence we have gathered, we can see that this person is arrogant and ruthless, and he doesn't seem like someone who is willing to give in easily. I'm afraid it's not that easy to get him to work for me, the Evil Suppression Division. Humph, no matter how strong he is only at the marrow-cleansing stage. Does he really think that he can be invincible by destroying the Qingyang sect? Jiang Qin sneered, his face full of disdain. We have encountered proud warriors before. No matter they were threatened or lured, they would kneel down and serve as dogs for the evil, suppressing department in the end. The various sects and aristocratic families in the martial arts world strictly control the top martial arts. If Zhenxie could obtain a secret martial art of the refining level, I don't believe he would not be tempted. To put it another way, even if this person is not interested in martial arts, I believe no one can refuse the method of refining evil into the body. Speaking of which, Jiang Qin's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and his face was filled with murderous intent. If the Gu family really doesn't want to, then just destroy them. This world is ultimately the world of sorcerers. He is a warrior who is not a sorcerer. He killed the Qingyang patriarch and destroyed the Qingyang sect. I think this must have caused dissatisfaction among many forces. Even if I, the Xiezhen division, were to directly wipe out the Gu family, I believe no one would say anything. If I were to wipe out the Gu family, the territory previously controlled by the Qingyang sect would also fall into the hands of the Xiezhen division. The Qingyang sect has stood in Guangyang Prefecture for hundreds of years, and its power is deeply rooted. It would be a good thing if we could support a force to take over the Qingyang sect's territory. If the Qingyang sect still existed, the Zhenxie division would not have acted rashly. After all, it is easy to destroy the Qingyang sect, but the troubles brought about by destroying the Qingyang sect are not small. The Zhenxie division is nominally under the jurisdiction of the imperial court, but the world today has more than just one voice. Many ancient families and sects, even the imperial court, were wary of him. The Qingyang sect is a sect of sorcerers. If one hair is pulled, the whole body will move. With Zhenxie's current status, there must be a reason for him to take action against Qingyang sect. but each customer is different. The Gu family is a family of warriors and does not have any sorcerers in their family. In today's world, sorcerers are the ones who truly stand at the top. The so-called warriors are just high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people. In front of real sorcerers, warriors are just that. So, the Evil Suppression Division cannot deal with the Qingyang sect without reason, but if it is dealing with a Gu family, there is no problem. Hearing this, Lu Wenxuan pondered for a while and nodded. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Also, the evil spirit that disappeared in Lin County 10 years ago seems to have made some moves. If you can find the whereabouts of that evil spirit and suppress it, our evil suppression department will have one more powerful person. Will the evil spirit's strength recover completely after all these years? Jiang Qin's expression also became much more solemn at this moment. In order to deal with the evil spirit, many powerful people took action and sacrificed the blood of citizens from several counties and cities. Even though they used forbidden weapons, the Evil Suppression Division still suffered heavy losses. Both sides suffered losses. That is just the rumor circulating among the outside world. In fact, almost all the strong men who went to suppress the evil spirits from the Evil Suppression Division died there. Only one commander in the Soul Suppressing Realm was seriously injured and returned to the Evil Suppression Division with a forbidden weapon. But not long after, the commander also disappeared, and the evil spirit in his body revived. Fortunately, it was suppressed by the strong men of the Evil Suppression Bureau, so no chaos was caused. Since then, the evil spirit has disappeared. The Zhenxia Division investigated in many ways, but to no avail. Now that Lu Wenxuan said there was an evil spirit, Jiang Qin was naturally shocked. In its heyday, that evil creature was a catastrophic existence, and it was not something that the warlocks in the Soul Protection Realm could contend with. Lu Wenxuan said, although the evil spirit was not sealed by the Evil Suppression Department, it was also seriously injured. In recent years, the evil spirit has been acting covertly, and there has not been much news of mass killings. Without the blood and flesh of humans to nourish it, the evil creature's ability to recover from its injuries would be extremely limited. If we can suppress it, it will be a great achievement. According to the news, the evil spirit is roaming around the Qingyang sect area. You are going there now, so you can find out something about it. It would be great if there is news, but if there is no news, then forget it. Lu Wenxuan finished speaking. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. It would be the best thing to win over the Gu family and get them to help find the whereabouts of the evil spirit. But if that is not possible, then destroy the Gu family and support another force to work for the suppression of evil's division. It just so happened that the Qingyang sect had been destroyed, and the various forces had not yet intervened. As long as the Evil Suppression Division was fast enough, it would be able to take control of the Qingyang sect's territory. When the Evil Suppression Division took action, many forces in Guangyang Prefecture turned their attention to Baisher Dao. For a while, there are undercurrents in the world. For these things, Gu Qingfeng didn't pay much attention to it. Now he is concentrating on practicing hard and quietly improving his strength. By destroying the Qingyang sect, Gu Qingfeng obtained a lot of powerful martial arts, especially some unique skills for tempering the physique. If he could master as many of them as possible, even if he couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he could improve his strength a lot. Now that he has broken through the refining realm, Gu Qingfeng's martial arts skills are no longer comparable to before. Many martial arts that were difficult to learn in the past are now nothing in his eyes. Maybe it's the obsessive-compulsive disorder. Gu Qingfeng first spent several days practicing the few low-level martial arts he had to perfection, and then he began to practice other advanced martial arts. Backyard. Gu Qingfeng stood still like a rock. Suddenly, the sun rises in the east. There was a dawn light breaking through the darkness of the sky. Gu Qingfeng immediately adjusted his breathing and visualized the true meaning of the sun. With each breath, an extremely hot force seemed to surge into his body and then flowed along his meridians, flesh, and blood. A faint burning sensation emerged, but quickly dissipated. After a moment, Gu Qingfeng moved his body and then exhaled. His breath was like thunder. It was like a white light breaking through the air. Immediately following, Gu Qingfeng looked at his own attribute page. The Qingyang Ju above is clearly the entry level. Qingyang first level of entry. Qingyang is indeed the secret weapon of Qingyang sect. This unique method of cultivation is truly extraordinary and mysterious. Gu Qingfeng withdrew his gaze from the attribute mask, feeling the changes in himself, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Qingyang is different from other martial arts. This martial art focuses on visualizing the true meaning of the sun, refining the first strand of yang energy from the morning sun, and then using it to temper the qi, blood, and body. This kind of training method can allow the qi and blood to contain the extremely yang and strong aura of the sun, allowing the warrior to increase his strength without any effort. This is why once Qingyang is mastered, it can be compared to the half-step Shi Sui. I have to say, this martial art is indeed very powerful. However, the difficulty of practicing Qingyang is also extremely high. The first step is to visualize the true meaning of the sun, which can attract the mysterious yang energy into the body. This is enough to stop 99% of the warriors. This point, it is about understanding. If it were in the past, it would not be easy for Gu Qingfeng to get started. But he is a master of the refining realm after all. No matter how profound the Qingyang is, it cannot change the fact that it is just a top-grade martial art. In this way, only Gu Qingfeng was able to get started in such a short time. The Qingyang is divided into 9 levels. The first level involves the skin refining realm, the second to fifth levels involve the blood refining realm, and the 6th and 9th levels are the methods of cultivating the bone refining realm. Now, Gu Qingfeng belongs to the first level of entry. Although this step can initially draw yang energy into the body, the yang energy attracted is too weak to bring about any changes. But Gu Qingfeng was not in a hurry. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. As long as you give yourself time, Qingyang will eventually be fulfilled. 3 days later, Shikai came to visit again. The other party handed a dark box to Gu Qingfeng and said in a deep voice, "Fortunately, the sword-casting sect has fulfilled its mission and has cast the magic weapon that Master Gu needs." Good. Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up and he immediately opened the box, only to see a long sword in a black scabbard lying inside. Immediately, he grasped the hilt of the knife and drew it straight out of the sheath. Swish! The long sword was unsheathed, and a cold light emerged like autumn water. Although the blade was slightly dark yellow, it gave people an unstoppable sharpness. Gu Qingfeng gently stroked the blade with his palm, feeling the sharpness of the knife. The skin that could defend against the attacks of a warrior in the marrow-cleansing realm could naturally not be cut by the blade. But that's how it is. Gu Qingfeng could also understand the extraordinary nature of this knife. This sword is infused with the blood-transforming stone, which can contain the warrior's qi and blood. Master Gu can try to infuse his own qi and blood into the blade. Shikai reminded him. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng tried to mobilize his own blood and energy, and the surging blood and energy surged like a river. Such terrifying power made Shikai, who was standing beside him, look terrified, and his whole body trembled involuntarily. That's right, it's trembling. In Shikai's eyes, Gu Qingfeng now was like a prehistoric beast. His powerful energy and blood power was not something a normal person could possess. Gu Qingfeng ignored Shikai's shock. All his attention was now focused on the long sword. The moment the energy and blood power merged into the blade, the long sword vibrated violently, and all the potential power inside seemed to burst out. This time, Gu Qingfeng slashed his palm with the blade again, and the skin that was originally able to defend against warriors in the marrow-cleansing realm was instantly torn apart. After a moment, the damaged skin recovered, leaving only a faint scar. "Nice sword!" Gu Qingfeng shouted loudly, and was very satisfied with the knife. His current defensive power is already terrifying. If this knife can hurt him, then it means it can also hurt other warriors in the refining realm. In this way, to a certain extent, it can also enhance Gu Qingfeng's strength. Originally, Gu Qingfeng just wanted the sword-casting sect to forge a handy weapon so that he could unleash the power of the 7 killing sword techniques. Never thought. The sword foundry gave him a big surprise. At this moment, the terrifying energy and blood power subsided again. Shikai's forehead was covered with sweat, and when he heard Gu Qingfeng's words, A hint of pride appeared on his face involuntarily. My sword-casting sect has been focusing on casting weapons for generations. Many of the so-called magic weapons in the martial arts world are just fake magic weapons, not real magic weapons. But the weapon in Patriarch Gu's hand is different. It is a true divine weapon. The so-called magic weapon is able to change according to the strength of the warrior. The stronger the warrior who wields the magic weapon, the greater the power that the magic weapon can exert. It's a pity that true magic weapons are difficult to cast successfully. In the history of my sword gate, there are only a handful of true magic weapons that have been cast. This success is all thanks to the materials provided by Patriarch Gu. Otherwise, it would be difficult to create a magic weapon. Finally, Shirkai looked at the long sword with envy in his eyes. A true magic weapon. Who can be not greedy? The moment the magic weapon was cast, Shirkai had the urge to take it for himself, but when he thought of the existence of the Gu family, he forcibly suppressed this idea. Although the magic weapon is good, you have to be alive to get it. If they offended the Gu family just because of a magic weapon and the truth got out, the entire sword-casting sect would be uprooted. For this, Shirkai had no doubts at all. After all, the head of the Gu family in front of him has never been a kind-hearted person, and the blood on his hands is terrifying. Even if the sword foundry had 10 times the courage, Shirkai would not dare to take away this magic weapon. On the contrary, once the magic weapon is cast, it will satisfy the customers and will only bring benefits and no harm to the sword-casting industry. At this time, Gu Qingfeng sheathed the knife again, put it into the box, and then his eyes fell on Shirkai. I am very satisfied with the magic weapon forged by Master Sherman this time. The previous reward of 12,000 taels of silver seems to be insufficient now. If you need anything, Master Sherman can just ask for it. As long as it's not excessive, I can agree to it. As soon as these words came out, Shirkai immediately realized that he had made the right bet. So, he thought for a moment and then stated his purpose. I heard that the head of the Gu family destroyed the Qingyang sect not long ago. Although our Zhujian sect has a long history, the inheritance is short. The warriors of Zhujian sect in the past generations have all stopped at the blood refining stage. Therefore, I would like to ask Master Gu, can you allow me, the sword-casting sect, to get a glimpse of the mysteries of top-grade martial arts? Speaking of which, Shirkai was afraid that Gu Qingfeng might misunderstand him, so he explained in a hurry. Master Gu, rest assured that our sword-casting sect is willing to pay any price for this. Master Gu, just ask for it. As long as our sword-casting sect can do it, I will not hesitate. Top-grade martial arts are too precious. In recent years, there have been many so-called talented warriors emerging from the sword sect. But so what? The upper limit of martial arts determines the upper limit of the warrior. If there is still some chance to obtain middle-grade martial arts, then top-grade martial arts are extremely rare. With the foundation of the sword foundry, it has not been possible to obtain any top-grade martial arts for hundreds of years. After all, given the preciousness of this martial art, it would be difficult to obtain it even if the sword foundry gathered all its treasures. Let's be more realistic. Even if Zhujian sect really obtained top-grade martial arts, it might not be able to defend it. This is the tragedy of ordinary forces. After Shirkai finished speaking for a while, Gu Qingfeng slowly spoke. I believe that Master Sherman knows the importance of top-grade martial arts better than I do. Such martial arts, when placed among many forces, can become the most important secret of a sect. I should be grateful to the sword-casting sect for forging a magic weapon for my Gu family, but if you want to talk about top-grade martial arts, I'm sorry I can't agree. This matter is Shi's fault. Shirkai looked disappointed, but soon returned to normal. Gu Qingfeng's refusal was not surprising to him. After all, top-grade martial arts are precious, so it is understandable that the other party is unwilling to give them out. Then, Gu Qingfeng called on someone to bring Gu Yang over. I've met my father. Take the stone gate master to the warehouse and pay the sword gate 12,000 taels of silver as a reward. Thank you very much, Master Gu. Hearing the reward of 12,000 taels of silver, Shirkai forced a smile on his face, then followed Gu Yang and left. There is no way to get top-grade martial arts, but having an extra 12,000 taels of silver is not bad. Watching Shi Kai leave, Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. Top, grade martial arts. The sword, forging sect, is really bold. The casting of the magic weapon was already a negotiated deal, and now giving the sword casting company 12,000 taels of silver as a reward can be considered the Gu family's utmost kindness. Then, Gu Qingfeng's gaze fell on the knife in front of him again. The magic weapon is forged. It is enough to add a few more points to his strength. Let's name this sword Zhu Xie. Gu Qingfeng gripped the hilt of the sword, and the moment the energy and blood flowed into the sword, he seemed to vaguely feel some subtle resonance between himself and the magic weapon. This resonance may seem a little mysterious, but it seems to really exist. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng came to the backyard and wanted to practice the 7 killing sword technique. There are 7 styles in the 7 killing sword techniques: Songlong, White Tiger, Suzaku, Xuanwu, Broken Army, Greedy Wolf, 7 kills. The 7 killing moves are integrated into one, which is called the 7 killing sword techniques. The moment Gu Qingfeng grasped the hilt of the knife with his right hand, his whole expression became solemn, his eyes were cold, and there seemed to be a bloody, murderous intent surging in them. The next breath, the long sword is unsheathed. The cold light of the sword illuminates the backyard. Silver snakes dancing. The murderous intent is overwhelming. This moment, Gu Qingfeng was like a peerless killing god descending to the earth, and the long sword in his hand was like a demonic soldier slaughtering the world, and the murderous intent was like a torrent sweeping across the 4 directions. The moment Gu Yang arrived at the backyard, he was immediately shocked by the terrifying murderous intent, and his whole body felt as cold as an ice cellar. What kind of martial arts is this? Gu Yang looked horrified. Even though they were more than 10 feet apart, the cold blade light and the terrifying murderous intent were clearly audible. The occasional blade energy even made Gu Yang feel a subtle pain in his skin. At this moment, in Gu Yang's eyes, it seemed as if there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, which made him involuntarily stand there in a daze. After a moment, only when Gu Qingfeng sheathed his sword did Gu Yang finally wake up. At this time, Gu Yang discovered it. My back was soaked with sweat. Father! Gu Yang took a deep breath, and then he managed to suppress the shock in his heart, and then he asked involuntarily, "May I ask what kind of martial arts you just demonstrated, Father? I have never seen it before." This is the 7 killing swords technique, which is considered a unique military skill. If you want to practice it, your father can teach you. However, this martial art uses killing to prove the truth, and it is not something that ordinary people can practice. Gu Qingfeng did not hesitate and directly told the origin of this sword technique. 7 killing sword techniques. Gu Yang nodded slightly. Although the fact that some of He Xuanwei's men were captured by the Gu family was a secret, he was also aware of it. It's obvious. This 7 killing sword technique was obtained from the opponent. Gu Yang collected his thoughts and did not dwell on the issue any further and continued, "Father, the Gu family's new address has been found, and this is the land deed given by the government. This place was originally controlled by a force called Tomorrow Manor. Unfortunately, several decades ago, Tomorrow Manor offended a powerful force, and eventually more than 360 people in the manor were slaughtered. Since then, Tomorrow Manor has been completely abandoned. Some people who came later avoided it because many people died there and were unwilling to take over the place, believing that the place was somewhat ominous. So when my family wanted to take this place, the government didn't give us much. They just collected a symbolic 100 taels of silver and sold the place to us. 100 taels of silver. The price is not expensive." As for the ominous words that Gu Yang said, Gu Qingfeng didn't care. The so-called bad luck is just a little superstition. As long as you are strong enough, there is no need to be afraid of bad luck. Since you think that place is suitable, just move there. I have already prepared the craftsmen and will start work soon. I believe it will be completed in less than half a month. Well, I'll leave these matters to you. Gu Qingfeng nodded. Now he is too lazy to interfere in many things in the Gu family, so he would let Gu Yang handle it. For Gu Qingfeng, nothing is more important than self-cultivation. However, Gu Qingfeng also gave some instructions. Everything else is external. Only your own strength is the foundation of everything. You must not delay your own cultivation. Here are 100 blood refining pills. I hope you will cultivate well and strive to enter the bone refining realm. Yes. Gu Yang lowered his head and said. Then, the other party is to step down and do things. Gu Qingfeng also gave the other party the blood refining pill he had prepared. Now many reward pills are useless to him. If they can improve the opponent, then give them to him. Otherwise, it would be a waste to keep them. Time passes. Gu Qingfeng has been staying at the Gu family these past few days to practice Qingyang Ju, refining the sun's yang energy to temper his body every day, and his breakthroughs in Qingyang Ju can be said to be extremely fast. Just less than 10 days. Gu Qingfeng then completed the first level of Qingyang Ju. With the first level of perfection, there was already a faint breath of heat in Gu Qingfeng's blood. This kind of fiery breath is different from the fiery sun palm power brought by the fiery sun god palm. This kind of breath comes from the yang energy of the sun and is a truly extremely strong and yang force. However, this breath is too weak. It is far less vigorous than Gu Qingfeng's current energy and blood. But Gu Qingfeng was not in a hurry. He thought that once Qingyang Ju was cultivated to a high level, its benefits would naturally show up. At the same time, this period of time, Gu Qingfeng is also exploring the mystery of refining, tempering the 5 internal organs. It is a symbol of reaching the limits of the human body. In order to bear extraordinary power, one must have a strong enough physique. So, after the refining stage, one reaches the so-called Grandmaster stage. Whether it is a congenital master or a Qi and blood master, they are all beings who have broken the limits of the human body. Although Gu Qingfeng had never truly witnessed the methods of a Grandmaster, after he entered the refining realm, he seemed to have a better understanding of the Grandmaster's power. At this moment, Meng Peng came hurriedly. Greetings to the head of the family. What happened? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly as he looked at the other person's hurried expression. Meng Peng said, there is news that there is a problem at Mingrazwang. Workers have disappeared frequently in the past few days. Today, someone found the bodies and discovered that these workers were brutally murdered. And judging from the appearance, it's probably not the work of an ordinary gangster. Don't you think it's like someone from the underworld would do that? Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and then his expression turned cold again. There is a problem at Tomorrow Village. Why are you telling me now? Master, please calm down. At the beginning, we all thought that these were just some minor problems that we could solve on our own. We did not dare to trouble you to intervene. However, the current situation is obviously not something that an ordinary warrior can handle, so I came here to report it to the head of the family. Hearing the scolding, Meng Peng spoke hurriedly. Gu Qingfeng was not really angry. He just took the evil, killing knife beside him. Today you will hold the knife for me. It is an honor for me to serve the master. Meng Peng showed a relieved smile on his face. Just as he said, it is a great honor to be able to support Gu Qingfeng. This explains. My status in the other person's heart has risen to a higher level. With such a strong man in charge, the Gu family is bound to grow stronger. It won't take long before they become the top family in Guangyang Prefecture. In that case, the Gu family is destined to be full of strong people. Meng Peng knew himself very well. With his talent, if there were no other opportunities, breaking through the blood refining realm would be almost his limit. As time went on, his status in the Gu family would definitely become lower and lower. If you can hold on tightly to Gu Qingfeng's thigh at this time, you may have the opportunity to make further progress in the future. Rumor. Gu Qingfeng is a strong man in the marrow-cleansing realm. But in Meng Peng's opinion, this person might not be as simple as the rumors say. After following Gu Qingfeng for many years, Meng Peng has come to understand more and more how unfathomable the other person is. Tomorrow Village. This place has been abandoned for decades. It was not until a while ago that the Gu family took over this place and brought some life back to this place. Tomorrow Manor is located outside Baishur City, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one main entrance and exit road. It is a good place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. At the same time, there is abundant water here and enough wasteland to grow crops. Normally, it is impossible for a place like this to remain abandoned for decades without anyone taking over. When Gu Qingfeng came here, He was very satisfied with the geographical location of Tomorrow Village. I have to say, this is indeed a good place for Gu's family to stay in the future. At this time, Ming Pong, who was following behind Gu Qingfeng, also spoke up. Tomorrow Manor covers an area of more than 300 acres, and the geographical location is also good. It's a pity that there are rumors in the martial arts world that this place is quite strange and ominous. So it has been abandoned for so many years. It's weird and ominous. Let me see what's causing trouble in Tomorrow Manor. Gu Qingfeng smiled coldly. The moment he stepped into Tomorrow Manor, he did feel a faint, chilly aura, but he did not feel much fear in his heart. If there is a powerful evil spirit in Tomorrow Village, Gu Qingfeng is not afraid. With his current strength, he can suppress evil spirits even if they appear before him. According to the records in the Taoist scripture of longevity, evil spirits are also divided into several levels. The most primitive evil is called chaos. The weak ones among these evil spirits are almost equal to the warriors in blood-refining realm in terms of strength, while the strong ones are comparable to the sorcerers in soul protection realm and can stand shoulder to shoulder with the warriors in pollution-refining realm. If you go higher, you will find disaster-level evil spirits. Such evil spirits. It is not something that ordinary warriors can deal with. However, once a catastrophic evil spirit appears, it will often overthrow an entire city or county. It will never appear easily. Furthermore, if such an evil spirit were to appear, not only would no one be alive in the village tomorrow, but even the entire Baishideo would probably be reduced to heck. So, not to mention that the existence of evil spirits in Tomorrow Village is debatable. Even if it is true, the power of the evil spirits is estimated to be limited. A moment's effort. Gu Qingfeng and Ming Pong stopped in front of a manor. All I could see was that the manor was newly built, with a few large characters written on the plaque above the gate. Gu Family Manor. Obviously, this is the address where the Gu family will live in the future. But if you look closely, you will find that Gu Family Manor has only been built in outline, and some of the details inside have not been truly perfected. Now, the guards standing outside the Gu Family Manor were immediately delighted when they saw the visitor, and then they bowed and saluted. Greetings to the head of the family. Take me to see the dead. Gu Qingfeng said this lightly, and the guard did not dare to hesitate and directly led the two of them towards the Gu Family Manor. In the lobby of Gu's manor, there were more than a dozen corpses covered with white cloth. Gu Qingfeng lifted the white cloth, and what came into view was a dried corpse. The deceased was not very old, but his pupils were dilated and there was a look of fear on his face, as if he had seen something terrible before he died. If you look further down, you can see that the other person's chest has been cut open and all his internal organs have disappeared without a trace. What's more, in these wounds, Gu Qingfeng could feel a lingering cold breath. This aura seems to be very similar to evil spirits. But Gu Qingfeng had fought with the sorcerer more than once, and was very aware of the evil power in him. Compared with the cold aura in front of him, there seemed to be some difference between the two. At this moment, in the hall, there were not only Gu Qingfeng and Ming Pong, but also Gu Yang and several other blood-refining realm guards. Tell me the details. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the other mummies again, then his eyes fell on the crowd. The words fell. Immediately, a blood-refining realm guard spoke up. Master, people have been missing since 5 days ago. We have been searching with all our might, but to no avail. It was not until today that we found these missing people in a dry well. But when we found them, all their energy and blood had disappeared, and their internal organs were hollowed out. My subordinates and others wondered if this was related to evil spirits. Evil spirit. For home security guards, this is no longer a big secret. When Gu Qingfeng led the Gu family warriors to the Qingyang sect, the presence of the Qingyang patriarch had already allowed everyone to see what a sorcerer and evil spirit were. Nowadays, with such a weird thing happening here, they couldn't help but think that it was something evil. It does have some similar aura to that of evil spirits, but I cannot say for sure whether it is evil spirits. As soon as Gu Qingfeng said this, everyone's expression changed. Even though they had guessed it, hearing these words from Gu Qingfeng still shocked them. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at them and said calmly, "Where is the dry well where you said the body was found? Take me there to have a look." "Yes." Several people walked towards the dry well. This place was just included in the backyard of Gu's estate. The moment he stepped into the yard, Gu Qingfeng felt a strong and cold breath. But when it arrived in front of the dry well, the cold aura suddenly became much stronger. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng jumped directly into the well, only to find that the well had already dried up, with not many traces left around the walls. However, the thick and cold atmosphere here made him realize that things were not that simple. Not long, Gu Qingfeng came out of the well. Did father find out? Gu Yang asked first. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. I have some ideas, but I'm not sure yet. I will stay here for the next 2 days, and you can proceed with other matters as usual. I want to see what kind of person dares to cause trouble right under my nose. When Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, his expression had turned cold. No matter if it is evil spirits or anything else, anyone who stands in the way will die. Hearing this, everyone looked relieved. I don't think there will be any big problems if this person does it himself. Next, Gu Qingfeng stayed in Gu's manor. Nightfall. The sky gradually darkened silently. Gu Qingfeng sat on the rooftop like a giant horse with a golden sword, his eyes closed, as if he was resting his mind, and the evil, killing sword was placed beside him. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes. The sky is now extremely dark. The entire Gu family manor seemed to be plunged into eternal silence. The surrounding darkness was like a flood that swallowed people up bit by bit. The strange and cold aura reached its peak at this moment. Here we go. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold. Although he didn't see where the evil spirit was, with the sharp perception of a warrior, Gu Qingfeng could feel that something was staring at him in the dark. At the same time, the entire Gu family manor is now eerily quiet. You know, there are hundreds of craftsmen in Gu family manor now, so it is impossible for it to be so quiet. At this moment, the evil, killing knife trembled slightly. Gu Qingfeng had a premonition in his heart. The moment he grasped the hilt of the sword, he saw the long sword unsheathed. The cold sword light cut through the darkness like the light of dawn, and the astonishing power of qi and blood mixed with horrific killing burst out. I cut it out with one knife. Gu Qingfeng only heard a shrill wail, and then saw the scene in his sight being torn apart like a curtain. Until this moment, Gu Qingfeng was the first to truly discover it. I was not on the roof at all, but I had walked to the front of the dry well without knowing when, and I was only one step away from stepping into the well. At the same time, there were black ashes left on the ground of the dry well, with a hint of coldness attached to them. But the chill that had permeated the backyard had now completely dissipated. It's not evil after all, but the things here are not simple, as they can affect my mind without any sound. Gu Qingfeng looked at the ashes on the ground and the chill in the air. He realized that he had solved the problem here. Visible. This kind of thing can control the mind of a warrior, and even a warrior in the refining realm finds it difficult to resist, but it itself is not very strong, and Gu Qingfeng can solve it with one sword. Gu Qingfeng even doubted whether the things here could break through his defense even if he did not resist at all. But anyway, this time, the warning issued by the evil sword solved a lot of problems. Gu Qingfeng became more and more satisfied with this magical weapon. Then, Gu Qingfeng leaned down and picked up some black powder with his 2 fingers, and there was a terrifying cold aura surging in his hand, as if it could freeze the warrior's energy and blood. But in front of Gu Qingfeng's level of qi and blood, this cold and gloomy aura seemed much weaker. It's definitely not evil. It seems the water in this world is unusually deep. In addition to evil, there are also such weird things. Gu Qingfeng pondered secretly. The evil spirit never dies. How could he be killed so easily? So, Gu Qingfeng was able to conclude that this thing was definitely not evil. But he still needs to investigate carefully to find out its specific origin. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng simply collected the black ashes on the ground and left them for later. At this time, Gu Qingfeng looked elsewhere. The strange darkness had completely disappeared. There were noisy voices in the silent night sky, and bright lights could be seen everywhere in the Gu family manor. But for insurance purposes, Gu Qingfeng stepped into the dry well again to investigate, and made sure that the cold and gloomy atmosphere here had completely dissipated, and only then was he certain that the strange thing had been completely killed. The next day, the morning sun is breaking. Gu Qingfeng summoned Gu Yang and other warriors in charge of this place and spoke directly to the point. I have already dealt with the things in the Gu family manor last night. You don't have to worry about any more problems. In addition, all the dead craftsmen will be given 100 taels of silver as compensation. Yes. Gu Yang's expression relaxed. Then he asked again. Excuse me, father. What exactly is that thing? Is it really an evil spirit? The evil spirit is not dead. I killed that thing, which shows it is not an evil spirit. But its exact origin is still unknown at the moment. The incident at Gu's manor was just a small episode. Once the problems there were solved, subsequent progress was extremely fast. In less than 10 days, Gu family manor was completely built. The next day, Gu Qingfeng moved his family out of Baisher City and settled in the newly built Gu family manor. For this, Gu Qingfeng also specially arranged a grand banquet and invited various forces to attend. After all, the Gu family is now recognized as the #1 force in Baishidao and is well known even in the entire Guangyang prefecture. Once the various forces got the news, who would dare not give the Gu family some face? After 3 days of excitement, Gu Jiazwang then returned to peace. And then, Gu Qingfeng began to drastically reform Gu family estate. First, Gu Qingfeng set up the inner hall and the outer hall. Among them, the inner hall is for the future direct descendants of the Gu family and disciples who are given the surname Gu. As for the outer hall, that is where all the original guards, as well as other disciples who are not direct descendants of the Gu family and those who were given the surname Gu, stayed. Then, Gu Yang is the master of the inner hall. Meng Peng is the head of the outer hall. And then, Gu Qingfeng also established the execution hall to supervise the entire Gu family estate. So, Gu Yang is also the head of the law enforcement hall. After all, Gu's family is small. In addition, since the execution hall is such an important position, it is naturally impossible for Gu Qingfeng to hand it over to an outsider. So far, the Gu family was renamed Gu Family Manor, and Gu Qingfeng changed his title from the head of the family to the owner of the manor. Until this moment, the Gu family is the real force in the world. The Gu family has temporarily set up 3 halls: the inner hall, the outer hall, and the law enforcement hall. The inner hall is temporarily empty, and the focus is on developing the outer hall. If there are people in the outer hall who are talented and loyal enough, they can be given the surname Gu to join the inner hall. In the lobby of Gu Family Manor, Gu Qingfeng said this and his eyes fell on Meng Peng. Meng Peng, you have been with me for almost 10 years. I have seen your loyalty over the years. So today I decided to give you the surname Gu. Are you willing? As soon as these words came out, Meng Peng's expression suddenly became overjoyed. Without thinking, he stood up and bowed to Gu Qingfeng. Thank you for giving me your surname, master. I am willing to serve you till my death. Give me the surname Gu. This means that he can become a true member of the Gu family, and his status and position are naturally incomparable to those of outsiders. Meng Peng. No, now it should be called Gu Peng. The latter was naturally delighted. Gu Qingfeng said, the importance of the outer hall is self-evident. Next, I will give the outer hall 6 mid-level martial arts as the foundation of the outer hall. You can also conduct a strict assessment of the many Gu family guards who were originally incorporated into the outer hall. Among them, all spies belonging to major forces and those with evil intentions were eliminated. In addition, we will recruit some orphans or children with good aptitude from various places as targets for their training. The only problem with Gu's estate right now is that its foundation is too poor. If we can recuperate for 20 years, we will definitely not be weaker than other forces in Guangyang Prefecture. This point, Gu Qingfeng is absolutely confident. Gu Peng heard this and accepted the order. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yang and said, there is not much to do in the inner hall for now, so you can learn a thing or two from Gu Peng. At the same time, the law enforcement hall must also be expanded. As well as some of the rules in the manor, you will be the one to set them. My child understands. Gu Yang also nodded. Gu Qingfeng gave a few brief instructions and asked the two to leave. He has explained everything that needs to be explained. What is left is enough time for Gu Jiazwang to grow. Devil the heck out of here. This was a place that Gu Qingfeng specially commissioned to be built, and the entrance to the demonic heck was in the backyard where he usually practiced. This entrance is particularly secret and has a rockery mechanism. At the same time, the entire town is made of fine iron. In order to ensure the secrecy of the demonic heck, Gu Qingfeng asked craftsmen to make the accessories for the demonic heck, and then he personally assembled the entire demonic heck bit by bit to build it into a huge prison. This prison is not for imprisoning other things, but for suppressing evil spirits. Because it is made of fine iron, the demon, suppressing heck is particularly solid. Even if a warrior at the bone-refining realm uses all his strength, he may not be able to break it. In order to build this heck in the town, Gu Qingfeng spent more than 200,000 taels of silver. But there is no way. Evil spirits are of great importance. Gu Qingfeng would naturally not be careless. Enter the heck. All I could see were the luminous pearls inlaid on both sides for lighting purposes. Inside the demonic heck, there are 3 golden coffins. One of the golden coffins is slightly larger, while the other 2 are smaller. The big golden coffin contained a mysterious figure, while the other 2 small golden coffins were temporarily made by Gu Qingfeng in case of future need. After all, gold is something that is essential to suppress evil spirits. If evil spirits really appear, it will be too late to temporarily cast something to suppress them. So, if we cast it now, we may need it in the future. Gu Qingfeng came to the golden coffin that sealed the shadow. At this moment, the coffin was shaking slightly, as if something was struggling inside, but because it was fixed with iron chains, it was not really shaken. What exactly is evil? Is it really immortal? Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself. The evil spirit never dies. This is a legend since ancient times. Whether it is the magic of spiritualism or the Taoist scriptures of longevity, it is recorded that evil spirits are immortal and can only be sealed by special methods. But at the same time, it is also recorded in the Lingbao technique. Evil spirits are not immortal, and only evil spirits can kill evil spirits. So, that is why later generations attempted to absorb the evil spirit into their bodies and master its power in order to kill it. But unfortunately, by allowing evil to enter the body and become a sorcerer, ordinary people do possess powerful strength, but unfortunately, such strength still cannot kill evil spirits. It seems that after the evil spirit enters the body, the power of the evil spirit is not pure enough. Only the evil spirit that truly breaks free from oppression and self recovers can kill the existence of the same evil spirit. So, this is somewhat contradictory. The evil spirits are immortal. Strictly speaking, they are not truly immortal, but the evil spirits can only be killed by the evil spirits. Other things cannot kill the evil spirits. But there is no such thing as true immortality in this world. Since evil spirits can kill evil spirits, there must be a reason for it. If we can find the key, perhaps the legend of the immortal evil will be completely destroyed. Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed. All the information about evil spirits flashed through his mind, and he already had some ideas in his mind. The evil spirit never dies, but not absolutely. So, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but wonder whether the reason why the evil spirits could not be killed was because the strength of the warriors and sorcerers was still not strong enough, so they could not really kill the evil spirits. If the power is strong enough, the legend of immortality will be completely shattered. Then, what level of power is needed to truly kill evil spirits? Gu Qingfeng pondered secretly. He couldn't help but untie the iron chain in the golden coffin. Without the restriction of the iron chain, the golden coffin vibrated more violently, the coffin lid hummed, and the coffin that was originally tightly sealed suddenly had some cracks, and a strange and cold breath spread out. In Gu Qingfeng's sight, there was a dim shadow like a tide, about to flow out of the golden coffin. The evil, killing sword behind him trembled. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were cold, and the long sword behind him was unsheathed. He chopped the shadow with the power of blood and energy. Immediately, the shadow was cut into small pieces. The rest of the shadow instinctively retreated back into the golden coffin as if in pain. Immediately following, Gu Qingfeng leapt onto the coffin lid and pressed down the coffin with all his strength, making it impossible for Ying Qi to break free from the coffin. At the same time, he looked at the thumb-sized eerie remains on the ground, which exuded a strange and cold aura. At the same time, the eerie remains seemed to be gradually growing larger, with no signs of disappearing. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng picked up the shadowy corpse with the tip of his knife. The moment it fell into his palm, an extremely terrifying and cold force swept over, as if to freeze all of his blood completely. Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged, and at this moment he mobilized all the powerful blood and energy in his body, just like the sun gathering in his palm. The two forces collided, making a harsh sound like water falling into a frying pan. It was seen that the cold and gloomy power was extremely terrifying. No matter how strong Qingfeng's energy and blood were, it was difficult to completely dissipate it. As time goes by, Gu Qingfeng's blood and energy were almost exhausted, and his face turned pale. When he looked at the mysterious figure in his palm, there seemed to be no change. But Gu Qingfeng was carefully observing the changes of the mysterious corpse from beginning to end. From the surface, the shadow ghost remains seem to have not changed, but if one observes carefully, one will find that the shadow ghost remains aura has weakened by about 1% compared to the previous time. Almost there, Gu Qingfeng came down from the coffin, opened a small gap, and threw the shadow's remains directly into it. Then he closed the coffin again with lightning speed and sealed it again with an iron chain. Only after doing all this did Gu Qingfeng feel relieved. At this moment, his face looked a little pale, which was caused by excessive consumption of qi and blood. Now that it has recovered a little, it has a bit more rosy redness. Immediately, a smile appeared on Gu Qingfeng's face. As expected, the rumors about the evil spirits not being able to die are all fake. The reason why the evil spirits are not able to die is because the warriors are not strong enough to truly destroy them. The so-called level. It does not refer to the strength of each other, but to the gap in life levels. It's obvious. The evil spirits have a higher level of life. Gu Qingfeng had just used up most of his energy and blood, and had only consumed about 1% of Ying Qi's remaining body. If he wanted to completely consume the remaining body, he would not be able to do it even if his own strength increased tenfold. However, this is just a ghostly remains, only the size of a thumb. If one wants to refine the real shadow, let alone 10 times, even 100 or 1,000 times the power is impossible to do. Even if a master is very powerful, he can't be much stronger than a refined warrior. So the evil spirits are immortal, but it's not just empty talk. Martial arts seem to be popular in this world, but it seems that they are most likely to stop at the Grandmaster level. As for whether there is a higher realm above the Grandmaster level, it is still to be discussed. The first warriors who had evil spirits in their bodies probably wanted to find a way to get rid of the evil spirits. Unfortunately, as history evolved, the meaning of the existence of warlocks has changed. The power of evil causes people to fall. How are the so-called sorcerers now acting any differently from evil? At most, the evil spirits killed more people, and the warlocks killed fewer people. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. Still the same sentence. The world is corrupt. The evil deeds and the emergence of sorcerers are causing order to decay and morality to degenerate. After all, the evil spirit is not dead. To suppress evil, one must either seal it or let the evil enter the body. This seems to be a vicious circle. Gu Qingfeng does not have the ability to change the world, but if there is a chance to eliminate evil, that is what he wishes. It seems that the martial arts of this world respect the Grandmaster, but I have an attribute mask, and Grandmaster is not necessarily the limit. As long as I have enough points to improve, my strength will continue to improve until I can break through the gap in life levels. When that happens, I might be able to truly destroy the evil. Gu Qingfeng already had an idea in his mind. With his current strength, it is not possible to eliminate the evil. Since it cannot be eliminated, then continue to improve your strength. If you can't purify and eliminate it, then go to the Grandmaster level. If the Grandmaster level doesn't work, then break through to the level above the Grandmaster level. One day, I can grow to the point where I can destroy evil spirits. Leave heck. Gu Qingfeng's life seemed to have returned to normal. It took him several days to fully recover by taking many tonics to dissipate Ying Qi's damaged energy and blood. After this incident, Gu Qingfeng temporarily had no intention of continuing to kill Ying Qi. Given how powerful the evil spirit is, Even if I have cultivated my martial arts skills to the first level, even if I were given 1,000 years, it would be difficult for me to completely eliminate the evil spirit. What's more, Ingxiu's power is not that strong among evil spirits. Even if you really spend all your time destroying a shadow, it is meaningless. So, in Gu Qingfeng's opinion, nothing is more useful than a breakthrough in one's own strength. Call. The sun's yang energy enters the body. Gu Qingfeng only felt his blood boiling and the yang energy in his body rising a lot. Without him noticing, he broke through to the second entry level of the Qingyang Ju. Qingyang Ju, second level of entry, pure yang qi and blood level 1. Pure yang qi and blood. Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute interface. When Qingyang Ju broke through the second level, subtle changes occurred in his qi and blood. This change made his qi and blood become even stronger and more masculine. Gu Qingfeng understood. This is probably what is called pure yang qi and blood. Right at this moment, Gu Qingfeng seemed to sense something, looked outside the Gu family manor, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone is coming, Gu family manor. Jiang Qin's expression remained unchanged. He looked towards the Gu family manor, where there was a surge of energy and blood that was almost invisible to the naked eye, rushing into the sky. That is a mutual induction that only strong people can have. This person is indeed not a simple person. I'm afraid even ordinary warriors in the marrow-cleansing realm may not be able to have such energy and blood. Jiang Qin felt a little heavy-hearted. Before he arrived, he did not take Gu Qingfeng seriously. Even if the other party killed the Qingyang ancestor, it would be the same. After all, Patriarch Qingyang's strength was not that strong, at least in the eyes of Zhen Qiesi. But now, Jiang Qin understood. Gu Qingfeng's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Such strong qi and blood are not something that ordinary warriors can possess. And Jiang Qin believed it. I was afraid that my arrival would be noticed by the other party. As expected, not long after Jiang Qin finished his thought, he saw the gate of Gu's manor opened, and Gu Peng walked out and spoke to him politely. I am Gu Peng, the current head of the outer hall of Gu family manor. I am here on the orders of the manor owner. Please come in and have a seat. Jiang Qin glanced at Gu Peng casually, nodded slightly, and followed him inside. A beginner blood refining warrior. In his eyes they are like ants. In the entire Gujia manor, only the owner of Gujia manor can make me take him seriously. Enter the lobby. Jiang Qin saw a middle-aged man sitting at the top. When their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze a little. Master, the distinguished guest has been brought here. Gu Peng's words broke the silence in the lobby. Gu Qingfeng waved his hands. You leave first? Yes. Gu Peng stepped back. Then, Gu Qingfeng then looked at Jiang Qin again and smiled slightly. I don't know where you are from, sir. What is the business of coming to my Gu family manor today? My name is Jiang Qin, and I am the deputy commander of the Guangyang Prefecture's Evil Suppression Division. I heard that Master Gu killed the Qingyang Patriarch and exterminated the Qingyang sect, so I came here specially to invite Master Gu to join our Evil Suppression Division. Jiang Qin came straight to the point without any intention of hiding anything. After all, the existence of the Evil Suppression Department is well known to many forces. This identity gave Jiang Qin enough confidence. The Evil Suppression Division. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. He thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that someone from the Evil Suppression Bureau would come to his door in person. Jiang Qin held his hands, his expression slightly arrogant. The Evil Suppression Division is a subordinate to the Imperial Court. It is full of powerful people and powerful sorcerers. There are many sorcerers like Qingyang Patriarch who have not even entered the realm of soul, controlling. Although not a lot of them, there are definitely quite a few of them in the Evil Suppression Division. You must know that martial arts are difficult to master. Even if you have reached the Grandmaster level, it is nothing in front of a truly powerful sorcerer. Our Evil Suppression Division has its own secret method to refine evil spirits into the body. As long as the owner of the manor is willing to join the Evil Suppression Division, it is not impossible for him to be rewarded with the secret method to refine evil spirits into the body if he makes contributions in the future. Finished. Jiang Qin casually found an empty seat and sat down, waiting for Gu Qingfeng's answer. In his opinion, There is no possibility for the other party to refuse. Not to mention that the Zhenxiesi is an organization under the imperial court. Joining the Zhenxiesi means having such a high status that it cannot be compared with ordinary underworld forces. And then, it is the secret method to purify the evil and enter the body. There is no one who does not dream of immortality. Although no one who has the evil spirit in their body can truly achieve immortality, they can at least live much longer than ordinary warriors. Just this one point. It is not something that others can refuse. There is something I would like to ask Commander Jiang. Gu Qingfeng did not agree directly, nor did he refuse. Instead, he changed the subject. Jiang Qin frowned. What is it? Commander Jiang said that martial arts are difficult to master. Could it be that the Grandmaster level is the real limit in the martial arts world? Is there no strong person who can break through the Grandmaster level and enter a higher level? For ordinary warriors, Grandmaster is the limit. In fact, many warriors find it difficult to even reach the Grandmaster level, not to mention the marrow cleansing and refining level. However, I have observed that the owner of the manor has a strong body and energy. Even if he has not entered the refining realm, I am afraid he will not be much different. If I survive this lifetime, I will definitely have the hope of attaining mastery. Jiang Qin paused here. As for whether there is a higher level above Grandmaster, in fact, since ancient times, there have been some strong people who were blessed with natural advantages and, due to various coincidences, eventually broke through the Grandmaster barrier and entered the Grandmaster level. According to legend, the Grandmaster's blood and energy are like a furnace of sunlight, and his strength is incomparable to that of other Grandmasters. He can even tear apart the forbidden area with his bare hands, and he lives to be 800 years old. But this level only exists in legends. There are so many warriors in the world, and it is difficult to find a Grandmaster even in 100 years. Besides, even if you are a Grandmaster, what good will it do? After 800 years, you will turn into a pile of dirt. The only way out is to refine the evil into your body and become a sorcerer. Jiang Qin's words were telling the other party that martial arts are ultimately limited, and even if one becomes a master or a grandmaster, it is just that. Take refuge in Zhengxiisi. Obtain the method to purify the evil from entering the body. This is the real way out. However, Gu Qingfeng is now digesting Jiang Qin's words. Grandmaster. Restricted area. From the other party's words, he learned a lot of things he had never heard of. May I ask what is the restricted area? Gu Qingfeng asked again. Jiang Qin felt a little impatient, but still gave an answer. The forbidden area is where catastrophic evil spirits gather. In the forbidden area, the evil spirits are almost invincible. Moreover, once the restricted area is blocked, it will be difficult for living creatures to enter or exit. Therefore, whenever a forbidden area appears, it represents the extinction of all living things in the area. It is for this reason that such places are given the name of forbidden areas. So it is. Gu Qingfeng looked clear. This is the so-called forbidden area, a catastrophic evil spirit. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng had an idea and took out the black powder he had obtained before. He used the power of qi and blood to control it, so that the jade box containing the powder fell in front of Jiang Qin. May I ask Commander Jiang if you recognize this item? Hearing this, Jiang Qin's eyes fell on the black powder, and the cold aura made his expression change slightly. It seems that I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to kill a monster. Weird? Gu Qingfeng looked puzzled. Jiang Qin said, the evil spirits in the world are almost immortal. It is difficult for ordinary people to kill the evil spirits. Only the evil spirits can kill and eat the evil spirits. In the era when evil spirits were rampant, all the lives in the world were destroyed, and the resentment of all living beings gathered together, eventually giving birth to something else. This kind of thing is called weird. While the weirdness is not as difficult to deal with as the evil spirits, it can affect the mind of the warriors and make them sink into it unconsciously. Many strong warriors will fall into it if they are not careful. By the time he reacted, his energy and blood had already been sucked away by the strange force, and he could only die with regret. Unlike the evil spirits that are almost impossible for warriors to kill, the weird can be killed. However, these beings are hard to find, and it is definitely not easy to actually find the weird beings and kill them. Whenever natural disasters or man-made disasters occur, strange things will happen. Decades ago, a monster appeared and destroyed the people of a city, causing a shock to the world. In the end, it was the strong men from the evil suppression department who took action and killed the monster. After the mysterious meteorite falls, it will leave behind this black powder. Zhang Qin's words made Gu Qingfeng understand. Original. The thing that was killed by oneself is weird. It's obvious. That weird thing might be related to Tomorrow Village. After all, Mingtian's Wang was wiped out overnight, so it is possible that some strange things happened.